Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
This is Frank Knight speaking for the world's most honored watch, Longines. When the West was being won, Longines was there. Old records show sales of Longines watches in the silver mining towns of Colorado and Nevada, the gold mining areas of California. A fine gold watch, preferably a Longines, was one of the first luxuries purchased by a lucky prospector. For then, as now, the name Longines identified the world's most honored watch. Longines watches won their first World's Fair grand prize in 1878, won grand prizes in Paris, Brussels, Philadelphia, and at many other places. Right now, Longines watches are winning comparable successes in the accuracy competitions in European national observatories. Today, you needn't make a gold strike to own a Longines. Many beautiful models for ladies and gentlemen are priced as low as $75. Visit your authorized Longines Whitney jeweler. He will be honored to serve you.
There's a man running toward the house.
Get back inside. Close the door.
What is it?
I don't know. Be quiet.
Don't shut me out, please. Please don't shut me out.
Open the door. Let him in, Pat. Open the door.
Will you let me hide? Will you let me hide?
Rock?
Oh, don't let him get me.
You hurt, mister. You hurt.
No use trying to hide, Rourke.
Now, don't shoot me, please. Don't.
You shot a dying man.
Yeah, he wasn't dying long.
You shot him in the back.
He was still dead.
You're a right smart boy, ain't you? Where's your daddy?
Tad,
Let the boy talk. Where's your daddy, I said?
He's dead.
You two living here all alone?
We ain't scared.
Of course you ain't. Yeah, too bad it had to happen right in your kitchen, ma'am. Rourke has had that coming a long time.
what are you going to do, mister?
Well, just nothing, ma'am. Nothing at all, if you'll let me.
What do you mean?
You just remember this was my affair, mine and Rourke's. And now walk right on out of here. Forget about it. As long as you two forget about it.
Marshal's gonna come after you, sure enough.
Tad,
Yeah, like I said, he's a real smart boy, ain't he, ma'am? I guess you're right, though. I guess he does talk a mite too much.
no, he don't talk.
Don't. I'm mighty glad to hear that. 'Cause it'd be a shame for a bright boy like that to get his throat cut because he didn't know when to keep his mouth shut, now wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
He won't talk. I promise.
That's good. Real good. And both of you just stand quiet till I get away from here. Won't be no trouble.
What about him?
No, plumb forgot my manners. Well, I guess I better get him out of here.
Matt! Oh, Matt! Anybody here? Oh, for heaven's Chester! I'm out back here, Doc. What in the world are you doing?
Well, hello, Doc.
What are you digging there? A set of graves?
Graves? My goodness, Doc, don't talk like that. This here's a garden.
A what?
A garden.
Well, it looks more like a buffalo wallow. Does Matt know that you're doing this right outside of his back door?
Well, no, we don't. I'm kindly surprising him. Besides, I ain't hurting nothing, Doc. Just spading up the dirt, son.
Well, I can see that.
Look, let me show you how my garden's going to be. Now, see, right here is where the beans is going. And here is the carrot. And yonder's the peas.
I don't see anything.
Well, they ain't planted yet, but I got everything ready. All I need now is the seed.
Now, where did this garden idea come from?
You.
Yeah. What do you... Me?
Well, sure. Don't you remember that time you was talking to Mr. Dillon about how people eat out here on the frontier and how they might get scullery?
Yeah, scullery?
Yeah, from not eating enough greens and sour
Oh,
stuff.
yeah. Oh, that's scurvy, Chester, not scullery, no.
Well, whatever it is, I got to thinking on it and decided to do something about it so I don't get that disease,
Oh, well, that's fine, yes. But as I remember it, that talk we had was months ago.
That's right, it was. And I've been worrying about it ever since.
Oh, you're a man of action.
The trouble is, I'm broke. Plumb. I can't buy no seed.
Well, let me... Oh, no, now don't look at me.
Well, now, Doc, you'd like a plate of greens every now and then, wouldn't you?
Oh, well, sure I will, but not enough to pay for the seeds.
You might get scullery, Doc.
Scurvy, Chester, and I won't get it.
Wouldn't take very much to buy them seeds from Mr. Jonas. Just a few pennies is all, Doc, and then none of us wouldn't never have to worry again.
Well, now, Chester, suppose you did get those seeds. Now, you think everything that you plant is going to bloom like a sunflower?
Well, my gracious, Doc, this ain't no problem. You just kindly push them little old seed into the ground, and before you know it, you got vegetables.
Oh, yeah, oh, my. You're quite a farmer.
All right, now, Doc, ain't no need to smart off.
All right, Chester. All right, here's some money. There, now. Go and get your seed.
Well, thank you, Doc. And from now on, you're half owner of this garden. You can have part of whatever I grow free.
Oh, well, that's good of you, Chester.
Hey, it's pretty warm, ain't it?
It usually is in the sun.
Must be near noon.
Yeah, let me see. It's just about 12:45.
12:45. My gracious, I'm going to be late.
Late? Where are you going?
Or to meet Mr. Dillon at Delmonico.
Lunch or... What about our garden?
I'll get to it, Doc. But after all, if Dodge ain't had no green vegetables for all this time, it ain't gonna hurt us none to wait a little longer. I don't mind a man making money, Mr. Dillon, but by jing, I don't think he should be making it all off of me.
Oh, what do you mean, Chester?
Why, that Zach Holden charging 15 cents for a meal like that. I swear that steak still had a piece of the hide on it.
Prices are going up, Chester. You just gotta face it.
But it's getting so the man don't hardly have nothing left after feeding himself a little, and that's a fact. Look yonder, Mr. Dillon. There's a lady going into the office.
Uh-huh.
Reckon what she wants.
And if she's like most women, we won't be long in finding out. You wanted to see me, ma'am?
You're the marshal?
Yes, and that's right, Matt Dillon. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, ma'am?
How do you do? I'm Cora Meadows, Marshal. My boy and I live out west of town a piece.
No? Well, won't you sit down, Miss Meadows?
Thank you.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
As long as you and Miss Meadows is going to be talking for a spell, I believe I'll just go on back and see Zach Holden about charging that outlandish price for a meal. It's still sticking in my craw.
All right, Chester, you do that.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Now, Miss Meadows.
Marshal, I don't rightly know what to do.
Well, suppose you just tell me what's the matter.
Well, that's just it, Marshal. I'm afraid of what'll happen if I tell you, and I'm afraid of what'll happen if I don't.
You need help?
Yes, Marshal. I need help, all right.
Uh-huh. Just speak right out.
Well, it's my boy. My boy, Tad, he's missing.
Oh?
I think he's taken out after that man, and he'll kill the boy if he sees him, and he'll kill me if he knows I've been here.
Now, wait a minute. What man are you talking about?
The one that shot that fellow out to my place yesterday. He shot him down just like he was an animal.
Now, you're telling me there was a killing there yesterday and that your son may have gone after the murderer?
Yes, Marshal, I am.
Well, I think you better go back to the beginning and tell me the whole story.
Tell you where the man was drugged from, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, out the kitchen door, Chester. The track should be along here somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Over here, Chester. See there? Looks like heel marks.
Yeah. Leading over to them bushes.
Yeah, they sure do. Come on. I don't think he'd have taken much time with him. Oh. Yeah. There he is.
Seems to me you could have took the trouble to bury him.
Well, when a man shoots you in the back, he's not going to worry about your funeral, Chester.
I've seen him before, Mr. Dillon. He was at the Long Branch lot playing cards.
Yeah, it's a gambler by the name of Rourke. Well, I guess the burying's up to us.
Yes, sir.
It's you, Matt. I'm glad you're here.
Well, I came as soon as I got your message, Doc. Is there something wrong?
Yes, Matt, there is. Come to the other room.
No?
It's this youngster, Matt. I found him by the road.
Oh, what's the matter with him?
He's been beaten. Cruelly, brutally beaten. Look.
Yeah.
I didn't even know if I could bring him out of it for a while there.
Did he say who he is?
No, and that's a funny thing, Matt. He hasn't talked at all. He's been conscious most of the day, but he won't say a word.
Yeah, I guess you can blame him. Whoever did this was trying to scare him to death, even if it didn't quite kill him. Is it okay if I try to talk to him?
Oh, I guess it won't hurt him, if he'll talk. Do you know who he is?
Yeah, I think so. Hello, Tad. Tad? Tad, I'm Marshal Dillon. Now, you don't have to turn your head away, Tad. I want to help you. I want to help you and help your mother. Now, you want me to catch the man who did this, don't you? I can do it if you'll help me. Look, Tad, I promise you won't get hurt anymore, and I promise that your mother won't get hurt either. Tad, look, the only way to be sure that you're safe is to bring this man in.
He's not going to answer, Matt.
No, I guess not. All right, Doc, let's leave him alone. How long are you going to keep him here, Doc?
Oh, I expect he'll be up by tomorrow if he's quiet. The boy recovers mighty fast.
Mm-hmm. Would he be well enough to stay in town with Kitty for a few days?
Oh, sure, Matt, I guess so, but if you know who he is, why don't you take him home?
Well, I'll tell you later, Doc, but there are a couple of people I want to see first.
Marshal. Get you a drink?
No, thanks, Sam. Is Kitty around?
Yeah, she's upstairs, Marshal. Ought to be down in a minute or two.
Oh, well, I'll go on up. Thanks.
Sure.
Oh, Matt, you looking for me?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to talk to you, Kitty.
I'm coming down.
All right.
Come on over to a table. We can sit down.
No, thanks, Kitty. I haven't got time. I want to ask you to do a favor for me.
Well, sure, Matt. What is it?
I want you to take care of a small boy for me for a couple of days.
A boy? What is he, a runaway?
No, not exactly, but I'd like to have you keep him around the Long Branch for a day or two and give him the run of the place.
Doesn't sound exactly like the best surroundings for a young boy, Matt.
You're going to have to trust my judgment, Kitty. Will you do it for me?
Well, sure. I guess so, if you want me to.
I do want you to. I'll explain later.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kitty.
Oh, sure, Matt. Who is it?
It's Matt Dillon. I'd like to talk to you, Miss Meadows.
Come in, Marshal. Tad, is it about Tad?
Yes, it is, ma'am. I'm pretty sure we found him.
Well, where is he? Is he all right?
He's at Doc Adams' office.
Doc?
He's all right now, Miss Meadows, but he's had a bad beating.
Beating?
I think the killer beat him to keep him quiet. And it worked because Tad won't talk to anybody.
I'll go get him, Marshal. I'll fetch him home.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Miss Meadows. I'd like to keep the boy in town for a few days.
No, a sick boy belongs in his own home. I'll go get him right now.
Will you listen to me for a minute, Miss Meadows? You've got to understand that as long as this man is on the loose, neither you or Tad is going to be safe.
Well, we're not going to get mixed up in that no more, Marshal. Me and Tad will stay right out here and never say a word more.
Yeah, but if the killer gets worried about you, it won't matter where you are, especially if he knows that you've been to see me.
I shouldn't have come.
No, you did right to come, Miss Meadows, and if you'll let me keep Tad in town for a few days, maybe we can get this man. Now, I'm pretty sure that he's a gambler, and he'll be back.
You mean you want Tad to help you?
Well, he won't know anything about it, ma'am. He'll be perfectly safe, I promise
Oh,
you that.
no, Marshal, you've got no right
I'm
to
not
take
talking about rights, ma'am. I'm talking about maybe saving your life and your boy's life, too.
I want him here at home.
Now, you just let him recognize that gunman for us, and he'll be home, safe and for good.
He's been hurt bad enough
He won't
already.
be hurt, ma'am. Now, Chester or I will be watching him every minute, and as soon as it's over, I'll bring him right home.
Tad's a good boy. He never had a beating before.
And I want to see that he doesn't ever have another one.
Now, Tad, there's one thing about playing poker that you might as well learn right off. It ain't so much what you've got in your hand as what folks thinks you've got. And you understand that?
I think so, Mr. Proudfoot.
Some folks just has the face for it, and that's a fact. Now, you know, lots of folks calls me poker because nobody don't never know what I got in my hand.
Give me one card, please.
All right. Now, don't you let on what you've got.
Yes, sir.
Now, that's good. That is good. You ain't letting on one bit. Now, I'll take one myself. Oh! Well,
What's the matter?
a thing like this wouldn't happen in 6 months of Sundays.
But I thought you weren't supposed to let on.
You ain't. But you take a hand like this, a 6 and a 7 and a 9 and a 10, and then you haul off and draw an 8 and...
Mine are all blue.
You getting hungry, Chester?
Yeah. No, I can last it out in this kid till Mr. Dillon comes back.
Oh, he ought to be here pretty soon. He went out to see your mother, Tad. He wanted her to know that you've been doing just fine these last few days.
Oh, yes, I hope she's fine, too. I sure like to go home.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Matt.
Here, Mr. Dillon, you know what I just did?
How's Ma?
Oh, she's fine, Tad. She said to tell you not to worry about anything, and she sent you some clean clothes.
Did she say when I could come home?
That ought to be soon.
Why don't you take those clothes on up to the room, honey?
Yes, sir.
And when you come down, we'll have Sam bring you some supper.
Oh, thank you, Miss Kitty.
Mr. Dillon, you know what happened just a minute ago?
No.
I was drawn to an inside scrape, and the...
What? What is it, boy?
There he is! Don't let him hit me, Marshal! Don't let him hit me no more!
Kitty, that's our man. Take the boy upstairs, will
Sure,
you?
Matt.
Come on, honey. Come on, we'll go.
What's all the commotion, Marshal? Can a man walk in here for a drink?
We, been waiting for you, mister. The boy and I.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I never saw that boy before in my life.
You never expected to see him again, either. At least not alive. After that beating you gave him.
Beating? Now, you listen, Marshal.
You listen to me. That boy knows you. And so does his mother.
Well, she ain't here.
She'll be here in good time.
Marshal, you ain't taking me.
You better look out, mister. Because I'm not turning my back on you like Rourke did.
Oh, you...
You got him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Well, anybody can shoot a man, Chester. It's that boy's mother, what she did, that took real courage. Well, come on, let's take Tad home. I think his mother's waited long enough.
The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston.
Now, Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes, is proud to present Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. It's easy to do your whole tribe a big favor, Mother. Just pour every big and little Indian in your camp a breakfast bowlful of Post Toasties. Post Toasties, you know, are the heap good cornflakes. They're the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. Fresh as fresh can be. Say, Post Toasties are cracklin' crisp. Sweet kernel corn flavor, toasted. That's Post Toasties. Post Toasties are packed with nourishment, too. A bowl of Post Toasties with sugar and milk helps your big braves and little Indians start the day right. Get Post Toasties soon. And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad.
Yeah, nice day, Matt.
The wind's gone down anyway.
It sure was blowing last night.
Where were you, Doc?
Out at the Caldwell place. Mrs. Caldwell's expecting.
Still?
There was a false alarm last night.
Oh, you ought to get some sleep while you can, Doc.
Yes, I know. That's right where I'm headed.
Doc Adams.
Oh, hello, Roof.
I've been looking for you, Doc.
Matt, this is Roof Tucker, Sheely Tucker's son.
Oh, hello, Roof.
We ain't met before, Marshal.
No. How's Sheely these days?
He's just like ever. But it's Ma I come to get Doc for.
Well, what's the matter, Roof?
She swallowed a nail, Doc, and it's hurting her bad.
Swallowed a nail, did she? How'd she do that?
I told her not to, but she was fixing the chicken house anyway, and she had some nails in her mouth.
Oh, you say it's hurting her?
It's her stomach. She's got a terrible pain in her stomach.
Oh, that's bad. I'll ride out with you right away, Roof. As soon as I get my tools, may have to operate.
You know Pa, Doc. You know how he is.
Oh, yes, I forgot about him. Sheely doesn't like doctors, does he?
He hates them. But he ain't there now. He's been out on the prairie the last couple of days.
Oh? When'll he be back?
I don't know for sure. But Ma said to get you anyway. She doesn't want to die.
Sheely'd cause trouble if he found me there, wouldn't he?
He sure would. He'd beat you half to death.
Well, maybe I better ride out with you, Doc, just in case Sheely comes home while you're there.
Good idea, Matt. I think you better.
Yeah, Roof, go over to the Olafraganza and tell Chester I want him to go with us, will you?
Sure, Marshal.
How is she, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, I don't know, Chester. Doc's still working on her.
Well, there's no sign of Sheely anyway.
Well, that's some help.
What's the matter with a man like that, Mr. Dillon? Hating doctors the way he does?
I don't know, Chester. Probably there weren't any doctors around when he was young. And what was good enough for his father is good enough for him. Some fool notion like that, maybe.
Sheely always was a mean old cuss, except for his horses. He's always treated horses like they're human. Did you ever notice that?
Sheely isn't really a bad man, Chester. He's just ignorant and prejudiced because of his ignorance.
If he'd have been here, he'd let Miss Tucker die rather than have Doc operate on her.
Yeah, probably.
Well, that's bad. To me, it is.
Maybe if Doc saved him someday, he might get over his ideas.
Old Sheely's never had a sick day in his life I know of.
Oh, Doc, you all through?
Huh? Oh, yes, I'm all through, Matt.
How is she, Doc?
Yeah. She's dead.
Dead?
I guess her heart couldn't take it. I don't know. I had to operate, though. She'd have died sure if I hadn't.
Oh, it isn't your fault, Doc. You did all you could.
I know, but I always feel maybe if I'd have done it better, things like this wouldn't happen.
You're not to blame, Doc. You, want me to tell Roof?
Yeah, I've already told him. He's in there with her.
Oh, how'd he take it?
Yeah, he didn't say a word, Matt.
Well, we better be getting back to Dodge, I guess.
Yeah, you must be plumb wore out, Doc.
Yeah, I am.
Doc.
Hey? Yes, Ruth.
And you too, Marshal. You're going to have to help me.
Oh, we'll help you, Roof. What is it?
It's about Pa. I don't know what to tell him when he comes back.
Hey, that's right. I kind of keep forgetting about him.
Just tell him the truth, Roof. Doc tried to save your mother, but he wasn't able to. Nobody could have.
You don't know Pa very well, I guess. He just won't stand for it.
Well, there's nothing he can do about it now. It's all over.
Not for him, it won't be.
What do you mean, Ruth?
When Pa says a thing, he means it. And he said none of us was ever to go near a doctor.
Roof, do you agree with your Pa's thinking?
No. And neither did Ma. But we didn't dare cross him when he was around anyway. I'm afraid of him, Marshal. You'll have to stay here and tell him.
Yeah, well, I can't stay. I have to get over to the Caldwell place. That baby's due any time now.
But you can't go.
All right, Ruth, all right. I'll stay here till he comes back. Chester, you better ride into town in case anybody's looking for me, huh?
All right, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it's a funny thing how a doctor can lose one life and maybe bring another into the world all on the very same day. Well, come on, Chester. We can ride partway together.
That ought to do it, Ruth.
I want her buried good, Marshal.
How about a cross? You want to put up a cross?
I'll let Pa decide that. Oh, my gosh, Marshal. Here he comes now.
Yeah, looks like he's been riding pretty hard.
Pa always rides hard, but he takes mighty good care of his horses all the same. He's never hurt one yet.
I know.
Oh, there, Marshal.
How are you, Sheely?
What are you doing out here? What's this?
Sheely, your wife died. Ruth and I just finished burying her.
She died?
Just a few hours ago. We didn't know when you were going to get back, so we went ahead and buried her.
What'd she die of?
She was holding some nails in her mouth, and she swallowed one of them.
Oh. Ruth, take this horse into the barn and dry him off.
Sure, Pa.
Rub him good now.
I will, Pa.
Don't let him near no water yet.
I won't.
What are you doing out here, Marshal?
I came out with Doc.
With who?
Doc Adams. He did everything he could to save her life, Sheely.
He cut on her, didn't he?
He tried to get the nail out, if that's what you mean. She'd have died from it if he hadn't.
Cutting on her, that's what killed her.
Look, Sheila, your wife was dying, and Doc tried to save her. That's how it happened, no matter what you think.
I've got no use for doctors. They're all croakers. That's what my old man called them, croakers.
I kind of figured that's where all this came from. Sheila, have you ever thought that your old man might have been wrong?
Not about them, he wasn't. Hey, how'd Doc get here anyway? Who told him to come?
Your wife wanted him.
After all the times I've told her to stay away from doctors?
I guess she didn't want to die, Sheila. She wanted a chance to live.
Yeah, sure. And he come out here and killed her. Poor defenseless woman. Doc Adams will pay for this, Marshal. I'm telling you right now.
You lay a hand on Doc, and I'll run you out of the country, Sheila.
Maybe it won't be a hand I'll use, Marshal.
Try anything like that, and you'll hang for it. I'll find you no matter where you go.
He killed my wife with his bungling butchery. He's a murderer.
There isn't a man in Kansas who'd believe that. Doc's a pretty valuable citizen around here, Sheila.
Not to me, he ain't. It's an eye for an eye, Marshal, like it says in the good book.
You even try it, and I'll throw you in jail.
I don't try nothing.
Then you'll hang.
Will I, Marshal?
Say, what goes on at your house at breakfast? Well, you can take it from me. The best thing that can go on your breakfast table is Post Toasties. Yes, sir, Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes. Those golden crisp cornflakes are the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. You know how to prove it? Just pour out breakfast bowlfuls of Post Toasties for your whole tribe, and then watch how they enjoy 'em. Post Toasties are crisp and tasty. From the first bite down to the last spoonful, That sweet kernel corn flavor makes your breakfast. So always ask for Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes.
Post Toasties, heap good cornflakes. The best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. Heap good cornflakes. Post Toasties, heap good cornflakes.
Remember, Post Toasties is one of the famous triple-wrapped Post cereals, guaranteed fresh or triple your money back. Now back to Gunsmoke.
I left Sheely Tucker standing by his wife's grave, and I rode back to Dodge. There was no use trying to convince the man that doctors aren't bunglers and murderers. I figured he'd have to experience the truth himself somehow. And there wasn't much chance of that, the way things stood. But what really worried me was his threat to get Doc. Ordinarily, Sheely was peaceable enough, but there was no telling what he might do now. Doc stayed at the Caldwell place that night and the next day, too. I thought he'd be safe there, and I didn't worry about him till the next evening. Kitty and I were having supper at the Dodge house.
Matt, for a town that lives on the cattle trade, you'd think we'd be able to eat decent steaks.
You should have had the prairie chicken, Kitty. Yet didn't have to walk all the way from Texas.
That steak I had got carried. It was too old to walk. I've never eaten prairie chicken, Matt. What's it taste like?
Oh, a little chicken. A lot of prairie.
If I didn't know you better, I'd say you've been drinking.
If I know you, you'll order steak next time anyway.
I don't give up easy, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
Remember it, then.
Sure.
You don't know much about women, do you, Matt?
Well, I'm learning.
Yeah. But at the pace you've set, I'll be in my grave before you're out of first grade.
Well, it took me 10 years to learn how to handle a 6-gun.
Well, that's the nicest compliment I've had all day.
Drink your coffee. I gotta get out of here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, here's Doc.
Hello, Matt. Kitty.
How's Mrs. Caldwell, Doc?
Yeah, gave birth to a 12-pound boy this afternoon.
Ah, that's fine.
Yes, that's not what I came to talk about, Matt. Somebody tried to shoot me on the way back from the Caldwell place.
What? Who was it, Doc?
Yeah, I didn't see him, and since I didn't have a gun, I rode straight ahead. Fast.
Where did this happen?
Yeah, about a mile the other side of the grove.
I should have come out and ridden back with you, Doc.
You should have, huh? Well, then, you know something about this?
Yeah.
Sheely Tucker, huh?
He came back after you and Chester had left, Doc. He made some threats.
Yes, I might have known it. But I'm not going to be a target for Sheely every time I go on a call in the country. I'm going out and see him, Matt. We'll have this out face to face.
I don't think you can change his mind, Doc, but I'll go with you. And if he admits shooting at you this afternoon, I'll bring him back to jail. Maybe I'll bring him back anyway.
Well, I should hope so. People around here'd be in an awful fix without Doc.
Well, then there's me too, Kitty.
Oh, sure, Doc. I was thinking of you.
We'll ride out in the morning, Doc.
Yeah, good. There's somebody in the corral there, man.
Yeah, it looks like Sheely.
Tis. Him and Ruth both.
Oh. Well, let's leave them here. They'll stand.
They got a horse tied down in there, Mr. Dillon.
He's down, Chester, but he isn't tied.
No, by golly, he ain't. Oh, say, look at that.
Yeah, broke his leg. Now, that's too bad. Here we are. Oh, Doc, I'll go first in case Sheely gets excited.
Oh, all right, man.
Yeah. Go ahead, I'll close it.
Hello, Sheely. Ruth.
Hello.
You bring that croaker out here to kill my horse for me, Marshal?
Now, Sheila...
Wait a minute, Doc. I'm sorry about your horse, Sheila. What happened?
That bay's the finest animal I ever owned. I was just topping him off when he fell and busted his leg. I'll blame it.
Gee, that's too bad.
It sure is. Ruth, go on up to the house and fetch me my rifle.
Okay, Pa.
Terrible thing to lose a horse like this.
Sheila, if you like, I'll do the shooting.
Oh, thanks. I'll kill him myself. It's my job.
You know, it's a funny thing. We always shoot a horse if it breaks a leg, but we wouldn't think of shooting a man when he does.
You croakers got other ways of getting rid of people.
Yeah, I'll overlook that, Sheila, but I'll tell you something.
I don't want to hear nothing from you.
Well, you like that horse, don't you?
Of course I do.
Well, then, don't shoot him.
What?
Well, look, Sheila, that horse is done for anyway, so it won't hurt to let me try to fix his leg the same way I would a man. It just might work.
You mean put a cast on him?
I do.
I never heard of putting a cast on a horse, Doc.
Yeah, neither have I.
It's crazy. I don't like it.
It's up to you, Sheila.
Well, I wouldn't have let you near my wife if I'd been here. Why should I let you fool with my horse?
All right. All right, Sheila. Shoot your horse. Then I'm taking you back to Dodge.
What for?
You're going to jail for trying to kill Doc yesterday. At least that's what Doc told me.
Yeah, now, Matt, I didn't exactly
Shut up,
say...
Doc.
I ain't going to jail. I can't...
Yes, you are. Unless maybe Doc changes his mind about charging you with attempted murder. Then I couldn't put you in jail.
Oh? Yeah, no. No, yeah, he couldn't then. You know, Sheila, I might get so busy working on this horse, I'd plain forget about everything else. I might even save the animal to boot.
Well, make up your mind, Sheila. I gotta get back to Dodge.
Well, all right. But you better make it work, Doc.
I said I'd try. That's the best I can do. Ever. No matter who the patient is.
Okay, Doc, you try. But try real hard, will you?
I always do, Sheila. Real hard.
Chester and Ruth made a fast trip into Dodge for plaster of Paris and some muslin to go under it. And when they got back, Doc went to work. An hour later, he had a heavy cast on the horse's leg. And after giving Sheila some final instructions, he was finished. He promised to come back in a couple of weeks and put a lighter cast on, and then we left. Sheila didn't say much, but I knew if anything went wrong with that horse, he'd be after Doc again. However, 6 weeks went by before anything happened. Doc and I were hiding out in his office with a game of chess we'd started a few days earlier.
Yeah, doggone rook, if you're sitting there, Matt. If I move my bishop, you'll be right in on that queen.
That's the only move you got, Doc.
All right. There you are, Matt. See what you can do with it.
A couple more of those and I'll get that queen.
Doc.
Well, hello, Sheila.
Doc, I've been looking everywhere for you, blast you. Why'd you put a sign on your door saying you were out?
How come you're wearing a gun, Sheila?
Man, it'd be a fool not to wear a gun in this town, Marshal.
You'd be a worse fool to try to use it.
Don't rile me. I'm in a bad enough temper already.
What's wrong, Sheila? How's your horse?
My horse is tied up right outside, Doc.
What?
Yeah, I took that second cast off myself. Then I rode him in here. Of course, I took it easy with him, Doc, real easy. And he ain't even limping.
Well, what do you know? By heaven, it works.
Oh, that's fine, but what are you so heated up about, Sheila?
Well, you'd be heated up too, Marshal. If you'd been carrying a rotten tooth in your jaw as long as I have.
You mean you're looking for a doctor, Sheila?
I'm man enough to admit it, Marshal.
Well, now, Sheila. You just sit down right over there, and I'll see what I can do.
Okay, Doc. Hey, this is the one right here. Try to get it out, will you?
I'll try, Sheila. That's the best I can ever do. Ever.
That's good enough for me, Doc.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's adventure on Gunsmoke. Say, exciting things happen to breakfast when there's sugar crinkles at every place. Sure, new sugar crinkles make breakfast more fun than a circus. You know why? Sugar crinkles is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Not too sweet, the way some sugar-coated cereals seem to be, and not like others that aren't sweet enough. Sugar crinkles, every golden crisp nugget of them, is just right sweet. So try starting your day off just right with new sugar crinkles. And don't forget, when you're listening to the radio or watching television, sugar crinkles make great snacks. From the bowl or from the pack, for your breakfast or a snack, sugar crinkles are more fun than a circus. Try sugar crinkles soon. They're the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. So better get several packages. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards and Tom Tully. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and tonight Paul Frees played Doc. Ken Peters speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen next week at this time when Gunsmoke will be brought to you by Sugar Crinkles, the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Hey, Doc. Hey, Doc, you up? Hey, Doc.
What? Yeah.
You gonna sleep your life away, Doc?
Yeah, what's the matter? What's the matter, man? All right, what time is it?
7:30. Now, put your pants on. Let's go up the street and get some breakfast. Now, come on.
7:30.
Come on, roll out. It's daylight in the swamps. Come on.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, I guess I might as well.
Now that you got me wide awake.
Wide awake.
Yes, well, I'm getting there. You sure don't see the sense in starting the day so all fired earlier.
You're putting them on backwards, Doc.
I am not putting them out. I was just about to turn them around.
Oh, sure you were.
I've been putting my pants on for a long time without being told how by the village policeman. Yeah. Now, do you care which foot I put in which leg first?
No, I think you can decide that for yourself.
Yes. Say, where's Chester, anyway? Why aren't you hounding him instead of me?
Chester ran into an old friend of his last night.
Huh? Who's that?
I've forgotten his name, but Chester went out to visit him for a couple of days.
Yeah, well, out where?
Out Fort Dodge.
Fort Dodge?
Uh-huh.
You mean he's in the Army?
Yeah, he's got a pretty interesting job, too.
Oh?
He's a mess sergeant.
Mess sergeant?
Yeah.
Oh, well, a couple of days of that, you'll have to go after Chester with a wagon.
Well, he seemed pretty excited about the whole thing.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, the quartermaster's going to be excited, too, when he starts checking his groceries.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Doc. You take more time than a woman. Come on.
Well, I want to look my best. It isn't often somebody buys my breakfast.
Buys it? Now, wait a minute, Doc.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Well, no wonder you're so rich.
Oh, sure, I'm rich, all right, yeah, and IOUs.
Well, at least you got something to dream about.
Ah, well, it's a nice day.
Yeah. It'll get hot, though.
Who's that woman driving the wagon?
It looks like Hank Rutger's wife, huh? Yeah, it is.
Rutger, you mean? Was he that runny little sodbuster out by Cottonwood Springs?
Yeah, that's the one. I wonder what she's doing in time this early in the morning.
Marshal?
Oh, well, she's beckoning to you.
Well, let's go see what she wants. Morning, Miss Rucker.
Morning, Marshal. Doc.
Yes, good morning.
You're up early.
Yeah.
Been quite some time since I've seen you in town.
Always work to do when you're homesteading. You break your heart and you break your back and you end up with nothing. Even worse than nothing. 'Cause the years are gone finally and you can't get 'em back.
How's Hank?
Hank?
Yes, ma'am. Your husband, Hank.
8 years slaving for 'em, working my fingers to the bone, and you end up with nothing.
Miss Rutger, is there something wrong? Miss Rutger, I said, is there something wrong?
I heard you. Hank's in the back of the wagon there, under that tarp.
What? Here, Doc, I'll pull the canvas back.
All right. Well, he's dead, Matt.
Yeah. Shot in the back. How'd it happen, Miss Rutger?
I don't know about things like this. What you're supposed to do, I mean. So I loaded him into the wagon and come into town. I figured you'd be the one to see.
You figured right, but what happened?
It wasn't me, Marshal. I didn't shoot him.
Who did?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I mean, I don't know his name or nothing. He was a stranger. Stopped by the place yesterday evening just before sundown. Wanted to water his horse. Hank wasn't there. This fella kept looking at me and talking kind of funny. Then he saw Hank coming and he rode on.
Maybe then he's the one that
Late last night, Hank woke up, heard something outside. Thought it was an animal bothering the stock. Went out, and pretty soon there was a shot.
How do you know it was the same man?
Because they come by the house after. But I run him off.
Ah. What does this fellow look like?
I don't know. Like any other man, I reckon. Nothing special. Except for his shoulders.
Oh, what do you mean?
There's the biggest shoulders I ever seen on a man. Mighty powerful.
Look, Miss Rutger, why don't you go across the street there to the Dodge house and take a room and get some rest, huh? You'll leave the wagon here, and Doc and I will take care of things for you, huh?
I'm all right, Marshal.
You go on now.
Feels strange being alone. Hank wasn't much, I guess. Didn't treat me good, but at least he was always there. A woman needs a man. All right, I'll go now. Thank you, Marshal, for taking care of things.
I'll stop by later, Miss Rucker.
All right, Marshal.
Well, what do you think, Matt?
I don't know, Doc. But that woman's got something in mind she isn't telling us about.
Well, here's our expectant father, the memory expert. And how do you feel, sir?
Lousy.
Oh? Why?
You ever take care of 8 kids while your wife is in the hospital having number 9?
No.
Take my advice. Don't. I haven't had a good night's sleep in days. I think my kids are part sponge.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, they drink enough water to irrigate a desert, and mostly in the middle of the night.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about your wife. She and the baby are getting good treatment at the hospital, and thanks to Medicare, there won't be any expensive bills for you to pay.
That's what bugs me, man.
Why?
It's such a bargain. You know no woman can resist a bargain.
If your wife is bargain-minded, better get the pamphlet on Dependents Medical Care Program fast.
Like another beer, Doc?
No, guess not, Kitty. People criticize me enough as it is.
Doc. Oh, there's Matt. Huh? Over here, Matt.
Oh, well, maybe I will have a beer after all, Kitty. On him.
Hello, Kitty. How are you?
Sit down, Matt. You look tired.
Yeah, I am tired. If it gets any hotter, they can have this country.
Any luck, Matt?
No, Doc. I checked every rooming house in Dodge, every liver stable. I even talked to some of the homesteaders out south of town. And nobody's seen a stranger who matches Ms. Rutger's description, if you can call it a description.
Did she remember anything new?
No, not much. I talked to her late this afternoon. She thinks that he had reddish-brown hair, but she's not sure.
Oh, just those shoulders, then.
Yeah, that's all she's sure of.
I guess she'd remember that, all right. Well, Matt, maybe you won't have to look any farther.
Oh, what do you mean?
That man over there at the end of the bar.
What?
We've been keeping an eye on him till you showed up.
Oh. Who is he, Kitty?
I don't know. Tonight's the first time he's been in here. Been staying to himself pretty much, just drinking and not talking. But he's got the shoulders, all right.
Yeah. I think I'll go have a word with him. Evening, stranger.
Evening.
You're new in town, aren't you? I don't remember seeing you around before.
You feel like gabbing, you better find somebody else, mister.
I would if it was a matter of pleasure. My name's Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal here.
That's supposed to bother me?
It bothers some, others not.
And I'm one of the others.
What's your name?
Logan?
And is that all? Just Logan?
Bull, they call me. Bull Logan.
When did you hit town?
Today? Just going through.
Oh, from where?
Out west, different places. Why? What difference does it make?
None, maybe. You mind taking a little walk with me?
Where?
Across the street. Here, I'll carry your gun for you.
What's the idea? You arresting me for something, Marshal?
No, I'm just asking you to walk across the street.
What's over there?
A woman.
You trying to get me into some kind of trouble?
Logan, if this woman recognizes you, you're in plenty of trouble. Now, come on, let's go. All right, you stand right there, Logan.
I don't know what you're trying to pull, Marshal. But you're all wrong.
That's possible.
Oh, Marshal, I couldn't...
Is this the man, Miss Rucker?
What are you talking about? I never seen her before in my life.
I thought you better take a look at him, man.
I don't know this woman. Now, what is this? What are you trying to set up here?
Shut up, Logan.
The man that shot Hank was real big. I reckon it stuck in my mind because Hank was such a little man. There's such a difference between them.
All right, I'm big. What about it? You claiming you seen me before?
Stay where you are, Logan. He's not going to hurt you, Miss Rucker. Now take a good look at him. Is this the man who stopped by your place yesterday afternoon, who came back later and shot your husband? Well?
No, Marshal. It ain't him. It's his shoulders, that's all. But other than that, he don't look nothing like that fella. I never seen this man before in my life.
Look, if you're scared of him, don't be.
I ain't scared of him. Why should I be? He ain't the same one.
Well, you satisfied, Marshal?
All right, Miss Rucker. Thanks anyway. I'm sorry to have bothered you.
I'm going back out to the place in the morning, Marshal. There's things to do. And I think that fella's got clean out of the country by now.
All right, man.
Do I get my gun back now?
Yeah, here you are, Logan.
Thanks. Be seeing you. Pleased to have met you, man. Good night.
Food. I'll tell you something, Matt. The mark of any civilization is its food.
Oh, is that right, Doc?
Dang tootin' is right. Now, you take France, for instance. Paris. It's Paris, France, you know. Their food is cooked just right. It's seasoned right and it's served right. And by golly, they're civilized. It goes together.
Doc, you've been eating this same grub ever since you came to Dodge. Now, what's wrong with it all of a sudden?
Well, look at the stuff. What's wrong? A plate full of greasy spuds and a few chunks of boiled leather. I tell you, man, it's enough to turn a man's stomach.
It's no worse than usual. Now, go on, finish your supper.
I wouldn't touch another bite of that with a 10-foot pole. No, sir, I'm telling you, Matt, this town will never be civilized until it starts eating decent food.
Well, the way I heard it, the mark of a civilization is how it treats its women folk.
Oh, Howard. You think Dodge City rates any higher on that score?
No, I guess not.
No, they're fancy women. They plague till they drink themselves to death. And their farm wives, they work to death. Why, a woman hasn't got a chance out here.
Yeah, so I've been told. By a woman, of course.
She was right. Whether it's the food or the women folk, this town is no goddamn good.
Marshal Dillon.
Oh, hello, Jeb.
Well, how are things at the telegraph office, Jeb?
Fine, Doc. I brought this telegram right over, Marshal.
Huh?
It's your answer to that circular you sent out on Bull Logan.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Jeb.
What about this Bull Logan, man?
Well, I thought he might be mixed up in the Rutger killing, Doc.
Well, I thought you'd given up on that.
No, I sent out a bulletin just on a hunch. Yeah.
What is it, man?
Wow.
Huh?
Like he's wanted in California, 2 counts of assault and suspicion of murder. The victim was shot in the back. I should never have let him leave town.
Well, he didn't go far, Marshal.
Now, what do you mean, Jeb?
I ran into Ed Perkins on the way over here. He seen Logan just this afternoon.
Where?
Out by Cottonwood Crossing. And he said Bull Logan's gone to work for Mrs. Rutger.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe, what are you doing?
Oh, hi, Daphne. Just eating a midnight snack.
What is that mess?
That mess is a liverwurst, salami, lettuce, and peanut butter delight.
Nightmare is more like it.
What woke you up?
My stomach was growling. What woke you up?
You. And I was dreaming such a pleasant dream.
Oh? What?
I dreamed all of our savings bonds had matured and we were cashing them in.
That kind of a dream I can appreciate.
We were planning a trip around the world, and you bought me a fur coat, and I bought you that fishing tackle you want. Oh, it was gorgeous.
Well, it doesn't have to be just a dream. Some of our savings bonds are ready to mature now.
Joe, maybe we shouldn't cash them in. They can go on earning interest, you know, and it adds up fast.
I know. That's why we started buying savings bonds, remember? With a bond a month on the payroll savings plan, our money is saved automatically.
Stop waving that sandwich under my nose. You're making me hungry.
Well, fix yourself a sandwich, ma'am. I got all the makings right over here.
All right. Move over, you bond-buying midnight maverick. I'm going to fix myself a humdinger.
Who is it? Who's there?
It's Marshal Dillon, Miss Rucker. I'm sorry if I scared you.
No, you didn't. I just couldn't figure who it was. Nobody comes here at night.
It must be kind of lonesome since Hank was killed, huh?
Well, yeah. Yeah, it is.
You managing all right by yourself?
Well, I've had some help this week.
Oh? Some of the neighbors, huh?
No. I took on a hired hand to help out.
Well, you're lucky to find one. The boys can usually make more work in cattle this time of year.
Well, I offered shares on the crop. A woman can't run a place like this by herself.
No, man, I guess not. Yeah, a local man, is he? Somebody from town?
No. Just a stranger riding through.
That's kind of risky, isn't it? Taking on a stranger.
Well...
What's his name, Miss Rucker?
I reckon you already know, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am, I already know. And did he tell you that he's wanted in California, maybe other places, too?
No.
2 counts of assault, suspicion of murder. Your husband wasn't the first man he shot in the back.
What do you mean?
It is the same man, isn't it, Miss Rucker?
No.
When you said you'd never seen him before, you lied, didn't you? Didn't you, Miss Rucker?
Yes, I lied.
All right, now where is he?
He's out in the barn.
You stay here, and don't you try to warn him.
That you, Martha? I said, is it? Well, Marshal, you're a long ways from town.
You're under arrest for murder, Logan.
So she told you about me after all.
Not yet, but she will. I just got word back from California. Seems you're wanted out there.
Now, don't try it, Logan. You're not taking me now.
Is he dead, Marshal?
Yeah, he's dead.
I don't know why I said it wasn't him. I reckon I must have been crazy or something. Just seems such a shame, though.
A shame?
What was done was done. There wasn't nothing going to bring Hank back. I was left by myself. The bull here was big and strong. Seems such a waste. Him dead, too.
I see.
I got ground that needs plowing, Marshal. Seed to be planted. Life ain't easy for a woman alone.
I don't know, man. Seems pretty easy the way you go at it. You go on back to the house now. I'll take care of things here.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Trouble could start any time in Dodge, but usually it was at night that the men made their play along Front Street. And so ordinarily, I was up a good part of the night and did my sleeping in the morning. It was a rare thing for me to be out in the early day, and for some reason, it worried Chester.
I just don't understand why you couldn't sleep, Mr. Dillon. Unless you had the colic or something.
I feel fine, Chester. Just got a few things to take care of at the bank, that's all.
Yes, I know, but the bank's open all day.
You know what they always say, Chester. It's the early bird that catches the worm.
Yeah. My ma used to tell us that one about being healthy, wealthy, and wise. She used to root us out of bed every morning at daylight on account of it.
It's a good saying.
Yeah. I don't know whatever become of my brothers, but I'm sure not living in a very big house.
Well, maybe you ought to come in here more often.
I got no business with the bank, Mr. Dillon. Well, morning, Mr. Fogg.
Morning, Chester. Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Fogg. I'll be over there in a minute as soon as I straighten this stuff out.
Good morning, Marshal.
Good morning, Mr. Pap.
You taking money out, Marshal, or putting it in?
Neither, Mr. Pap. This is government business.
Oh, I see. Who are those men, Marshal?
What?
I say, who are those men?
I never saw him before.
That one in the middle holding the envelope, he seems pretty excited about something.
Certainly, sir. What can I do for you?
I want a loan of money immediately.
Well, we'll do what we can, sir. First of all, how much do you want?
$20,000.
Mr. Pap.
Yes?
Yeah, excuse me, Marshal.
Gentlemen, this is our president. You'll have to talk with him.
I heard you say $20,000, gentlemen. That's a lot of money. What do you have for collateral?
My collateral, sir, is right here in this envelope. You may look at it, but don't reveal it to these other gentlemen.
These are playing cards.
Don't name them.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, I've been in a poker game at the Texas Trail all night long. Right now, there's about $40,000 in that pot. There are some good hands out. I've put every cent I have into it already. Now, they've given me just 20 minutes to come up with more money.
Well, I certainly wish you luck, sir, but I never heard of
You've seen my hand in that envelope. You can lend me the money on that.
But surely, sir, you don't expect the bank to enter a gambling game.
Now, these gentlemen are also in the game. They came along to see that those cards aren't changed. The other men are watching the table at the Texas Trail. It's all fair and square, I assure you.
Well, gentlemen,
I'll gladly pay you 10% interest, sir.
You've only got 5 minutes left, Hook.
Come along, gentlemen. We'll step in the back office.
Well, now that's about the craziest thing I ever did here.
He must have a pretty good hand, Chester.
I know, sir, but you don't think Mr. Pap's going to let him have $20,000 on it?
It certainly looks that way. Yeah, there we are. I'll take care of this and we'll get out of here. This is government stuff, Fogg. You know what to do with it.
Certainly, Mr. Dillon. Now, let me see.
Marshal, I want you to come with me.
What?
These gentlemen, there's a poker game, and I've got the money here. I think you'd better come along just to be safe.
You mean you gave him his $20,000, Mr. Pratt?
Yes, of course. Now, come over here, Marshal, I'll tell you.
All right.
Marshal, that man Hook there has 4 aces and a 10 in his hand. It's a sure thing. Why, the bank stands to make $2,000 on this loan, and it won't take but a few minutes.
Well, you run the bank, Mr. Pratt, but are you sure you ought to take a gamble with other people's money this way?
I can't lose. There's not a chance in a million. But I want you to protect this money till I get it back here.
Well, all right. I'll see nobody takes it at the point of a gun if you think that'll help.
Good. Now, you come along, then. Hook's only got a few minutes to get back in the game.
All right, there's my money, Mr. Shaneways. I'm calling you, sir.
You must have a pretty good hand, Hook. All the trouble you've been to.
You will see it. What have you got?
5 little hearts, all blue.
I win, sir. 4 aces.
But look at my hearts. They read 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Straight flush. Your aces lose, Hook.
Aces. Aces, how could he have a straight flush?
Got it dealt right out of the deck, Hook. Right out of the deck. Ah, nice pot. Had enough?
But he won.
Mr. Pap, sir, I don't know what to say.
$20,000. Just like that, $20,000. It's not even my money.
Now, Mr. Pap, don't you worry, sir. I only borrowed that money. You'll have it back. You have my word as a Confederate gentleman on that.
Hook, please. Hook, I've got to have it back. It's not my money. I have to put it back in the bank. I'll be ruined if people find out
You
about
only
this.
loaned the money, sir. I lost it. Now, I'll send for it today, sir. I'll wire my agents. They'll have it on the next Santa Fe that leaves St. Louis.
No, Hook. No, I don't think that'll happen.
My word as a gentleman, sir. But you must be patient.
I shouldn't have done it. I had no right to do it.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Go tell Doc I want to see him.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
All right. Everybody. Now listen to me. All of you. Now, I don't want a word said about this to anyone. The bank's important to Dodge, and this could ruin it. Do you understand?
We have no reason to spread.
All right, then see to it. Or there'll be trouble for all of you.
Well, certainly, Mark.
Mr. Pap, Hold up a minute, will you? Mr. Pap?
Marshal, I should have listened to you. I'm ruined now.
Now, look, Mr. Pap. Maybe Hook's got money, I don't know, but if not, we'll figure something out. People will give you time.
No. No, they won't. As soon as they hear about this, there won't be any bank. They won't trust it anymore.
But they have to. It's the only bank there is.
What'll Joanne think? My kids. I can't face it, Marshal. I just can't face it.
Now, look, you just go back to the bank and tell the cashier to keep his mouth shut about this. You just got to give it time.
Sure, Marshal. I'll go. I'll go.
Oh, Marshal. Marshal, sir. I am sorry for that man, but he has no reason to worry. I'll send for the money at once.
Yeah, you do that, Mr. Hook. Send for the money. Gentlemen, what are your names?
My name's Shaneways, Marshal. Now, I'm sorry for that banker, but it's nothing to do with me. I won this money fair, and I'm keeping it.
Sure, Mr. Shaneways, of course you are. Who are you, mister?
Varden. And I agree with Shaneways. Gambling money's fair money.
Nobody's arguing that, Mr. Varden. But remember, gentlemen, what I said. Don't talk about this.
Oh, well, hey, Matt. Chester said you wanted me. What's happened? Didn't hear any shooting.
Everything's all right, Doc.
Oh, well, that's... Oh, you look familiar. Don't you?
I haven't had the pleasure, sir.
Oh, well, maybe not. No, I guess not. My mistake.
Never mind, Doc. Come on.
Yeah. Chester said he'd wait at the office, Matt.
Look, Doc, I want you to go over to the bank. Mr. Pap is pretty upset. See what you can do for him, huh? Give him a bromide or something.
Sure, Matt. What's wrong with him, anyway?
He just lost $20,000 in a poker game.
He lost 20...
And he wasn't playing. He lent the money on the strength of what looked like a good hand. That man Hook came into the bank for it with the other two.
Oh. He brought his cards along and raised the loan that way, huh?
What? How did you know?
Oh, I heard of it once, Matt. It was down in New Orleans. Oh, that was years ago.
Well, what happened?
Well, the same thing. Fella got the money and he lost it. That's all.
You mean it was fixed between him and the others?
Oh, sure, it was fixed all right.
Well, how did they find out?
Well, the fella that borrowed the money got drunk and he talked and they put him in jail, but the others got away clean.
Look, Doc, that gray-haired man you thought you recognized, his name's Hook. Are you sure you never saw him before?
Oh, a lot of people look familiar at first glance, man. You know how it is.
Look, in New Orleans, you didn't know the men who pulled the trick on the bank, did you?
Well, people said that they'd come down on the riverboat. I was doctor on the Tennessee Belle then, but I never met them, not to my knowledge anyway.
You recall hearing their names?
Well, that was a long time ago, Matt.
Look, Doc, those three back there may have just pulled the same thing now. Hook looked familiar to you. Maybe he remembers you, too.
Well, he just said he'd never met me,
Doc,
Matt.
he could be lying.
Oh, well, sure, but I can't place him. I probably never saw him before.
Well, go see what you can do for Pap. He's in pretty bad shape.
Well, sure, Matt.
Gamblers were always drifting in and out of Dodge. Some of them were crooked, and some, it had been said, were honest. Ordinarily, it didn't matter much one way or the other. Most men could take care of themselves. But now the bank was involved, and the citizens of Dodge had their faith in that bank, as well as their money. I gave it a lot of thought the next hour or so, and finally I had an idea that seemed like a start anyway. I explained it to Chester, and together we went back to the Texas Trail. Shaneways and Varden were idly cutting cards, and Hook was at the bar talking to Kitty.
Hello, Matt.
Kitty?
Chester?
Hi, Miss Kitty.
Do you know Mr. Hook? This is Marshal Dillon.
We met earlier, Kitty.
Why, yes, indeed.
This morning?
I must have smelled trouble, Kitty. I got up early.
You're always smelling trouble, Matt.
Yeah. Leave your beer, Hook, and come with me.
What for?
Just do it.
Whatever you say, Marshal. Miss Kitty, I'll be back.
Yeah, sure.
All right, Varden, Shaneways, get up and follow Chester.
What? Is this an arrest?
Now, what would I be arresting you for, Mr. Shaneways?
What? Nothing. You've no reason.
That's right. All right, come on, let's go.
Just follow her along, please.
What is the idea of bringing us in here, Marshal?
Good morning, gentlemen. What can I... Oh, hello, Marshal. Chester.
Hello, Lum.
Lum, these men want their pictures taken.
Oh, no, not me. I don't.
I've got plenty of pictures.
Can you do it right away, Lum?
No, certainly can, Marshal. And, gentlemen, you'll be the very first to stand before a new drop. The ancient temples of Greece. It'll lend you dignity and power.
What's the idea of this, Marshal?
Lum's just going to take your pictures, that's all. Oh, Lum, front and side views both, huh?
Oh, certainly, Marshal, certainly.
And then, gentlemen, if you leave Dodge, any of you, it'll make it a lot easier for the law to find you and bring you back. Wherever you go.
This is outrageous. I won't stand for it. Pardon, wait a minute. I agree the Marshal is being a little high-handed, but after all, he must protect himself in his job. But since we've done nothing wrong, we have nothing to fear.
Sure. Hook's right, Wolf Varden.
I'll go first. Are you ready, Lum?
No, right this way, sir.
Chester, you stay here and wait for the pictures. Bring them over when they're finished.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Well, I'm a pretty good photographer, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, these aren't bad. Lock them up in the safe, will you, Chester?
All right. You think this will keep them in Dodge, sir?
No, not if they really get scared.
They're guilty, all right, aren't they, Mr. Dillon?
And I can't prove a thing, Chester, one way or the other.
Matt. Oh, Matt. Bad news.
What, Doc?
Well, this is Pap. Sent for me a little while ago. I just come from there.
Oh?
Matt, he killed himself. Suicide.
Pap?
About an hour ago.
Why, that poor man.
How's Mrs. Pap taking it?
Not a tear so far, but I suppose she'll break down later. Neighbor woman's there with her.
Yeah. Does she know why he did it, Doc?
Well, it seems he told her all about it, and then he went out and he shot himself.
And there's no stopping it now. The story will be all over town in no time.
Well, what are you going to do now, Matt?
I don't know, Doc. I just don't know.
We will return with the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, today's opportunity knocks twice for qualified women. For the younger woman, the career of nursing offers opportunity unlimited. Ask how you can enroll as a student nurse at any hospital at the nurse's registry desk. And for the older woman, there are many thousands of openings in practical nursing. Graduate nurses or practical nurses will find expanding career opportunities for years to come. Act immediately. Serve humanity and provide for your own secure future. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
I'll buy you a drink, Kitty.
Gosh, I'd like it, Matt, but I just said I'd join Hook over at his table.
Well, I'd like to talk to him, too. I'll just sit with you for a few minutes.
That's fine with me. I don't know about him, though.
I don't think he'll object. I just have time for a smoke, Mr. Hook. I didn't think you'd mind.
Why, no, of course not. You're quite welcome, Marshal. May I buy you a drink?
No, thank you.
Marshal, I want you to know I sent for that money today, just as I promised.
Oh? You're a little late.
Late?
Mr. Papp shot himself.
You did?
You mean Mr. Papp, the banker?
Yeah.
But why, Matt? He would always seem so quiet like.
Maybe Mr. Hook will explain it, Kitty.
Well, now, Marshal, you can't hold me responsible in any way at all.
I didn't say I could, Hook. But you seem kind of nervous about it.
Why, naturally, I'm upset. After all, that man did me a great favor.
Yeah, sure. But I don't think the people in Dodge are going to like it much when they find out. Tell me something, Mr. Hook. When were you in New Orleans last?
New Orleans?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why do you ask that, Marshal?
Just curious.
Well, sir, I've never been in New Orleans. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's good enough. For now. Goodbye, Kitty. I'll drop by later.
Sure, Matt.
And, Mr. Hook, it still goes about not leaving town.
I like it here, Marshal.
Yeah. Yeah, you should. Maybe I should have arrested Hook and his friends without any evidence and just seized the $20,000 and put it back where it belonged. That might have saved people's faith in the bank, but I figured my job was to give them faith in the law, and I couldn't do it that way. I'd made it plain to Hook what I suspected, and I hoped it'd scare him into making a mistake. And it did. But I didn't learn about it until next morning when I was having breakfast at the Dodge House.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
I've been looking everywhere for you, at your room, Delmonico's, the Texas Trail, everywhere. This is the last place I hit.
Well, what is it, Chester?
Here, look at here, just you read that.
Marshal, we're taking Doc along. If you follow us, we'll kill him. Where'd you get this, Chester?
It was under the door when I opened up this morning. I ran up to Doc's right away, and sure enough, Mr. Dillon, he's gone.
Come on. Go check the depot and the stage line, Chester. I'll cover the livery stables.
All right, sir.
It'll take me longer, so you get our horses ready. I'll meet you at the office, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's the Marshal. You're out early today.
Not early enough, Andy.
Yeah? What can I do for you?
I want to know if you rented out any horses last night.
Well, sure, a few. Why?
Did you rent 4 to anybody, 4 in a bunch?
Why, yes, I sure did. Be back today, so they said.
Who said?
Well, strangers to me. Paid me in advance, though. The greenhorn.
What time was this, Andy?
Oh, it was late. Yeah, it was way after midnight it was. Something wrong?
Yeah. Tell me, Andy, what'd they look like?
Well, one was an old fellow, gray hair. Didn't give me his name, though. I don't think I got much of a look at the other one.
You have any idea which trail they took out of town?
I know I don't. One of them said something about St. Louis. But that's not much help, is it?
It might be. Oh, thanks, Andy.
Oh, one thing, Marshal.
Yeah.
If you're riding after them, those horses, they got are just crowbaits. I didn't figure they could handle anything better.
There was nothing to do but take a chance and ride east. Luck was with us, though, and within an hour we cut their trail. 4 horses leave a pretty fair track, and we followed it, riding hard. By dusk, we could tell by their sign that we'd nearly caught up with them. And soon after dark, we spotted their fire. These were gentlemen, maybe, but they were mighty poor hands on the prairie. We left our horses and went ahead on foot.
We gonna shoot it out with them, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, we can't chance it, Chester. They'd kill Doc. Now, hold up a minute. That's their horses just ahead.
They sure staked them a good piece from camp.
Yeah. Lie down, Chester.
What'll we do, Mr. Dillon?
We just wait. Those men are mighty green at this game. I think we can steal their horses without any trouble at all.
Just leave them afoot, huh?
Yeah. Now, look, Chester, when we get those horses, I want you to pick up ours and take the whole bunch out of sight. I'm going to crawl into that tall grass just to the left of the fire there and hide until morning.
Mr. Dillon, why can't I go with you? Every time we get in trouble, you always send me off alone somewheres. You always do everything alone.
Do as I tell you, Chester.
Yes, sir.
You just wait till you hear gunfire. And then ride in fast and bring all the horses.
All right. Good luck.
By dawn next morning, I was half burrowed into the ground and covered by blue-stem grass, not more than 30 feet from their camp. I could hear their talk all right, but I couldn't see them unless they were on their feet. Shaneways had already gone out after the horses. Pretty soon he was back.
With their ropes, that's what every last one of them. What'll we do now?
You and Shaneways go after them. I'll stay here and guard Doc. Now, hurry up. We've got to get moving.
Come on, Wagner. We'll never find them.
I'm coming. I don't know why you can have this country, Doc. I don't know why you ever left that soft berth you had on the Tennessee Belle.
Well, I didn't have to leave it. That's more than you can say about New Orleans.
More talk like that, you'll get your throat slashed like a fat shoat, Doc.
Oh, spoken like a true gentleman, Hook. Or whatever your name is.
Now, if you hadn't talked so much in the first place, you wouldn't be where you are now.
Oh, you're a fool, Hook. I might have seen you somewhere, but I sure couldn't connect you with that New Orleans business. Anyway, you're giving yourself away now.
Just how?
Don't you know there wasn't a thing the law could do until you ran? Oh, you'll be caught now for sure, yeah.
Oh, I doubt it.
Why don't you untie my hands? I can't eat this way.
You'll manage.
I let Hook and Doc wrangle on till I figured the other two men had walked about a half a mile from camp. Then I waited till Hook had his back to me, and I stood up slowly and moved quietly forward. Doc saw me and almost spoiled the game, but he caught himself in time and then started another argument with Hook. I was about 15 feet away when Doc suddenly kicked the coffee pot off the fire and all over Hook's legs. And then I moved.
Oh! Hit him again, Matt. He can stand it.
No, that's enough.
All right, get up, Hook.
Oh, Marshal, easy now. Don't shoot.
Get Doc untied and be quick about it.
Yes, get me untied. Think about it there. Yes. Oh, that feels better. Oh, Hook, if I weren't a professional man, I'd punch you right in the eye.
Never mind, Doc. Here, put his gun in your belt.
All right, I'm just mad enough. I'd like to have an excuse to use this. Matt, what are you doing?
You'll see.
Matt! Why, you'll have them back here in no time.
I got a surprise for Hook, but he's not going to like it much.
Huh? Oh,
Where they got the money, Doc?
He in that saddlebag, right over there. The yellow.
All right, get it, will you, quick?
Hurry up. Them two didn't get very far away.
All right, Doc, if you got the money, get up on the horse. You too, Hook. Come on, quick now. Come on.
Yonder they come. You see him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I see him.
They're shooting at us. Well, I'll fix that.
All right, hold it, Chester. They can't hit us from there. Come on, let's ride.
You just gonna ride off and leave them, Matt?
Oh, we got you, Doc, and we got Hook, and we got the money.
Oh, but they'll die out here, Marshal. There's none of us know how to live out in this prairie.
Well, maybe they'll learn. It's a good way.
You're murdering those men.
Oh, they'll be all right for a few days, Hook. You'll all meet in prison. All right, ease up.
Oh,
We've left.
what do you plan to do about this?
They're full of fight right now, that's all. I don't want to have to kill them to take them. But in a few days, they'll be so hungry and scared we can walk right up to them. Nobody will get hurt that way, neither them or us.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, later, in a couple of days, let me come back and bring them in.
What?
Just me this time, alone.
Well, now, Chester,
Please, Mr. Dillon.
Okay, Chester. You can do it. Alone.
Thank you, sir. All right, Hook. Ride a little faster there. We ain't got all day.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Ralph Moody, James Nusser, Joe Cranston, Paul Dubov, and Peter Leeds. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. This Monday night on the Lux Radio Theater, June Allison recreates her original screen role and appears as the Girl in White. Don't miss the Lux Radio Theater this Monday night on most of these same CBS radio stations. George Walsh speaking. America now wakes up to 3 million clock radios and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Oh, Matt. Oh, Matt. Anybody here this morning?
I'll be right in, Doc.
All right, man. As the girls grow tall in Kansas. Let's see. Poor man is so busy. The girls grow tall in Kansas.
That's a poor way to start the day, Doc.
And what's a poor way to start the day, man?
Getting up in the morning.
Well, I'm not going to talk to you. Where's Chester? I'd rather talk to him.
No, he's due back any time now.
He's due back?
Well, he took a prisoner over to Wichita a couple of days ago.
Oh, doggone it. If I'd have known that, I'd have gone with him.
No, what for?
Oh, just to get out of Dodge for a while.
Well, you've been out of Dodge for the last 2 days.
Oh, yes. Delivering a baby in a mud dugout isn't exactly what I was thinking about, man.
I know what you were thinking about.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
You're back, Chester.
Well, how was Wichita, Chester?
A big town, Doc. Real big. But I wasn't there long.
Oh.
The Santa Fe going east got there at noon, and the next one coming back here left at 2 o'clock.
Well, you could have stayed another day, you know.
Heavens, yes. Why didn't you? Oh, how often does a man get a chance to have a little fun?
Well, I would have, but the sheriff there had some news he wanted me to tell to Mr. Dillon.
Oh, some news?
Yeah, it's about the Carp brothers. And the sheriff said he heard they was headed this way.
I didn't even know the Carp brothers were in Kansas. I thought they worked the Dakota territory.
bank robbers, aren't they, Matt?
So I've heard, Doc, but nobody's caught 'em at it yet.
Well, we'll catch 'em if they come to Dodge.
Maybe. They could be here right now. How come the sheriff didn't send me a telegram, Chester? It'd been a little faster.
Well, I don't know. Well, by jing, I didn't think to ask him.
I'm going to go down to the bank. I'll be back directly. Good morning, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Matt.
You're up early this morning.
Well, I went to bed early last night.
Oh, where you headed?
Delmonico's. I heard they got some fresh eggs in.
You're spoiled. But I'll go with you if you like.
As I could find, Matt.
Well, I got to see Mr. Bodkin at the bank here first. Why don't you go on ahead and I'll join you, huh?
Well, how long will you be?
Oh, just a couple of minutes.
Oh, well, then I'll wait in the bank for you.
Okay.
But if you're longer than a couple of minutes, you can find me at the restaurant. I'm feeling pretty healthy this morning.
You ought to go to bed early every night.
If I did, I couldn't afford breakfast. The place is deserted. You must be the only people up in Dodge, except for the cashier. Maybe you ought to wait till after breakfast, Matt.
No, Kitty, I'm afraid this business has waited too long as it is.
Come in. Well, Marshal Dillon, come in.
Morning, Mr. Bodkin.
You come to deposit money, Marshal, or to borrow some?
Neither. I came to protect it.
What?
Mr. Bodkin, did you ever hear of the Karp brothers?
Oh, no, Marshal, I don't believe I have.
Well, they've never been around Dodge. All I know is that they're brothers, and the older one's name is Joe.
So why are you telling me this, Marshal?
Well, I've heard they're headed for Dodge, and I've also heard that they're bank robbers.
Bank robbers?
Yeah.
Well, what do you plan to do?
Well, I can't hire deputies until after a crime's been committed, Mr. Bodkin, but if you'd like to, it might be a good idea to let a half a dozen of them loaf around here for a while.
Certainly, Marshal. I don't mind a little expense. What's that? That's them now. Where's my gun?
Don't shoot or we kill the woman.
We're not shooting.
It killed the cashier.
Hank, get around there and start filling that sack. Okay. All right, lady. You walk in front. Either one of you tries something, she dies.
He's coming this way, Marshal. Shoot him.
Don't be a fool. Kitty's in the way, and besides, he's got a gun in her back.
They're robbing my bank.
Will you shut up?
Yeah. Well, I'll be. I caught the marshal himself, or I will have as soon as I get his gun. I don't move, no.
I'm not moving.
It's the first time I ever disarmed a lawman. Feels good.
Joe Karp?
How'd you know my name?
Well, I heard you were headed this way, Karp, but I didn't hear it in time.
You sure didn't, Marshal.
That's your brother you came in with?
What difference does it make?
Look, take your money, Karp. Take it, and I'll ride out with you. Nobody will bother you.
No, Matt.
Shut up, Kitty.
Oh, I see.
Nobody will shoot at you if I'm along.
Not while we're in Dodge, maybe, but we'd be followed.
All right, then take me with you as far as you like.
No, Marshal. We'd be followed anyway. I got a better idea. We're taking her. Kitty.
Don't do it, Karp.
Of course I'll do it. The first sign I see we're being chased, whoever it is going to find Kitty laying right in the trail, fresh killed. And if you don't think I'll do it, I'll tell you something. First person I ever killed was a woman. So don't let nobody follow us.
Nobody else will follow you, I promise you that.
I hate to lose such a pretty girl.
Matt, it's all right.
Sure, Kitty.
Come on, Joe, let's get.
You go in that office and sit down, Marshal. Hank's got the money ready and we're leaving.
So long, Kitty.
So long.
Hey, Marshal, if I do shoot Kitty, I promise you one thing.
What?
I'll do it with your gun.
Mr. Dillon,
Yeah, what, Chester?
you reckon they'll give her any breakfast?
I don't know, Chester.
Oh, dear.
People don't need much food, Chester. They can go for days without any at all.
I know that, Doc, but, well, Miss Kitty just ain't used to it.
It's water people need. And they'll have water.
They will if they took any with them. It's mighty dry out on the prairie this time of year.
Oh, it's not that dry. Any fool can find water sooner or later.
Sure he can if he followed a buffalo herd long enough. A week, maybe.
There's other ways, Chester.
Like what?
Did you ever hear of a divining rod?
Oh, what's outlaws doing with divining
I wasn't
rods?
talking about outlaws,
Well,
Chester.
what was
I
you
was just
talking
talking
about?
kind of man talking.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
I guess we've waited long enough. They must have covered 3 or 4 miles by now, huh?
Yes, sir.
Everything ready?
Everything I could think of, Mr. Dillon.
Let's get going, then.
Good luck, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Keep an eye on things, huh? Maybe a long time before we get back. From the bank window, I'd watched the Carp brothers ride north out of Dodge. So Chester and I started in the same direction. And on the other side of the Arkansas, we picked up their trail and followed it easily all morning. But we were careful to stay far behind them and out of sight, although we probably could have run them down in a few hours. That was the hardest part of it, forcing ourselves to hold back and go slow.
Mr. Dillon, you think Carp would really do it?
Do what, Chester?
You know. Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Chester?
Yeah?
Look up ahead there, on the ground.
Mr. Dillon.
Let's go see who it is.
It's a man, Mr. Dillon. Must be some cowboy.
Yeah, he's been shot. Bring your water bag.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's still breathing.
Yeah.
Here, let me have that. You want a drink? You thirsty?
Drink some water.
Here.
Who are you?
I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge. Tell me what happened.
Marshal. And I was right.
Right?
Them 2 men and that girl. Hold my head up, Marshal.
Yeah. There you are. Is that better?
I'm full of blood, Marshal. They hurt me bad.
Yeah.
My name's Blaine.
Well, what happened?
Them 2 men, Marshal. You're after them, ain't you?
I'm after him.
I seen them, and I rode up, and then I asked them who they was. And they didn't like that.
No.
I knew something was wrong. That girl and all, but I ain't no gunman. They shot me right out of my saddle, both of them at once.
We'll get him, Blaine. If that's any help to you.
It don't matter now, but that girl shouldn't be with him.
Could you hear him? Did they say anything?
Something about a cabin.
A cabin? Look, Blaine, my partner here, Chester, he'll stay with you.
Sure, I will. I'll take care of you, Blaine.
Thanks. Won't do no good. You better go help catch him, fellas.
I'll handle him. Take whatever you want off my saddle, Chester, and get a fire going here, huh?
Yes, sir.
You're gonna be fine, Blaine. So long. I rode ahead, tracking slowly for a couple of hours, and then Chester caught up with me. He looked at me for a moment, and then without saying a word, we continued on the trail across the prairie. We traveled in silence until dark, and then we saw a cabin. I couldn't chance going up to it, so we unsaddled and turned our horses loose and crept into a little draw about 100 yards away and got down and waited. And we waited all night. Dawn came, and then the sun, hot as ever.
Ain't they never coming out of that cabin, Mr. Dillon?
Sooner or later, Chester.
Look, they got a fire going now. Smoke coming out of the chimney. Breakfast, I am so hungry.
Well, the Mac could get along without food, Chester, like Doc said.
Well, at least Miss Kitty's going to get something to eat.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, what in the world are we going to do?
Right now, there's nothing we can do but sit here and wait and keep quiet. You know what'll happen if they find out we're out here.
I know. But I ain't thinking about it.
Hey, you better get back down now. I'll stay up here where I can watch.
Yeah, but they can see you, Mr. Dillon.
No, I got a little bunch of buffalo grass in front of me. It's enough.
Yes, it sure is getting hot.
Just be sure and keep your voice low.
I will. You know, if it wasn't for them in the cabin, it'd be awful peaceful out here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
Rattlesnake. She's behind you on top of the hole, about 5 foot back your head.
Chester.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't move.
She's a pretty big one. Maybe 3.5, 4 foot.
Now look, how far are you from him?
Far enough. Unless he uncoils and moves up.
All right, just keep very still. He may go away.
He ain't about to go away.
Did you just move?
My hand, just a little.
Well, don't do it again.
Mr. Dillon, he's stretching out. He's moving.
What? Which way?
Toward you.
Steady now.
He stopped. He's coiling again.
Chester?
Yeah?
If that snake strikes at me, don't yell. They'll hear you at the cabin. Just start thinking about it now. If he strikes, you close your eyes and stop breathing. Do you hear me?
Well, I'll try, Mr. Dillon.
Well, you do it, you understand?
Yes, sir. He's looking at me again.
You moved, Chester. You must have.
I got my rifle aimed at him.
Will you stop it? Will you get your finger off that trigger right now?
Well, I can't sit here and just watch that rattler
If you
strike.
shoot Kitty, you'll die. Don't you know that?
I didn't move, Mr. Dillon. Honest, I didn't.
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
What?
Chester, you chewing?
What?
Chewing.
Chewing? Oh, tobacco?
Yeah.
No, sir, but I got a fairly fresh quid in my shirt pocket.
Okay, we'll chance it. Get that quid into your mouth, but do it slow and as steady as you can manage it. Once you start moving your hand, don't stop. You understand? All right, go ahead.
Okay. I already got my fingers in my pocket. There it is.
Slow and steady now.
I'm trying. Here. It's in my mouth now.
All right. Now, juice it up, huh? Get a big mouthful.
I am.
All right, Chester, I've heard you brag about how good you can spit. Can you hit that rattler from there?
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Okay, do it.
But I only got one shot. I can't make it. I just can't do
Wait a minute, Chester. You got a mouthful?
Yes, sir.
All right. Take your time now. Move and make him look at you, and then you sputter him right in the eyes. Okay. Go ahead.
Snake? Hey, Snake. Look. I got him, Mr. Dillon. I got him. He's leaving. There he goes. He's gone. It worked. Well, they can't stay in that cabin forever, Mr. Dillon. They'll die of the heat cooped up in there.
It's only about 10 o'clock, Chester.
Oh, my. I hope they gave Miss Kitty some breakfast.
Chester?
Mm-hmm.
Look, the door's open.
Are they coming out?
Get your rifle. Take it easy now.
It's Miss Kitty.
Yeah. Joe Carp's behind her, and there's his brother.
They're all outside now. What are we going to do?
You're going to have to kill him, Chester.
You mean just shoot them down from here, cold-blooded?
Well, how would you want to do it?
I'm ready, Mr. Dillon.
All right, then take the one on your side. I'll take Joe.
Miss Kitty's standing awful close to him.
Yeah, I know she is. When I say hold your breath, you do it. Then you count to yourself 1, 2, 3, and then fire.
I'm set.
All right. Hold your breath. All right, come on, let's go, Chester.
Kitty! Get back inside! Joe Carp's still alive. Mr. Dillon, he's reaching for his gun.
Come on.
They're dead. They're both dead now.
Okay, Kitty. Are you all right, Kitty?
Good to see you, Matt. You too, Chester.
I said, are you all right?
Shot them down like dogs, didn't you?
Yeah, you bet we did.
Thank you, Matt. Matt.
Here.
She fainted, Mr. Dillon. It's a good thing you caught her.
Yeah. I'll carry her inside, Chester. Come on, we'll get some breakfast going. They probably didn't feed her after all.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, and Harry Bartell. Parley Baird is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Morning, Doc. Chester.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, we've been waiting for you, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, is there something wrong?
Yes, sir, it's Mr. Doby. He's at the desk in the hotel there. He's real upset about something. He wants to see you.
All right. You both wait here for me, huh? I'll be right out.
Yes, sir.
All right. Marshal Dillon, I've sure been wanting to see you.
Oh, what's the trouble, Mr. Doby? You got a riot in here or something?
There'll be a riot if you don't get them people out of here, Marshal.
What people?
The Daggetts, that's who.
Well, who are the Daggetts?
Big Dan Daggett, he calls himself. And he is big, too, Marshal.
I never heard of him.
He's only been in Dodge since yesterday. He's one of them mountain men from on west. He's a hunter or something, one of them real hairy fellas. Shouldn't be allowed around other white men.
Oh, why not? What's he doing?
He's setting in my hotel. I let him in before he told me.
Before he told you what?
It's better you see for yourself, Marshal. Room's right at the top of the stairs there.
Well, okay, Dobie, let's go.
It's true, ain't it, Marshal, that I don't have to let nobody stay in my hotel I don't want.
I guess so, if you got a good reason.
I got plenty of reason. 3 men have moved out already.
And it sounds to me like he must have a box of rattlesnakes with him or something.
Worse than that. This is room here.
This is a double room, isn't it?
He needs it. He needs the whole doggone prairie. And that's where he's going. Now, you tell him, Marshal.
Hello?
I got the U.S. Marshal with me this time, Daggett.
Oh? I'm Marshal Dillon, Daggett. Dobie wanted me to come over here and meet you. Come on in. Well, you were right about his being big, Dobie. Man can't help being big. It's no offense. It's all right. There have been times I wished I was smaller. Not that I can't move as fast as any man. I'm easier to see is the only bad part. Tell me, Daggett, what's the trouble between you and Dobie here? It ain't my trouble, Marshal. All right, Dobie, I guess you better explain. There's nothing wrong here that I can see.
It ain't him. It's his wife.
What? You don't like my wife 'cause she's an Indian, Marshal.
That's a lie. What I care if she's an Indian.
I don't understand.
Where is she, Daggett?
In the other room?
We'll bring her in here.
Dobie, you know what I could do to you with the fingers of this one hand? Just the fingers?
Don't forget I got the Marshal with me.
I use the other hand on him. He starts ordering me around, too. Now, wait a minute. This kind of talk isn't doing any good. You're probably pretty good with that gun, Marshal. But I've killed mountain lion with this knife. I ain't afraid of anything alive and not many ghosts.
Ghosts? You even talk like a savage.
All right, that's enough, Dobie. Daggett, I didn't come here for a fight. I came to see what all the trouble's about. Now, if it's something that has to do with your wife, tell me. It has to do with Dobie, not with my wife.
That's a lie.
Dan?
There she is. Look, Marshal.
If it is me they are talking about, Dan, why didn't you call me?
It's nothing to do with you. He was trying to order me around. At least he was, Dobie there.
I only told you to get her in here so the Marshal could see her.
Well, now he's seen her. Now, what's all the fuss about?
You're playing dumb, ain't you, Daggett?
Wait a minute. I don't think he is. Tell me something. Where did you and Miss Daggett meet? Near Denver? Near Denver? I'm a mountain man, Marshal. Never been on the prairie before. But what were you doing near Denver, Miss Daggett?
I was sent there 4 years ago to complete my education. My father was a chief, Marshal.
A chief? What chief?
His name was Yellow Horse.
Yellow Horse?
That's worse. That's the worst yet.
I don't understand either of you men. What are you talking about? Well, Dobie could tell that your wife was a Kiowa by the way she dressed. Well, she got to come from some tribe, don't she? Yeah, but being the daughter of Yellow Horse makes it even worse. Why? 2 years ago, the Kiowas killed some 18 settlers on raids through the country near here. Yellow Horse led them until he was killed. You never told me that. Is that true?
I only heard my father was dead. They told me nothing else.
Well, what difference does it make anyway? You wasn't on them raids. The feeling's still high against Kiowas around here, Daggett, but you're right. She had nothing to do with them.
A Kiowa's a Kiowa, and we won't stand for him in Dodge.
Oh, don't be a fool, Dobie. How can you blame her for what somebody else did?
I blame that whole tribe, and especially her father. And I won't stand for her being here. She's probably as murdering as he was.
Dobie. All right, hold it, Daggett. I'd like to apologize to Miss Daggett for bothering her.
Apologize?
Let's get out of here, Dobie. Now.
No. You come here to throw him out, and you're going to do it.
Dobie, I guess I'm a little like Dan Daggett here. I don't like taking orders very well either.
All right, Marshal. If the law won't help me...
The law won't help you. And don't you try anything else. Now, come on, we're getting out of here.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip.
L&M's got everything.
It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Well, would you mind stopping in Mr. Jones's store here? It won't take but a minute or two.
Oh? You're going to spend your betting money on clothes again?
Oh, no, sir. I mean, well, you see, Mr. Dillon, I need a little string tie. For Sundays, kind of.
Oh.
They don't cost more than a quarter.
All right, in that case, I'll go with you.
There's Miss Kitty. Hi, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
The ties is hanging back over there, Mr. Dillon. I won't be long.
All right, Chuck. Well, you're as bad as Chester, Kitty. Always buying clothes.
As Chester? Matt, if Chester's always buying clothes, how come ever since I've known him he's worn that same pair of striped pants?
Well, he's careful with them, I guess. He never gets them torn.
You'd have to go to bed if he ever did.
Where's Mr. Jonas?
Out back. He's showing Dan Daggett and his wife something.
Oh, are they here?
Sure. He introduced me to him. Big Dan Daggett. Like you said last night, Matt, he earned the name. He's a buffalo, that man.
Yeah, he sure is.
His wife's name's Rose. Said you couldn't pronounce it in Indian, so he made it English. She's a beautiful little thing.
Ah, she's prettier than most women around here.
Thanks.
Oh, no, Kitty.
No, you're right. She really is. I guess Dan Daggett can't be all brute, or a girl like that would never have married him.
Yeah, it's too bad Dobie over at the Dodge House can't see it your way, Kitty.
No, Dopey's just not thinking very straight.
Where's Jonas?
Oh, he's out back, Roden.
Oh, hello, Marshal. I didn't recognize you. Oh, here he comes.
How you like it, Rose?
Who's that, Matt?
His name's Roden. He works over at one of the stables.
Oh, that explains why he's too poor ever to come into the Long Branch.
Jonas! Hey, Jonas!
I'll be right with you, Rodden.
Well, I'm in a hurry.
Won't be but a minute.
Well, I ain't waiting while you sell beads to her. Hey, wait a minute. What's she doing in here anyway?
You stay here, Kitty.
Yeah.
She's got as much right to be here as you have, Roden.
A Kiowa woman? You gone crazy?
Well, no.
Then throw her out of here, or I will.
The woman is my wife, mister.
Your wife? Your wife?
You'll have to throw me out, too.
What? Now, look here. I didn't mean nothing.
If you don't mean nothing, then don't talk.
Sure. What do I care? It's your business. I don't care.
And even if you do care, you shouldn't say nothing about it out loud.
Well, I ain't saying nothing. I gotta go now. I gotta go.
Well, it looks like you handled that pretty well, Daggett. Can't fight every man in the world. No, I guess you can't. And I don't aim to. Long as they don't push me too far. Is Dobie leaving you alone? Oh, he's doing a lot of talking around. He's trying to stir up trouble. But before it comes, we'll probably be gone. Back to Colorado in the mountains. Oh? But Marshal, you come and see us sometime the next day or so. Rose would kind of like that. Well, thank you, Daggett. It'd be a pleasure.
Where's Doc at this morning, Mr. Dillon? I've been up to his office twice, and he ain't there.
Well, he was called out to the Duke place last night, Chester.
Oh, somebody sick?
Well, Doc doesn't get many social calls, you know.
I was calling on him social.
Huh? Oh, well, he'll appreciate that, I'm sure. Well, I think I'll go up to the Dodge House and make a call on Jim Dobie.
More trouble, Mr. Dillon?
Well, there will be if somebody doesn't stop him. He's been talking to everybody who'll listen about Rose Daggett being Yellow Horse's daughter. How they ought to run her out of town.
It's like he's looking for help, ain't it?
Yeah.
He ought to know better than that, a man like Dobie.
Well, that's what I'm going to try to explain to him, Chester.
Marshal?
Hello, Daggett.
Marshal.
I'm kind of worried. Why, what's the matter?
It's Rose. I can't find her nowhere.
You can't find her?
No. Well, maybe you and Chester will help look for her. I've been everywhere.
Of course we'll help you. Now, where did you see her last?
Right in our room. Let me tell you, I woke up real early. Couldn't get back to sleep. I didn't want to bother Rose, so I got dressed. I went out in the street and I walked around. I wasn't gone more than 1 hour, Marshal. Shouldn't never have left her.
Well, did you ask him at the hotel? Did anybody see her leave?
There wasn't nobody at the hotel. Not when I went out, not when I come back. Nobody could have seen her.
Well, where could she have gone to that hour in the morning?
She wouldn't have gone nowheres, Chester, not Rose. What I can't understand.
Well, all right, let's start looking for her.
Oh,
come on. I guess we'll start with the hotel.
Sure do want to thank you for this, Marshal. You too, Chester.
We'll find her, don't you worry. Hey, there.
Yeah, it sure is.
Look, he's got somebody with him.
That's Rose. That's Rose in that buggy. Rose? Rose, what are you doing there?
Hello, Dan.
Well, get down. Here, I'll take you.
You will have to carry me, Dan.
Where you been? What happened to your feet?
Chester.
What, Doc?
Do me a favor. Take this buggy, will you?
Sure will.
Let me get down here. And you. You must be Daggett.
Yeah.
Take Rose into the marshal's office. She shouldn't be on the street out here.
We'll go.
She told me about her husband, Matt, but she didn't tell me that he was that big. Come on, let's follow him.
Yeah. Tell me, Doc, what was Rose doing with you?
I found her out in the prairie, about 10 miles east of here.
Well, what was she doing out there?
I'll let her tell you that.
Just you stay and sit right there, Rose.
I'm all right there. Oh, Doctor, this is my husband, Dan.
Well, I kind of gathered that, Rose. Glad to know you, Dan.
Yeah. Good thing you come along, Doc.
You feel up to telling the whole story, Rose?
Mm-hmm.
I expect the marshal here will be interested, too.
Yes, all right.
Good. And then I want you to come up to my office with me.
Yes, Doctor.
Has she been hurt, Doc?
Go ahead, Rose. Tell me.
Well, early this morning, I woke up when somebody tied a bandana over my face.
Never should have left you alone.
Oh, that is foolish talk, Dan. It was not your fault.
Go on, Rose.
Well, it was two men. They never said a word the whole time. They never talked once. But they carried me out the back way. And then they tied me onto a horse and led it way out into the prairie. They finally stopped and took me off and untied me. And then they took my shoes away. And they rode off. Finally got the blindfold off, and I walked and walked till I saw the doctor's buggy coming. I could not have walked much farther.
Rose. Rose? Now, wait a minute, Dan. Rose, you never saw these men.
No.
And you never heard their voices.
No, but I heard them walk. Everybody has a different walk.
Well, did you recognize either of them from hearing them walk?
No. It was not Dobie or that man in the store.
We'll find them, Rose. We'll sit on the street. We'll listen until we find them. When we do, I'll cut them. I'll cut them awful before I kill them. No, Daggett. You let Rose find them if she can, and then I'll take them. They're mine, Marshal. They're just as much mine as Rose is mine. I wouldn't let nobody else in the world touch them but me. That'd be murder. Is that what you call it? Rose, Doc wants you in his office. You go along now. And then we'll start listening. It's as good a way to hunt as any.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
They've got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
For the next few days, the Daggetts took up their post on the boardwalk halfway down Front Street. Rose would sit there for hours, her head down, her eyes half closed, listening to the footsteps of hundreds of men as they passed. And Daggett would stand at her side, his bowie knife in his belt, waiting with animal patience for a sign from his wife. But it didn't come. And I began to hope that for his sake the kidnappers had left the country and nothing had happened. And then the morning of the third day, Chester and I were loafing around on the porch of the general store.
Oh. Where's the Daggetts this morning, Mr. Dillon? They ain't over there where they usually are.
Well, I guess they haven't started yet, Chester.
I swear every man in Dodge must have walked past there by now.
All but two, maybe.
Morning, Marshal. Chester.
Hello, Mr. Dobie.
Dobie?
I'm looking for the Daggetts, Marshal. You seen them?
No, I haven't, Dobie. But Dan Daggett isn't taking things as easy as he was. If I were you, I'd stop looking right now.
Doc told me what happened, Marshal.
Doc did, huh?
Well, he knew nobody else would, so he took it on himself.
What for?
For my own good, the way he put it.
Well, did it do you any good?
Made me mad. Mad at myself, mostly. Marshal, I've been a fool.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, there's Rose now.
What?
In the street there. She's got a shotgun. Hey, what's she doing?
Looks like she's following those two men.
Well, she sure is.
Come on.
She stopped them. She's got them turned around. See, she's going to shoot them. Oh, they ain't making any move.
How do you know it was us? What if it was? I guess you ain't learned nothing. Maybe we'll have to do it again.
Don't shoot, Rose. I'll take him. All right. Give me the shotgun, Rose.
It is empty, Marshal.
Why did you do it? I'd have arrested him.
Dan would have found a way to kill them, even if you had.
They're dead, Mr. Dillon. Both of them.
Who are they, Chester?
I never saw them before in my life. A couple of strangers, I guess.
Rose!
I'll go get somebody to give me a hand.
Rose! Was that them? Why didn't you tell me? What'd you run away for? Why'd you kill them?
They are the ones, Dan.
How'd you know? Where did you spot them?
They walked past our table while we were eating breakfast.
And you said you was going up to our room.
I did go. Long enough to get the shotgun.
Why didn't you tell me? Why'd you have to kill them?
I could not see you hang for what happened to me, Dan.
I'd have gladly hung for it. Anything's better than your going to jail.
I will not mind, Dan.
It'll kill you. I won't let it happen. It ain't right. Don't try to take her, Marshal. Don't you try.
I know how you feel, Daggett. But I've got to arrest her. Rose has got to stand trial.
What'll they do to her?
Well, I don't think there's a judge in Kansas who'd convict Rose for what she did under the circumstances.
Marshal Dillon.
Yes, what, Dobie?
I got to say something, Marshal.
All right, say it.
Them two men she killed. I just looked at them, and I don't know who they are. But I've seen them.
So?
I seen them the other day when I was talking the way I was. They heard me. They was listening.
Go ahead.
Well, I just had to tell you that. I don't feel very proud.
You're the one that ought to go to jail, Dobie.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Marshal. It's mostly my fault. What happened to her and this killing and all.
Well, you've learned something now, anyway.
Only there's nothing I can do about it. It's too late. I feel like hiding.
Mr. Dobie.
Yes, ma'am?
Would you walk back to the hotel with me and my husband?
Thank you. I'd be proud to.
Now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Today, there's one filter cigarette that stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor, for effective filtration, for highest quality tobacco. L&M's got everything. That's what makes it America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M's king size or regular. I know you'll go for 'em.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Lillian Bayef, Clayton Post, and Joe Duval. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty.
smoking with a smile with Chesterfield, smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember this. In the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like Chesterfield. Listen to Chesterfield's two great radio shows every week. The Perry Como Show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and Dragnet Tuesday nights on another network. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. It was a long ride from Dodge up to Ponca Creek in the Dakota Territory, and I killed a good horse getting there. But I caught Lee Trumbull. He was asleep in a clump of willow, and I took him without a fight. We rode his horse double into Sioux Falls, but we came the rest of the way back to Dodge in style, by stagecoach. At least I thought we were traveling in style. Lee didn't seem to care much for it. In fact, he wouldn't even talk until the stage pulled into Dodge and drove up Front Street toward the plaza.
You're making a bad mistake, Marshal.
Is that so?
I didn't kill anybody.
There are two witnesses say you did, Lee.
They're lying.
Then why did you run?
My brother Dolph, he said you was after me. That's why I run.
You'll get a trial. You can talk about it then.
I ain't gonna stand trial, Marshal. Dolph will get me out of jail before that.
Is that so? I never figured Dolph is a man to do much of anything.
You've been against us Trumbos ever since we come to Dodge, ain't you, Marshal?
Yeah, I have. Neither one of you is any good.
See what I mean?
There's your brother Dolph now, waiting to welcome you back.
Well, how'd he know I was coming?
I wired Chester from Sioux Falls a week ago.
That bandy-legged deputy of yours? Here's the mail.
Chester's not my deputy.
Well, he sure acts like it.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? No. Here we are.
You got my brother in there, Marshal?
Come on out, Lee.
You're going to be sorry for this.
Yeah, that's what Lee's been telling me. Come on, Lee, get on out of there.
I'm coming, Marshal, I'm coming. Shoot him, Dolph. What? Look out. Look out, there's that.
Don't look at me, Marshal. I didn't even draw.
No. No, you didn't, did you, Dolph?
You didn't have to kick him like that. You hurt him.
He'll get his wind back.
I got him covered, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester.
Don't you try nothing like that again, Lee.
It's all right, Chester. The fight's out of him.
You want me to take Dolph's gun?
Now, that's funny. I keep forgetting. You do wear a gun, don't you, Dolph?
There's nothing wrong with wearing a gun, Marshal.
There is the way you wear one.
What do you mean?
Well, you might run into somebody who doesn't know you're afraid to use it, and he might shoot you before he found that out.
You calling me a coward, Marshal?
Now, Chester.
Yes, sir?
I'm going over to the office. When Lee here stops groaning, herd him over and lock him up, will you?
Okay, sir.
And if Dolph gives you any trouble, shoot him.
Now, Marshal.
Get going, Dolph. Go on, move.
You'll be sorry for this. I'll make you sorry for it.
Oh, say, there's a fellow waiting for you over at the office, Mr. Dillon. He's a stranger to me, but he wanted to see you.
All right, Chester.
Oh, by the way, welcome back.
Thanks.
It's been most a month you've been gone. We sure did miss you here.
There were times when I missed being here, Chester. Don't let Lee get away from you now, huh? I'd hate to make that ride all over again.
No, sir, I won't. Oh, I sure won't. Oh, stop breathing like that, Lee, and get on your feet. You ain't hurt. Come on. Get up here.
Let me alone.
Well.
Hello, Matt.
Hack Brine, how are you?
Good to see you, Matt. You're surprised to see me alive, huh, Matt?
Why, Hack, it's been at least 10 years, hasn't it?
Man ain't born that could kill me. Leastways, I ain't run into him yet.
Well, maybe you're just lucky.
Luckier than you, anyways. A lot luckier sometimes, the way I recall it.
Now, you're thinking about Santa Fe. Huh?
Yeah. You wasn't very lucky that day, Matt. Hey, remember how it was? You backed into a corner with nothing but a beer bottle in your hand, and 3 of John Chisholm's drunk cowboys about to empty their guns into you.
Yeah. And you walked in and killed every one of them.
Yeah. It was real surprised, wasn't it, Matt?
John Chisholm's been after you ever since, hasn't he, Hack?
Oh, them was just the first of Chisholm's men I've killed, Matt. Been riding with Billy the Kid till about half a year ago.
Oh? Well, why'd you quit?
Never could make out if Billy was working for or against Chisholm. Besides, it didn't pay enough. Oh, but you're the one, Matt. When I got to Dodge last night, heard you was U.S. Marshal here, I just didn't believe it.
Well, being a marshal isn't that hard a job.
Oh, you can handle it, all right, I know that. What I mean is, it's kind of sudden. Find a man you used to know being a U.S. Marshal.
Well, I got to earn my keep somehow.
Oh, sure.
Well, what are you doing in Dodge, anyway?
I don't know, Matt. I don't know yet. I've been over to Wagon Bed Springs, stretching my legs, sleeping in a bed, doing a little gambling and the like.
Yeah.
Some fella here sent for me. I ain't seen him yet, but if it's a job he's got, I sure need the money.
Well, good luck with it, Hack. We'll get together later and have a drink.
All right, straight ahead, Lee. Right through that door there. The cells is out
What's
back.
this?
Just a prisoner.
What'd he do?
I didn't do nothing.
Shut up and keep walking, Lee.
What you locking him up for, man?
Murder.
That's bad. That's real bad.
Murder's always bad.
I don't mean that. I mean locking a man up. I couldn't stand that, Matt.
I never been in jail. I never ain't gonna be. Well, then you better stay sober around here, Hack. And you're taking it back about that drink. Oh, no. You'll be safe as long as you're with me.
Oh.
I don't know, Matt. I've been around you when it wasn't so safe. I'll see you later.
Yeah, sure, Hack.
Oh. Hey, well, come on in, mister. I'm leaving. So long, Matt.
So long, Hack.
Marshal Dillon?
Hello, Ole. How are you?
Marshal, I got something I got to tell you. It's my duty, the way I see it.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Hello, Ole. What you doing here?
Well, I come to tell the marshal something, Chester, but I sure don't like informing on people. You understand me, Marshal?
Well, what's it about, Ole?
Dolph Trumbo, that's what. You got his brother Lee in jail here.
We sure have. I just locked him up myself.
Well, Dolph's coming to get him out. He's over at the Alfraganza right now talking it up.
Talking what up?
Well, there's some men at the bar there, Marshal. And Dolph's buying them drinks and telling them his brother's plumb innocent, and they got to raid the jail here and get him out.
You mean he's forming a mob?
That's what he's doing, and I don't like it. There's going to be trouble, sure.
Ole, thanks very much for telling me this, but don't worry about the trouble. I'll put a stop to that right now. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
What a pair. What a buy. King-size Chesterfield, now at the new low price. And Chesterfield Regular. They're the quality twins. The same highest quality. The same low nicotine. Either way you like them, you get the same wonderful taste and mildness. A refreshing smoke every time. Change to Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. Yes, the Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made. What a pair. Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
Wouldn't you know Dolph Trumbo do something stupid like this, Mr. Dillon? Trying to form a mob to take his brother out of the jailhouse.
Well, it works sometimes, Chester.
Not in Dodge, it don't.
Oh, not so far, anyway. Here's the Alfraganza. Now, don't get in the way. Huh?
No, sir.
You're right, and something else. There's nothing to be afraid of, you men. You'll be led by one of the best gunmen in the whole country, I promise you that. And we'll have justice in Dodge, once and for all. Justice! That...
What do you want, Marshal? What are you doing here? Ole told you, I seen him sneak out. I just been talking, Marshal. No harm in talking, is there? Lee's innocent anyway. He shouldn't be in jail. And I'm going to get him out, too. These men here are all with me. And we're going to...
Quiet.
Shut up!
Bartender, this place is closed for the rest of the day. No more liquor. And you men get out of here and don't let me find any of you together again. Not for a long time. Now get moving. Oh, here, Chester. I'll pay for the beer.
You leaving, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, Kitty just came downstairs. I haven't seen her yet. I think I'll go over and say hello.
Yes, sir. Like for me to go across the street and see if they're keeping the Alfraganza closed?
No, it's all right. I told them they could open up again tonight.
Oh, well, thanks for the beer, Mr. Dillon.
Sure, Chester, sure.
Welcome to Dodge, stranger.
How are you, Kitty?
Fine. I'd be even better if you'd brought 2 beers over instead of 1.
Uh,
But you can sit down anyway.
well, you can take this one, Kitty. It's kind of warm. I don't want it.
Matt, do you suppose the day will ever come when having good manners will be a requirement for the marshal's office?
Well, if it ever does, Kitty, I don't guess they'll need marshals anymore.
Yeah, maybe you're right at that.
Well, how have you been, huh? Everything okay?
Well, I was making out pretty good, Matt, till I broke my toe.
Broke your toe?
Yep,
How'd you do that?
in the line of duty, right here in this saloon. I got tromped on dancing with a Texas cowboy who should have been spending his trail money on red silk handkerchiefs and soda water instead of me. He couldn't have been over 16. Darn fool kid.
There's not much you can do for a broken toe, is there?
No, at least it doesn't hurt when I'm sitting down. I hear you broke up Dolph Trumbo's party at the Alfraganza this afternoon.
Oh?
Huh?
You hear just about everything, don't you, Kitty?
Men. They talk more than women. This place is full of men, day and night. You think if I closed my eyes and prayed real hard, they'd all go away?
Well, if they did, what would you do for a living?
That'll keep me awake. Say, there's your friend Dolph now. Just came in.
Huh?
There's a stranger with him, Matt.
Well, I'll be.
What's the matter? Who is he?
He's a gunman, Kitty.
That's so?
Yeah. I guess he's about the handiest man with a gun that ever hit Dodge.
So Dolph's gone and hired him a gunman. Who is he, anyway? What's his name?
He's a friend of mine, Kitty.
A friend of yours?
Yeah, a good friend. He saved my life once. But now I guess he's going to try to get it back. His name's Prine. Hack Prine. The government never did pay me much for enforcing the law in Dodge, but even if they doubled it, there were times when I'd like to have quit. I sat there with Kitty and watched the 2 men at the bar. They had a drink, then they shook hands, and then Hack walked out. I got up, and I followed him.
Following me, Matt?
Yeah, Hack.
What for?
Where you staying?
Dodge House.
Huh?
Got a room.
I'd like to talk to you.
Street'll do.
Okay. Dolph was trying to form a mob this afternoon, Hack. He wanted to raid his brother out of jail.
I heard about it.
When I went to break it up, I heard him saying they'd be led by one of the best gunmen in the country. Now, that wouldn't be Dolph himself.
No. He's afraid of guns.
He meant you. Didn't he, Hack?
I hadn't talked to him yet. He was just guessing I'd come in.
And you have?
Not with no mob. I told him that. I don't work with mobs. You should have known better than to say that.
Well, how do you work, Hack?
Alone, by myself. I'm a pretty good gunman, Matt.
Yeah, I know. It saved my life once, sure, being a good gunman.
Yeah. Matt, turn his brother loose. I get paid if you do.
Look, Hack, Lee Trumbo murdered a man. He's going to stand trial for it.
I don't get paid if he stands trial.
But you get paid for shooting me?
That's what Dolph said. That was his deal.
Well?
Oh, they tell me you're better with a gun you used to be, Matt.
Hack, I don't want to fight you.
afraid, Matt? How'd you get to be marshal, anyways?
It's a job. I took it.
Well, I've been offered a job, too, and I took it.
Yeah, but you had better jobs, Hack.
Well, it's been bothering me some, Matt. I took an awful chance saving your life once. Now I got to take another to kill you. That don't make much sense, does it?
Look, Hack, why don't you forget it, huh? Go on back to Wagon Bed Springs. I'll lend you some money to see you through.
No, it ain't that easy, Matt. I back out on this, the word will get around. Nobody'll hire me for nothing no more. My reputation won't be worth crowbait.
Did Billy the Kid pay you to kill men?
Of course not. Of course not. That was for pleasure. You know how I hate John Chisholm.
And you come down a long way, Hack. Selling your gun.
I killed a man for pay over to La Junta. Didn't bother me none.
Who was he?
I don't know. Some gambler. Pretty good gunman, though.
Tell me something, Hack. Did Dolph say how his brother murdered that man here?
Dolph claims he didn't do it at all.
Well, there were 2 witnesses who saw him do it. The man was a buffalo skinner, unarmed. He didn't even have a knife on him. But he refused to buy Lee Trumbo a drink, so Lee shot him.
Unarmed?
That's right.
Shot an unarmed man?
You think it over, Hack. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. A man like Hack Prine had his own peculiar sense of honor. The idea of shooting me seemed to bother him less than the fact that Lee Trumbo had killed an unarmed man. Later that night, I heard he'd been seen having an argument with Dolph. So I figured I'd won. That another killing in Dodge, either me or Hack, had been avoided. Until early next morning, word came that a man had been shot at the Dodge house. I sent Chester on over while I went up and got Doc Adams.
How do you know the man isn't already dead, Matt?
I don't know, Doc.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'll probably make more money off of him dead than alive.
Oh?
Well, I get paid for autopsies, don't I?
Sure.
Yeah, but just try to collect for the ones I keep alive. Just you try it.
And I'm glad I don't have to, Doc, but I still notice you buy a new buggy every spring.
Oh, yes, and wear it out before. Racing across the prairie, delivering babies, setting bones, digging out bullets, delivering babies.
Well, exercise keeps a man young, Doc.
Yeah, it's a good thing I don't depend on sympathy to keep me young.
Now, here we are.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon, oh, hello, Doc. Where is he, Chester? In that room right there, number 12. And you know who it is? It's Ole.
Ole?
Yes, sir. And Hack Prine shot him.
What?
It's Hack's room, Mr. Dillon. He did it all right.
Well, let's take a look. Where's Hack now, Chester?
I don't know, sir. Nobody's seen him for the past hour. I kept everybody out of the room, Mr. Dillon. All right, now stand aside here, boys. Let the marshal and Doc through. Come on now, fellas, let them. Let me through. Let me through here. It's Ole, all right. He's dead, Matt. Real dead. 3-4 hours, probably. Nobody heard a shot or nothing, Mr. Dillon. But when the clerk come on duty about an hour ago, he saw Hack Prine walk out of here. Why anybody would want to kill poor little Ole, I do not understand. I'll bet I know, Mr. Dillon.
What, Chester?
You didn't talk Hack out of trying to kill you after all. He went back to Dolph last night and told him he'd take the job. Then he figured the only way to get you into a fight was to shoot somebody so you'd have to come after him.
Yeah, maybe. Now, come on, let's start looking for him.
We will return for the last act of Gunsmoke in just a moment.
What a pair. Les Paul and Mary Ford, America's most popular recording duo. You ought to know. You buy millions of their records. Les and Mary say, Chesterfields for me.
I guess you could call us a real Chesterfield family. I've been enjoying them now for over 6 years.
It's over 15 years for me.
We believe it's the best cigarette ever made.
Yes, they have just that refreshing taste and mildness that we like.
What a pair. Chesterfield King Size, now at the new low price, and Chesterfield Regular, America's most popular two-way cigarette.
I guess the Oliver Gans is the only place we haven't looked in, Mr. Dillon. He's got to be there, unless maybe he's going to try to bushwhack you.
Hack may be a paid killer, Chester, but he'll always face his man head on.
Yes, sir. Oh, that come right from the Oliver Gans.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, there's Hack. He's coming out.
Yeah. All right, get off the street, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Matt.
Hello, Hack.
Just killed a man, that saloon there.
Dolph Trumbo?
I killed him. I give him a chance, but he wouldn't draw. I killed him anyways.
That's too bad, Hack.
Ain't no man gonna frame me.
I never thought you killed Ole, but I wanted to hear you say so.
How'd you know I didn't do it?
It wouldn't be your style to kill a defenseless little fellow like that, would it?
Of course not.
So while you were out gambling last night, Dolph killed him and dumped him in your room.
I found him there, and then I went after Dolph. Ain't no man can do that to me.
Hack, according to the law, you murdered Dolph. I'm going to have to arrest you.
What?
You're going to have to stand trial for it.
Oh, no, Matt. No, sir, I ain't going to jail. Not me, Matt. Never.
I'm a lawman, Hack. I got to arrest you.
Matt, I told Dolph last night I wasn't going to take his job. I told him I was going to leave town.
You're under arrest, Hack.
All right. I guess you've got to do it. Let's go for it, Matt.
No, Hack, no.
Let's see what happens.
Hack. Hack.
Oh, you're sure good, Matt. You're awful good.
Yeah.
Better this way, Matt, than getting paid to fight you.
Sure. Sure it is.
There weren't no reason to fight you. Not that way. I can't see you no more, Matt. It's like being underwater. I can't see nothing.
Mr. Dillon, that was awful good shooting. I never seen nothing as fast as that in my whole life. My, I'll bet he didn't know what hit him. The way he spun around there when you... Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon, what's the matter? Mr. Dillon? My...
our star, William Conrad.
Right now, I'd like to step out of my character as Marshal Matt Dillon to join George Fenneman as a Chesterfield salesman. You know, about the greatest compliment I've ever heard about any product is what smokers say about Chesterfield. They satisfy. So whether you smoke a regular or king-size cigarette, Chesterfield is best. We hope you'll try them, and soon.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Today, L&M filters have a nationwide demand never before equaled by any other cigarette in so short a time. The reason? This is it. It's the filter that counts, and L&M has the best. L&M's exclusive Miracle Tip contains alpha cellulose to give you effective filtration. Two other things are important. L&M's have much more flavor, much less nicotine. Buy America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette. Light and mild L&M.
Sure to listen to Dragnet, the story of your police force in action, tomorrow night, Tuesday, on another network. Next week at this same time, Chesterfield will bring you another story of the Old West on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon. He's just plain vanished.
And there's no note anywhere, Chester?
No, sir, nothing. I looked again, all over.
Well, it's 2 days now. That isn't like Doc.
I still think he's just gone off on an emergency out in the country somewhere.
Well, maybe, but he's always left word before.
Well, what'll we do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know. Might start asking people, Chester. Try the saloons and the store and maybe the depot, huh?
All right, sir. I'll go right now. Well, I do declare.
What?
Riding right up Front Street as big as life.
What? Why, that old devil.
Well, you sure are a sight for sore eyes, Doc. Where in the world have you been, anyway?
Hello, Chester. Matt?
Well, you had us worried, Doc.
Oh, that's so?
Well, you've been gone 2 days.
I know. Next time, leave word, Doc.
I will. I surely will. If I can.
Well, it sure would save us a lot of
Wait a
doggone
minute.
running
What do you
around.
mean, Doc, if you can?
Just that. If they let me, I'll leave word.
Come on inside, huh? Okay, Doc, I'm curious. You want to tell me about it?
Well, I can tell you part of it, the least important part. I made a promise about the rest. You know how it is, Matt.
No, but you tell me.
Well, the other night, Wednesday it was, I was peacefully asleep on my couch when a couple of riders tromped right into my office. They said a man was hurt bad on a place out past Fort Dodge. So naturally, I got up and went along with them.
Well, then why didn't you leave a note and say so?
They told me not to.
They told you what?
Let him talk, Chester.
Of course, I figured then it must be a shooting. But my job is to take care of everybody, sinner and saved alike. And so when we finally got to this place the next day...
What place?
That's part of what I promised not to tell, Chester.
Oh, my.
But like I was saying, there was a young man there who'd got himself shot in the back. The bullet lodged right in his spine. I dug it out and did all I could for him. And then I just sat there for quite a spell. And then I put my things away and I walked out into the other room.
Well, Doc, how is it?
I did what I could.
What do you mean?
He's dead. The shock of extracting that bullet was too much for him. It's a bad place, the spine.
You killed him, huh, Doc?
No. No, I didn't kill him.
He's dead, ain't he?
That boy wouldn't have lived more than a couple of days anyway with that bullet where it was. Whoever put it there murdered him.
Want me to shut him up?
Not yet. Doc, tell me something. You know that boy in there?
I do.
Mm-hmm. The three of us here, you know any of us?
Him? I've seen him around somewheres. Dodge, I guess.
Well, that settles it. He ain't walking out of here.
Shut up. You know his name, Doc?
No, I don't. Might come to me, though. Let me think.
You don't understand, Doc. He wants to kill you already, and now you're trying to remember his name. That's just going to make it worse.
You can't kill a doctor for following his oath.
No? I shot that boy when he tried to get away and shoot you just as easy.
Don't be a fool. I'm a doctor. And since there's nothing more I can do here, I got to be available to other patients. Don't you know I'm the only doctor within 100 miles of Dodge?
Right now, that's one too many.
Now, wait a minute. I'm kind of thinking the doc's right. You know, he ain't like an ordinary man. A doctor's, well, it's almost like he ain't quite human somehow.
He's human enough to tell what he knows to that hard-head marshal they got in Dodge. The way I figured, it's us or the doc.
I'm not interested in what you figure, mister. Right this minute, there may be some woman having a baby and needing me real bad. There may be several folks needing help.
He's right. We can't kill him.
Well, I can't.
You do what I say and nothing else, you hear?
And, Doc, listen to me. If I let you go, you promise not to tell about anybody you recognized here?
And if I don't?
And doctor or no doctor, I'll kill you myself.
Yes, I suppose you would. All right, I'm here as a doctor. And nothing else. I promise.
Word of honor, Doc.
My word of honor.
Okay, get out.
Well, that's quite a story, Doc.
Oh, you played it right smart if you ask me. Who were they, Doc?
Well, I only recognize one of them, Chester, besides the man they'd shot.
Have you thought of his name yet?
Chester, don't you understand? I gave my word I wouldn't tell.
Oh, but that was just so you could get away.
Yes, but still I gave my word. It doesn't matter how or why.
But, Doc, they're just a bunch of killers.
I know.
Leave him alone, Chester.
But I don't... Yes, sir?
Matt?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you do the same if you were in my boots?
That'd be a hard choice, Doc, but... Yeah, I suppose I would.
I think any man would. Leastwise, any man of honor.
I guess I wasn't really thinking about it that way.
Well, I'm going to get myself some sleep. Matt, that was a good boy they murdered. I hope they hang for it. God bless him.
How are we ever going to find him, Mr. John?
I don't know, Chester. They don't even know who they killed.
And just think,
Doc could lead us straight to him right now.
It isn't making the doc happy, Chester.
No, sir, it sure isn't.
Sincerely, Matt Dillon. U.S.
Marshal?
Jake Worth. Why, you haven't come to Dodge in 6 months that I know of.
I'm here now, Marshal.
Oh? Trouble, Jake?
I'd call it that.
Well?
You know that cottonwood? Big one down at Brandy Bend?
Yeah.
There's a hole down by the roots at the north side of it, Marshal. I put a sack in that hole this morning. It's got $20,000 in it.
20,000? Well, that's a lot of money, Jake, even for you.
It isn't if Hank gets back all right.
Hank? Well, that's your youngest boy, isn't it?
18 last month. He didn't show up the other night, Marshal, and next morning I found a note tacked on the corral. Said to leave the money or they'd kill him.
Well, come on, Jake. We'll try to get there before they pick up the money.
No, Marshal, I won't take any chances. They'd shoot him sure if we did that.
You should have told me before you left the money. You should have come here first.
You didn't hear what I said, Marshal. I won't take the chance. All I want now is for you to watch for anybody who turns up rich around here.
Jake, listen to me.
You listen to me, Marshal. Nobody's going to do a thing till Hank's back safe on the ranch. Not one dang thing.
Jake, if they killed Hank, you'd want him hung, wouldn't you?
I'll hang him myself if it comes to that.
All right, then let's go. Let's get down to Brandy Bend and wait for him.
No, I already told you no.
Jake! I think Hank's dead.
You what?
I think they've already shot him, and he's dead.
What are you talking about? Where is he?
I don't know.
And how come you think he's dead?
Well, I can't tell you.
Marshal, I've had about enough of this.
Look, we're wasting time here. Come on, Jake. I'll tell you what I can on the way to the river.
You better, by heaven, or one of us ain't never going to get to the river.
Jake Worth was known as a hard, hot-tempered man, but he was straight as they come. He'd made one fortune in Texas cattle and another in buffalo hides, and now all he wanted was his ranch and his 3 sons to work it with him. The Worths were good men. They didn't cause any trouble, and they worked hard. It wasn't easy to tell Jake, but without mentioning Doc, I said what I could. And when we reached the Arkansas, we hid our horses in a clump of bushes and worked our way on foot up to the big cottonwood. And then we saw it.
That's him. That's Hank.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Jake.
Yeah. They killed him. They killed him all right. He was a good boy. Had his whole life to live yet. Why'd they do it? I gave them the money. Why'd they do it?
I'm sorry, Jake.
Marshal, I want the truth now, every bit of it.
Well, that's all I know, Jake. Hank tried to break, and one of them shot him. But we'll get him.
I'll take care of myself as soon as you tell me who they are.
I don't know who they are.
Don't lie to me, Marshal. You know a lot you're not telling me.
I've told you all I can.
That's
Jake.
my boy lying there, Marshal. He's been murdered, and if I didn't know you so well, I'd begin to think maybe you had something to do with it yourself.
Easy now, Jake.
Then why don't you tell me?
Because the man who told me about it had to promise not to name anybody. That's why.
What man? Who is he? I'll get it out of him if I have to cut it out.
I know. That's why I can't tell you who he is.
What kind of a lawman are you, anyway?
I've told you all I can, Jake.
No. No, you haven't. Marshal, I don't believe your story about nobody promising nothing. You know who done it. You're going to tell me. I'm giving you 24 hours to name those men. And me and my boys are coming to Dodge. There'll be blood spilt, Marshal.
Jake, I give you my word, I don't know who did it.
I don't believe you.
I'll help you take your boy home now.
Go on back to Dodge. I'll manage here.
You're making a bad mistake, Jake.
24 hours, Marshal.
I'll be there.
We'll find you wherever you'll be.
Jake, So long, Jake.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of tonight's show, our star, William Conrad, steps out of the character of Matt Dillon to bring you an announcement which we are certain will be of great interest to all our listeners. So be sure to listen at the close of tonight's program for a special message from William Conrad. And now the second act of Gunsmoke.
There was no use arguing with him. The man's grief had destroyed his reason. And the worst of it was, I knew his sons would do whatever Jake told them to do. Unless I could stop it somehow, I'd have to shoot it out with 3 good and perfectly innocent men. And for no reason at all. I thought about it all the way back to Dodge. And by the time I got there, I had an idea. I went up to Doc's and I talked it over with him.
All right, Matt. I'll do whatever I can.
Well, it might not work, Doc. And you'll be exposing yourself to a lot of danger. Have you thought about that?
I have. And I've also been thinking about the men who killed Hank Worth.
Well, we could wait till they start spending their money, or till one of them gets drunk and maybe talks too much somewhere.
Yes, we could, but meantime, you and the Worths will have a gunfight. Oh, and that'd be a terrible thing to let happen.
All right, then, Doc, let's go. I want to get to the ranch before dark.
You know, Matt, I haven't been out here since Mrs. Worth died. It must be 4 or 5 years now. Place sure has changed.
Yeah. I don't see anybody around, do you?
Well, maybe they saw us first. Maybe they hid out.
Yeah, maybe.
That's far enough, Marshal. Watch it, boys. If he makes a move, shoot.
Yes, Jake?
Jake, I came here to stop a shooting, not to start one.
You can stop it, Marshal. Just tell me who killed my son.
If I knew, I'd be on his trail, Jake.
What's Doc doing here, anyway?
Tell him, Doc.
I took the bullet out of Hank just before he died.
What?
That's right, Jake. Now come down here where we can talk like friends, and I'll explain it.
Stay where you are, boys. All right, Doc, let's hear it.
Well, they got me out of bed, Jake, and they led me out into the country. Hank had been shot in the back, and I extracted the bullet. But it was no use. He'd have died anyway. There were 3 men there, and I recognized one of them.
Who was he?
I had to promise I wouldn't tell, Jake, or they'd have killed me.
Well, that don't matter now.
Think about it, Jake. Doc gave him his word, and you're asking him to break it. Now think about it for a minute.
I'm thinking, and I'm thinking about my boy, too.
Hank's dead, Jake. We can't help him.
Shot in the back, and the coward who did it's running free.
You want to help get him, Jake?
Don't ask fool questions, Marshal. Of course I want to get him.
All right, then listen to me. Those men told Doc if he talked, they'd kill him.
Yes, and they meant it, too.
All right, so I got an idea, Jake. We'll spread it around that Doc has identified the killer. The news will reach him soon enough. And meantime, I'll lay low and have Chester tell everybody I've ridden out after them.
Go on.
Then we'll just wait. 1 or 2 or maybe all 3 of them will come into Dodge to kill Doc some night soon.
I still might get away.
I'll deputize you and your boys right now, and you can wait for them with us. But you're going to have to stay hidden, like me.
Well, we won't mind that. Not if we get a chance at them, we won't.
Good.
Funny thing, though.
What?
Man like Doc here
Rather than break his word, he'll make himself a target for those killers?
Yeah. Look, Jake, Doc and I are going to go back to Dodge now. I'll see that the story gets started. And in a day or two, you and your boys can ride in, but separately, though. Otherwise, it might cause talk.
I understand.
And come straight to Doc's.
We'll get there.
For the next few days, Doc never left his office. I figured that'd make him look scared and draw the killers right into his place. The rest of us sat around in his back room and waited. Chester kept us supplied with food and coffee. And on the sixth night, about midnight, we got our game.
Mr. Dillon, I think it's them.
What?
They just rode up Front Street, 3 of them. They're tying up outside right now. They acted too deliberate like for ordinary riders, so I run up the back way to tell you.
Good. Doc, come on in here, huh?
What do you want me to do, Mac?
Take cover in here and stay out of sight, huh?
Whatever you say, Mac.
Let's go downstairs and meet them, Marshal.
No, we might just scatter them that way, Jake. Now listen, one of them will probably stand guard on the street while the other two come up here to get Doc. Chester, you and the 2 boys go down the back way. Jake and I'll wait in Doc's office. Now, don't jump that man until we go into action up here. You understand?
Yes, sir, I got it.
All right, then move and move fast. All right, come on, Jake.
Now what?
Well, we'll just wait here in the dark.
Good.
I'm gonna bunch up Doc's blanket on the couch here so that they'll think he's in it. What?
They're on the stairs now.
All right, get back in the corner, Jake, or we'll be shooting each other.
Yeah.
Now, quiet. And don't start shooting till I do.
Doc, wake up, you lying dog.
Let's just shoot him and get out of here.
Wait, he ain't here.
What?
Get your hands up. You're
It's
under
a
arrest.
trap.
Both of you. You all right, Jake?
Yeah, I got one of them. I'm all right.
Doc? Doc, come on out. They're dead. Light the lamp, will you, Doc?
All right.
You okay, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, come on in, Chester.
Oh, we got him. He tried to get away when he heard the shooting up here, but he run smack into one of the Worth boys. He's dead.
Bring the lamp over here, Doc. No, I don't know either one of these men. Now, Doc, you can tell us now. Is one of these the man you recognized?
This one here. I remembered later I treated him for a broken nose some time back. I never did know his name. He came up the trail with a herd, I think.
Yeah. Doc, will you take care of things?
Sure, man.
Well, Jake?
Marshal, me and the boys will be getting back to the ranch now.
Sure.
Marshal,
What, Jake?
I doubted you. I'm sorry for that.
Oh, forget it.
No, it's best I remembered. A man shouldn't make mistakes like that.
Well, there was no harm done. The way it worked out.
I'll buy you a drink before we leave, Marshal.
I think I'd like that, Jake. Come on, let's go.
Now, a special announcement. Here is our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know, I believe this is the first time I've ever set aside the character of Matt Dillon to speak to you. But this is important to all of us here on the show, and I hope it will seem so to you. Starting next week, Gunsmoke will come to you at a new time, on a new day, sponsored by Chesterfield Cigarettes. Chester, Doc, Kitty, and I, together with all of our strong-minded, brawling, hard-living citizens of Dodge, who will come to you next Monday, July the 5th. So from now on, that's when you'll hear Gunsmoke, on Mondays. And we'd like to think that all of our listeners will find time this coming Monday night, July the 5th, to tune in to their local CBS radio station for Gunsmoke. Until then, good night.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again Monday, July 5th, as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. George Walsh speaking. For the top tunes of rural America, hear Saturday Night Country Style every week on the CBS Radio Network.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
.20 p.m. We got in right on time, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, the railroad's getting better every month, Chester. Looks like they're going to civilize this prairie yet.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
All right, let's go.
Well, Abilene sure don't change much. Looks about like it did the last time I was here.
Now, we're getting most of the cattle at Dodge now. The boom's leveled off here. It's still a rough town, though, I suppose.
You think he'll put up a fight?
I don't know, Chester. He's pretty mean from all reports. He may. We'll try to avoid it, though.
Of course, we're only guessing anyway. He might not even be here.
Well, he always heads for Abilene when he gets in trouble. It's his hometown. He'll be here. And one good thing, it's Bill Hickok's town, too. At least we'll have the local sheriff on our side for once.
Yeah. I suppose that's some help.
Some help? I'd rather have Wild Bill along than anybody I know.
I suppose.
Chester, what's the matter with you? You're acting like a man at his own funeral.
Mr. Dillon, I've had an uneasy feeling ever since we left Dodge. kind of a hunch, you might say.
Ah, it's nonsense. They're going to pick up a killer and take him back for trial. That's all.
Maybe. And maybe not.
Look, Chester, any man who lives by a gun knows down inside that he's going to die by one someday. But if he's got any sense, he keeps from thinking about it. Of course, he can't help getting a hunch now and then. I had plenty of them myself. Mostly wrong. Come on, Chester, let's walk down to the Last Chance, and I'll buy you a drink. As a matter of fact, I'll buy us both a drink.
What'll you have, boys?
Rye for me.
Yes, sir.
You can make mine the same.
A bottle of rye and a couple of glasses.
Quite a crowd in here for this time of day.
Yeah. I've been looking around for Wild Bill, but I don't see him.
Suppose the Daggett kid might be in here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, he spent most of his time hanging around the saloons while he was in Dodge.
Here you are, boys. Drink up.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, bartender, do you happen to know a kid around town by the name of...
Who, mister?
What? Oh, never mind. Well, he's here, Chester. Down there at the end of the bar.
Yeah, that's him, all right. Well, sir, Mr. Dillon?
He's what we're here for.
We gonna wait for Mr. Hickok?
No. Come up on his left side, Chester, and watch his gun handle.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'm telling you, it was the funniest sight you ever seen. The bullet knocked that scrawny hound dog end over end. First shot fired. Caught him right in the back of the...
You're Jack Daggett, aren't you?
That's right, mister. What about it?
My name's Dillon, U.S. Marshal from Dodge. You're under arrest.
You're kind of out of your territory, aren't you?
Marshal's territory's anywhere. I'll take that gun of yours now.
You will, huh? All right.
Drop it. Drop the gun.
Let go of my wrist!
The gun!
Drop nothing! You heard the marshal? Oh!
That was easy, Mr. Dillon. A lot easier than what I thought it'd be.
All right, Chester, put the cuffs on him.
Yes.
Seems to me your partner acted a little high-handed there, Marshal.
It does, huh?
Now, he had no call to slug that boy in the head that way.
Would you rather I'd have put a bullet in his belly? Chester saved his life, that's all. He was drawing on me.
Well, now, if you'd come around and seen me before you started anything, you wouldn't have had this trouble. My name is Rourke. I'm the town constable here.
I see.
Young Jack here told me all about that shooting out in Dodge. Said they ganged up on him in a poker game, tried to cheat him. Forced him to shoot his way out.
That's a good story. It's too bad it didn't happen that way. All right, Chester, let's get him on his feet and go find the sheriff.
I reckon you won't be finding him, Marshal.
Why not?
Hickok's up at Topeka. Won't be back for a week or 10 days. Meantime, I'm the law in Abilene.
And I got a favor to ask from you. I'd like to use one of your jail cells until 9 o'clock. That's when the next train leaves for Dodge.
I'm sorry, Marshal. I got no authority to do anything like that.
What difference does that make? If Wild Bill were here, he'd let me do it.
But Wild Bill ain't here.
I see.
A lot of us folks here like to run our own town. We don't like outsiders coming in and taking over. It's 4 hours till that train leaves, Marshal. I think you're going to find 4 hours is a long time.
Meaning?
This young fella you arrested has got a couple of older brothers. The Daggett boys. You probably never heard of them, but you're going to. They're not going to like this.
I don't care much what they like.
Maybe they'll teach you to care when they hear about this. And they'll hear. Like I said, 4 hours is a long time.
Look, I want you to get this straight. I came here to arrest the killer and take him back to Dodge to stand trial. I got him under arrest now, and I'm going to take him back.
Maybe.
All right, Chester, let's get him out of here. Get hold of his other arm there. Lift him up.
Yes, sir.
Take him out if you want.
Mr. Dillon?
What is it, Chester?
Maybe it was too easy.
Yes, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
We'd like to get a room, please.
Well, I have a very nice one right at the head of the stairs. If you'd care to look at it.
That won't be necessary. We'll only need it for about 4 hours until the train leaves for Dodge.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you'll just sign the register here.
Thank you.
My, your friend seems to have suffered quite an injury.
Yes, sir. He bumped his head.
Oh, really? Well, it's certainly a bad cut just to have had. Boy, that's one of the Daggett boys. Young Jack Daggett.
Yeah, that's right. I got him under arrest for murder. Now, where's the room?
You arrested Jack Daggett? Right here in Abilene?
Yeah. You said the room was up.
And you're planning to keep him here at my hotel for the next 4 hours?
Well, I can't stand out there on the street with him.
Marshal, do you know what's going to happen when the Daggett boys hear about this?
No, but I understand they may not like it very much.
May not like it. I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot stay here. I will not let my hotel be made the scene of a bloody massacre.
Now, just a minute, mister. You've rented me a room. I've signed the register, and I've got the key. And I'm going to use that room until 9 o'clock, whether you like it or not.
It's the second door at the top of the stairs.
Thank you. Come on, Daggett. Move.
You heard him, son. Come on.
Keep your hands off.
There's just one thing, sir.
Yeah.
It's not a question of your honesty, you understand, but in view of the circumstances, I wonder if you'd mind paying in advance.
What time is it, Chester?
It's 6:23, Mr. Dillon.
I thought it was later than that.
Yes, sir, I know. He goes pretty slow when you're waiting for something like this. I swear I wished it was 9 o'clock. I wished we were leaving on that train right now.
You're not leaving on no train. Not alive.
You got a one-track mind, Daggett.
So have my brothers, Dillon. What they think about all the time is hands off the Daggetts. That goes for you or anybody else.
Reckon we ought to stuff a pillow in his mouth, Mr. Dillon?
Might not be a bad idea.
You won't think it's funny when they come around.
But maybe they won't come around. Maybe they decided. Cover the door from the other side, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, who is it?
It's me, sir, the clerk.
What do you want?
It's the Daggett boys. They're across the street at the last chance right now.
And you're hoping I'll go over there instead of waiting for them to come here, huh?
Well,
All right. I'd rather jump them than have it the other way around. Chester, I guess we'll go over and have a talk with him.
What about him?
Well, he's cuffed hand and foot to a pretty solid iron bed. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Bet on it.
You ready, Chester?
I'm ready whenever you are, Mr. Dillon.
All right, let's go.
return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this Monday night on most of these same stations, be sure to be with us when Lux Radio Theater raises the curtain on its full-hour adaptation of the exciting screenplay Phone Call from a Stranger. Shelley Winters and Gary Merrill recreate their original screen roles in this dramatic thriller about the experiences of a lone survivor of an airplane crash in bringing the tragic news to families of the victims. Remember, it's on Lux Radio Theater this Monday night on CBS Radio. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
That must be them, Mr. Dillon. Across the room there.
Yeah, I guess so. They look a lot like Jack. And they look mad. And there's quite a crowd around them. Well, Chester, the only way to get it over is to get it started.
Yes, sir. How will we do it, Mr. Dillon?
I haven't got a plan, Chester. Just face them down, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Don't mean nothing to you. Go ahead, it's your deal.
You the Daggett brothers?
What if we are?
This is him, Jim. This is a fellow.
Shut up, Rourke. You've been glad enough to stay out of this so far. Stay out of it now. My name's Dillon, United States Marshal from Dodge City. I got your brother Jack under arrest for murder. You probably heard about it.
Yeah, rumors got around.
I'm taking him out of here on the 9 o'clock train. He's going back to Dodge to stand trial. My guess is he's going to hang. Now, the point is, what are you going to do about it?
Why didn't you wait? We'd have looked you up.
You didn't answer my question.
Still 2 hours and a half till 9 o'clock. I reckon we got plenty of time yet. We'll wait.
Why wait? What's the matter with now?
We'd rather wait.
Maybe you're trying to pick up some helpers among this bunch of hangers-on, huh? Well, look at them. Each one trying to sneak behind the man next to him. If you're counting on any help there, you better forget it.
You're pushing your luck, Dillon.
I don't think so. You boys are full of talk, and that's all. You never even intended to start anything.
You're a dirty liar. We're going to do plenty.
Now, don't you move, either one of you. You covering my back, Chester?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll take that gun. Thank you. Yours, too.
Sure. Sure play, Dillon. Where it stands now.
Thank you. Here, Chester. Kick those back onto the tables.
Yes, sir. All right, folks, just leave them lay, please. Don't nobody touch them.
Here, Chester. Now hold on to my gun.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Now just keep them off my back.
Yes, sir.
You. Come here.
Sure.
You called me a liar, didn't you?
Yeah. Boy, you cheap tin horn. You are
I thought you Daggets were tough.
Hey, watch this. Watch this. Watch.
All right, you. You're next.
I'll wait, Marshal. I'll get to you later.
You're a no-good coward, Daggett. All right, Chester, I'll take my gun back now.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. All right, boys, the show's over. Unless, of course, one of you'd like to take up where the Daggett's left off. Any one of you still figuring on helping them try to take my prisoner away from me? No? I didn't think so. You're all fine, upright citizens now, huh? A pride and joy to Constable Rourke here.
That's enough, Dillon.
I thought I told you boys the show was over. All right, get out. Go on, get out, all of you. Move!
All right, let's get out of here. Marshal, I'd say you overreached yourself there. Stepped past the limits of your authority.
How I enforce the law's my own business. I do things my own way.
The way it'll get you killed someday.
Maybe.
I have to live in this town, Dillon. You don't know these Daggett brothers. If you cross them, you're through. I've seen it happen.
Come on, Chester, let's go.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
What time is it, Chester?
It's 7:45, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, the time's dragging.
Yes, sir. It's still an hour and 15 minutes till that train leaves.
What difference does it make? You're not going to be on it. Neither one of you are.
The way I'm figuring, Jack, we'll all three be on it.
You wait and see. You'll never get to that train. My brothers will take care of you.
They don't seem to be in any hurry about it.
You wait.
I sure do wish I hadn't had such an uneasy hunch about this trip.
Forget it, Chester.
They'll stop you. You just wait.
It's only 8:15. Mr. Dillon seems to be going slower all the time.
Yeah, adds up, though. Won't be much longer now.
45 minutes, if the train's on time. And if we're lucky enough to get on it.
Chester, you're wearing yourself out. Why don't you sit down and relax, huh?
I just can't seem to set my mind to it, Mr. Dillon.
No Daggett will ever leave this town wearing handcuffs as long as the other two are alive.
Well, I'd think that's up to them, Jack.
Sure. And they'll take care of it, too.
I swear and declare, Mr. Dillon, I almost wish they would try something and get it over with.
The waiting's always the worst part, Chester.
You find out what the worst part is.
I could slug him, Mr. Dillon.
No, let him talk. Let him talk, Chester. He's only got a few more weeks to do it in.
They'll never hang me. I'll never even stand trial. You wait and see.
Chester?
It's 8:30 exactly, Mr. Dillon.
All right. Let's get started.
A little early, isn't it? Won't take that long to walk from here to the station.
It might if we have trouble.
Yes, sir, I guess it might.
You'll have trouble, don't you worry about that.
Jack, why don't you get on a new subject?
How are we going to take him, Mr. Dillon? Just drag him?
If he wants it that way. Otherwise, he'll walk handcuffed to my left wrist. Keep him covered, Chester. I'll unlock these cuffs and get him loose from the bed.
Yes, sir.
Dillon, if you're smart, you leave me here and run while you still got the chance.
Well, I've never been smart enough to run yet. Stick out your right wrist. All right. On your feet. Come on. You can put your gun away, Chester. Starting now, he's only going where I go. Now, come on, Jack. We got a train to catch.
Thank heaven, gentlemen, you're leaving.
Yeah, we're leaving. And I want to thank you for your wonderful hospitality. I'll be glad to recommend your hotel to anybody who plans to stop over in Abilene.
Oh, I hardly know what to say, Marshal. You simply don't understand. You don't know these Daggett brothers. No offense personally, Jack. I have to live in this town, and I...
Come on, Jack. Now, you boys must run quite a bluff. You got everybody in town jumping sideways.
You'd be smart if you did, Dillon.
Good luck, gentlemen. Best of luck to all of you.
All of us. Well, that's hedging his bet.
Look there, Mr. Dillon. Not a soul on the street. Quiet as a graveyard.
Yeah. They're going to make a play, Chester, somewhere between here and the depot. We can count on that.
Yes, sir, I kind of figured they would. Especially after getting beat up over there at the saloon.
Well, they would have anyway. And jumping them like that did one good thing. It scared the pack off. At least we only have to worry about the Daggets, not a mob.
You'll think it's a mob
Shut
by
up.
the time...
Now, from here on, you keep your mouth shut. If you don't, so help me, I'll slug you and drag you to the depot. All right, now let's go.
No, sir, not a soul. I never thought I'd see the main street of Abilene deserted at this time of night.
It's not deserted, Chester. They're inside, behind the shutters. But at least they're staying out of it.
I wonder if coyotes are as lonesome as they sound, Mr. Dillon.
They couldn't be, Chester. Watch that left side up ahead of us, sir. It's pretty dark along there.
Yes, sir. They might jump us from behind.
I don't think so. Too many people watching. They gotta keep up their reputation.
I hope you're right.
Chester, they're at the corner of the bank. Somebody moved.
Across the street, too. In the shadow.
Take the one in the shadow, Chester.
Yes, sir.
There's one down, Chester. The other one's still there in the shadows. Get him if you can. Jack here's ruining my aim.
I'll ruin more.
Good for you, Mr. Dillon. You ought to have slugged him sooner.
I didn't slug him, Chester. He caught a bullet that was meant for me.
Well, shot by one of his own brothers. Here, let me unlock those handcuffs, Mr. Dillon.
No time. Here, I'll get him up on my shoulder and... All right, let's move in and keep firing.
Yes, sir.
Hold it, Chester. Well, I guess we got the other one. Here, let me get him off my shoulder. Get these handcuffs off. Well, there's our prisoner, Jack Daggett. Wanted for murder, killed by his own brother. Let's take a look at the others. Three men dead.
Look down the street there, Mr. Dillon. They're all starting to crawl out of their holes.
Sure. They're all on our side now. Oh, come on, Chester. The train's coming. We gotta get on it and get out of here.
Yes, sir.
We'll let Rourke clean up this mess. He ought to be good for something. That sounds more lonesome than the coyotes. Gives a man the creeps.
Yes, sir, it sure does.
Well, you were wrong about that hunch of yours, Chester. It wasn't us. Not this time.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards and Barney Phillips, with John Daner, Tom Tully, Larry Dobkin, and Jim Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, Lionel Barrymore and your Hallmark Playhouse invite you to enjoy another Hollywood cast bringing you another drama in the tradition of this fine program. Every week, your Hallmark Playhouse features Lionel Barrymore as host. Frequently, Mr. Barrymore stars as well. Historic dramas, stories about the human side of patriots, presidents, pioneers, and adaptations from literature. Enjoy them on Hallmark Playhouse over most of these same stations, presented by CBS Radio. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I got our horses saddled, Mr. Dillon. I swear I'm so hungry I could eat a whole hog.
Yeah? Well, the hog you got this morning's cooking on that stick right there, Chester.
Is it done?
Well, it depends on how hungry you are.
It's done. Thank you. Eee, that's hot, ain't it? It sure will be good to get back to Dodge tonight and sleep in the bed again, won't it?
You know something, Chester? Civilization's made you soft.
Well, maybe so. But I get mighty tired of using my back for a mattress and my belly for a covering.
Obviously, you were born for greater things than rooting around on the prairie and living in the rain.
It ain't been raining, Mr. Dillon.
No, it hasn't, Chester. But it will. Sooner or later, it's bound to rain.
Yes, sir. Wish we'd brought some more bacon. Say, Mr. Dillon, don't old man Granby live around here somewhere?
Uh-huh.
Well, maybe we could borrow a little from him.
According to what I've always heard, old Granby wouldn't lend anybody anything.
Yeah. You really think he is a rich miser, like they say?
Oh, I don't know, Chester. You know, sometimes a man's entirely different from his reputation. I only met Granby once or twice. He seemed like a nice enough old fella.
Just the same, I wouldn't want to live out here all alone with nothing but a few horses for company.
Yeah, well, he's used to it.
Yeah, but even if he does have a lot of money hid away somewhere, there's no place to spend it out here.
Granby's pretty old for the pleasures Dodge has to offer, Chester.
Oh, by Jing, I hope I ain't never that old.
You know, at the rate you're burning yourself out, you never will be, so don't worry about it.
Mr. Dillon, I live mighty quiet for a young fella who's free and still full of blood and stuff.
Sure.
Oh, I do. Look over yonder.
Huh?
Over there, that string of dust laying right on the ground there. Ain't that funny?
Yeah, I've been watching that. It's not on the ground, though. There's a dry wash that runs along there. I think somebody's driving the stock down it.
Maybe it's old man Granby.
Yeah, maybe. Why don't we go over and say hello, huh?
All right. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
If it is old man Granby, maybe we might could just ask him about a little dab of bacon, reckon?
Well, there's no harm in that. Oh. That looks like horses down there.
Yes, sir. I can see their heads now. But I don't see nobody driving them.
They belong to a minute. Now, let's wait here.
Yonder he comes.
That's not old Granby. Well, let's ride down and say hello anyway, huh? That's Granby's brand on those horses.
You must have hired him a hand.
Yeah, maybe. Hello.
Hello.
You working for Granby?
I ain't working for nobody, mister.
Oh? And where is he?
Where's who?
Granby.
I don't know no Granby.
Those are his horses you're driving.
They are?
Yeah.
I ain't driving them.
What do you mean?
They got ahead of me in the wash there, that's all.
Oh, I see. You a cowboy?
Yeah, sure. I'm a cowboy.
Somehow you don't look like one. You don't ride like one, either.
You're asking the questions, mister.
And no decent cowboy would run another man's horses down a dry wash just because he didn't want to get up on the bank and ride around them.
I told you, they got in front of me, is all.
How come you're not carrying a gun?
Does a man have to carry a gun?
No. But I'll bet you're the only man within 1,000 miles of here who isn't carrying one.
Well, maybe I got a better conscience than the rest of you.
Maybe. But look, mister, you've run those horses about 5 miles off of old Granby's place. You want to give us a hand, we'll run them back.
I'm in a hurry.
It won't take long. The old man might be a couple of days finding them if we don't.
You worry about him. I got to get into Dodge.
We'll ride in with you afterwards.
I ain't gonna do it.
It'd look a lot better if you did.
I'd like to, mister, but I can't. I'm leaving now. So long.
Well, forevermore, Mr. Dillon, you just gonna let him go?
Wait a minute, Chester. I'm gonna let him hear what lead sounds like.
No, don't shoot! Don't shoot me!
All right, then ride back here.
Don't kill me, mister.
I'm not gonna kill you unless you try to run away.
Why would I try to run away?
You just did, Chester.
Yes, sir?
Ride down the bank and head those horses off. Start them back up the wash. We'll be out of here by the time they're back.
All right, sir, Mr. Dillon.
You stay right close to me, fellow. Don't you try anything smart. When we get to Granby's, if he says it's okay, then you can go wherever you like.
I don't know Granby. I've never been there.
And we'll show you the way. Come on, let's go.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe? Joe? Joe, stop reading that paper and talk to me.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Well, I was talking to Mrs. Snyder today. You know, she's the one whose boy had 31% less cavities.
Uh-huh.
Well, she thinks that we should buy bigger savings bonds.
Uh-huh.
She says that when people can afford it, it makes more sense. Oh, she says there are a lot of different denominations. They start at $25, but then there are $50, $100, $200, and even $500 bonds.
Is that so?
And then with the ones we've already bought through the payroll savings plan, we'd have quite a nest egg.
Uh-huh.
Are you listening to me?
Uh-huh.
Did you know that the total accumulated compounded semi-annual interest of the Series E savings bond will amount to 93 1/3% of the original purchasing price?
Uh-huh.
I thought so. Joe, what did I say?
You said that United States savings bonds are a safe, easy way of investing.
I did.
That they help guard our country's freedom.
And?
They're the best investment in America's future.
I said something else, too.
Oh, yeah. You said that the total accumulated compounded semi-annual interest of the Series E savings bond will amount to 93 1/3% of the original purchase price.
Well, now, how did you do that?
Husband's trade secret.
Old man Granby sure can find his horses all right now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, but I want this cowboy here to meet him. Now we'll see if he's in the house.
I'll wait for you.
Get off a horse, fellow. Go on. That's better. All right, come on. We'll take a look. Well, what are you waiting for?
Nothing.
You go ahead, Chester. Looks like I'm going to have to herd this man in.
Yes, sir.
You've been kind of balky ever since we ran into you, haven't you?
I just don't like being dragged around. I never did.
Well, I just want you to meet old Granby. He'll be grateful for your helping run his horses back here.
I know what you think, mister. You think I was stealing them horses. Well, I never heard of the old man. I was never near this place.
So you told me, but you're here now.
I ain't afraid of you or nobody.
Now let's go into the house. Come on.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Old Granby, he's in there.
Oh, what's wrong?
Right in the room there, Mr. Dillon. He's just hanging there.
What?
Somebody's went and hung him right in his own house. I don't want to see him no more. You go take a look at him.
Pull your gun and hold it on this man, Chester. If he makes some move, shoot him.
Yes, sir. Now, you just stand right there, real quiet like.
I ain't gonna do nothing.
You sure ain't.
Just because I happen to be in the country don't mean I killed nobody.
Yeah. Mr. Dillon will decide about that.
Who is this Mr. Dillon, anyway?
He's a United States Marshal, that's who he is.
A marshal?
A marshal. Looks like you run into the wrong people, fella.
Here, I'll hold your gun, Chester, and you search him.
All right, sir. Here. Turn around.
All right, take it easy.
Now, the house is all torn up. You must have been looking for old Granby's money.
I was never in that house.
Ain't nothing on him. Not a thing.
All right, Chester. Here's your gun. Here, catch it.
Thank you.
What's your name, fellow?
Trimble. Joe Trimble.
Where are you from?
Up north.
Up north where?
All over.
What are you doing down here?
Making a change.
Sure. And some cowboy you ran into told you about Granby being rich. So you came here and you kicked the old man around, and then you hung him, then you tried to find the money.
That's a lie. This is the first time I was ever near the place.
I'm sure you did it, Trimble, but I wish I had more evidence. The court of law just might not convict you the way things stand.
You gonna let me go?
No, I'm not gonna let you go. I'm arresting you, and you're gonna stand trial, and I'm gonna do my best to see you hung.
I didn't do it, I tell you. And I'll go free, too. You'll see.
Now, there's something mighty wrong about you, Trimble, and I can't figure it at all.
But I'm sure gonna find out.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Hey, honey, I'm home. Daphne.
Drop dead.
Uh-oh, what's the matter, honey?
Don't you speak to me, you Don Juan.
Don Juan? Daphne, I'm no Don Juan. No habla español.
Very funny. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, it was no prize winner, but...
Neither are you Lothario.
I've often wondered, what's a Lothario?
I don't know, but that's what the wives on TV always call their husbands. I guess it applies.
Do you want me to go out and come in again?
As far as I'm concerned, you can go for a long walk, preferably on a short pier.
Well. Oh, come on, Daphne. What's wrong?
Your good friend Harry called, and he spilled the beans.
Which beans?
He said, quote, "Tell Joe he was right about those blondes. They're great," unquote.
Blondes?
That's what he said. Well?
He didn't say blondes. He said bonds. Savings bonds.
What?
Sure, I buy 'em on the payroll savings plan. And I told Harry he ought to do it, too. Savings bonds have a guaranteed interest that pays back $4 for every 3, which is a pretty good investment.
That's a pretty good story, too.
It's true, so help me. That's why Harry's so happy. Savings bonds are great.
Well, maybe you're right. You wouldn't really fool around with blondes, would you? You're too faithful and sweet and kind and...
Fast talking.
We let Joe Trimble dig a grave up behind the house, and then we laid old Granby in it and covered him with dirt. I was pretty sure now that the old man had never had an extra dollar in his life, and that he'd been killed for no reason at all. Well, anyway, Trimble had done a pretty thorough job of looking for the money, and he'd found nothing. On the ride into Dodge, I tried to figure out just what he was, but he didn't seem to fit anywhere. He wasn't a cowboy or a hunter or a gambler or even just a drifter. Well, after we got him locked up in jail that night, Doc and I went over to the Long Branch for a drink with Kitty. And I was telling him about it.
Now, how old is this fella, man?
Around 25, I guess, Doc.
Oh, well, then he couldn't be running away from home.
He's a little old for that, Kitty.
Yeah, well, anyways, he'll hang him.
Well, I hope the judge agrees with you, Doc.
And why shouldn't he?
All I got so far is circumstantial evidence.
Well, then you should have shot him out on the prairie.
It's a good thing you're not a lawman.
Well, maybe if I were, there'd be fewer killings around here.
I doubt it.
You going up to Hayes for the trial, Matt?
Yeah, I have to.
That'll take a week, I suppose.
How about? Why?
Nothing. Only you just been away for 10 days.
Oh, I gotta earn a living, Kitty.
Well, you could make more money gambling. Right here in Dodge.
Oh, now, Kitty, don't start that again, will you?
Good evening, Marshal. Miss Kitty, Doc.
Yes,
Major.
hi, Major.
I'd like a word with you, Marshal.
Sure, Major, sure.
Would you excuse us?
We'll go over to the bar there. I'll be back, Kitty.
No hurry, Matt. Doc's got a lot of money.
I'll buy you a drink anytime, Kitty.
Well, that's the best offer today, Doc.
Let's go, Major.
I had to come to Dodge on other business, Marshal, but I wanted to pass the word to you that we're looking for a man.
Oh, the Army, you mean?
Yes, a deserter.
No?
Not from Fort Dodge.
Oh, where was he stationed, Major?
He was with the 7th Cavalry at Fort Lincoln.
Up in Dakota, huh?
Mm-hmm. For some reason, they think he headed south. Now, I don't have much of a description of him, just that he was a private, about 25, curly blonde hair, a scar on his left hand.
Well, that fits. What was his name?
He enlisted as Joe Gould, but he's known to have used the name Trimble.
Well, he's right here in Dodge, Major.
He what?
I got him locked up in jail.
Well, that's fine, Marshal. But how did you know that?
I think he murdered an old man who lives about a day's ride north of here, and I'm going to have him tried for it.
That won't be necessary now, Marshal. I'll take over custody of him.
Then he'd be tried at Fort Lincoln for desertion. I want him tried for murder, and I got to be there to present the evidence.
Well, you could go up to Fort Lincoln.
No, Dakota's out of my territory, Major. Besides, this is a civil crime.
The Army wants that man, Marshal.
I'm sorry, Major. He's going to be tried in Hayes first.
He's still a soldier, even if he did desert.
Well, if the judge lets him off, you can have him, but not otherwise. Major, he tortured and hung an innocent old man, and I'm going to do my best to see him punished for it.
I'll have to take this up with my superiors.
Well, you better hurry. I'm going to Hayes with him tomorrow.
I hope you won't regret this, Marshal.
I won't, Major. Not if Trimble is properly punished, I won't. I didn't wait till morning, but started out for Hayes with Joe Trimble that night. The trial lasted a week, and in spite of all the arguments I made, the judge finally decided that there wasn't enough real evidence to convict him. I even tried to make Trimble confess, but he was too smart for that, so there was nothing to do but bring him back and turn him over to the Army. I sent word to Fort Dodge, and the next morning the Major himself appeared to take him into custody.
Well, Marshal, looks as though you didn't have much of a civil case after all.
Now, he killed old Granby. I know he did, but the law's the law, Major.
Yes. And in the Army, orders are orders. But I'm sorry your judge didn't convict him after all.
How's that, son? Now, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Bring Trimble out, will you?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll give the Army credit for one thing, Major.
What's that?
Trimble and I rode back some 80 miles yesterday, and when we got here, he wanted to sit up and play cards with Chester.
Well, there may be some bad men in the cavalry, Marshal, but they're all tough.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
Allie's yours, Major.
Private Trimble, sir.
You're under military arrest, Private, and not privileged to salute. Besides, you enlisted as Private Gould, not Trimble.
Yes, sir.
Report to the guard outside.
Yes, sir.
Now, just a minute, Trimble. You know that you're mighty lucky, don't you? You should have died for what you'd done.
I told you I'd go free, Marshal.
It'll catch up with you someday, Trimble. It always does, somehow. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Marshal. I'll be getting along.
Major, you said you were sorry that the judge didn't convict him. Why have you changed your mind?
Marshal, now he won't even be tried. Not for some months, anyway.
Right. You mean that the 7th doesn't want him anymore?
Oh, they want him all right. My new orders are to send him right up to the Dakotas.
Oh?
Seems that the 7th Cavalry needs every man available. They're leaving Fort Lincoln soon on an expedition against the Sioux and the Northern Cheyenne.
The Sioux, huh? I wonder if old Sitting Bull is still the chief medicine man with them.
I'm sure he is. But at any rate, the 7th will be heading into Montana territory.
Yeah. Well, if they're after Sitting Bull's tribe, they will. He's always had a large camp over on the Little Bighorn.
Yes, I know.
By the way, who's in command of the 7th Cavalry now?
An officer I served under a couple of years. I never did care for him much. A Colonel George Custer.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were composed by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another story of the western frontier of America in the 1870s on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The first time I saw Lena wave, I should have resigned my job and gone to Texas on the fastest horse I could find. Handling a man is one thing, but trying to handle a woman is another. Especially when she weighs some 200 pounds and is muscled like a mule and twice as ornery. Lena came to Dodge on a great draft horse with dark circles around its eyes. And she was leading an old jack mule that carried her boyfriend, Emmett Fitzgerald. And Emmett was a tired, pigeon-breasted little fellow with a green look in his face. They weren't a very handsome pair, but we were mightily impressed by them the day they rode up Front Street.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, that woman must wear leather underwear.
I don't know why she's leading his mule. The man doesn't look stout enough to run away if he wanted to.
My, I'd sure hate to have her on my tail. Well, she's wearing a 6-gun and built like a buffalo.
Well, she sure isn't the gentlest looking woman I ever saw.
Oh, that poor little man, Mr. Dillon. He somehow gives me the feeling he's being carried around in a bird cage.
Now, quiet, Chester. They'll hear you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I never thought we'd make it, Lena.
You mean you never thought you'd make it? Get off that mule.
Sure, Lena. Here. I'll help you tie him up, Lena.
Ow! You stepped on my foot.
I'm sorry. Lena.
That'll learn you to be a gentleman. You up there. Stop that. Who you laughing at?
Why, nobody, ma'am.
That's good. 'Cause if I got the notion you was laughing at me or my man, I'd open you up.
Oh, no. Oh, mine, no. No, it was just something funny I heard the other day from a fella.
What?
What?
What'd you hear that was so funny?
Well, I was sitting there and he come around the end
Think
of the...
hard, mister.
You remember, Mr. Dillon, you tell her, please.
Dillon? Why, you must be the marshal here.
Oh, that's right, ma'am.
Well, now, Marshal, I'm proud to know you. My name's Lena Wave. Shake!
Well, how do you do?
Over here, Emmett.
Sure, Lena.
Marshal, this here's Emmett Fitzgerald.
Emmett?
Glad to know you, Marshal.
Emmett's a gambling man.
Oh, is that so?
I want you to know he's honest, Marshal. Ain't you, Emmett?
Sure, Lena.
Say it.
I'm honest.
I only caught him cheating once, Marshal. Ain't that right, Emmett?
I was in bed 2 weeks. She liked to kill me.
Well, I'm glad to know that. About your being honest, I mean.
Emmett'll be running a game tonight. Right over there's as good a place as any. The Texas Trail.
Sure.
Glad to have you sit in, Marshal. And you can come, too, if you watch your manners.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Emmett, I'd better feed you so you can get enough strength back to kneel them cards. Come on.
Sure, Lena.
Chester's been in that game over there for 2 hours, Matt. He must be losing.
Well, he usually does, Kitty.
How anybody could concentrate with Lena hulking around, I don't know.
She does keep an eye on things, doesn't she?
You know, Matt, I feel kind of sorry for her.
Oh, she can take care of herself.
Well, isn't that? She's being so big and not very pretty. After all, she is a woman.
That's not too easy to tell, Kitty.
You think she's in love with Emmett?
Well, now, Kitty, I tell you, I haven't worked that out yet. I'm sure been studying on it, though.
Matt. Every woman needs a man of some kind.
She's got one.
Yeah. I feel sorry for him, too.
Oh, Lena will take care of him.
I know. But I'll bet he'd like to take care of Lena just once. After all, he's human.
I tell you, that is not my hand. I had 3 aces. You accuse Emmett of cheating, and I'll shoot you dead.
Excuse me, Kitty. I better go fish Chester out of that.
That Emmett was dealing, wasn't he? I'll blow a hole in you, mister. Right now.
All right, hold it, Lena.
She's about to shoot me, Mr. Dillon.
You bet I am.
Lena, I don't know what it's like where you came from, but you shoot anybody around here and you're going to go to jail.
You'd put a woman in jail?
For shooting, I would.
For fighting?
What?
This is what?
When I hear he can put me in jail for that, too, now. Now, here.
The game's closed, gentlemen, for half an hour. I need some beer, Emmett. Come on.
Sure, Lena. He said, man, I don't care what this thing. Gang up on me like that, it ain't fair.
Here, Chester. Let me help you out. Come on. There. Well, are you all right?
Why didn't you stop her, Mr. Dillon? She might have killed me.
Well, I don't know, Chester. I never fought with a woman.
Well, I have, and I don't want no more of it.
You can't hit her. What can you do with her?
Leave her alone. That's what I'm going to do.
You know, Chester, Lena could get to be quite a problem.
Well, she ain't going to be my problem. I'm getting out of here.
Good morning, Matt.
Oh, hello, Doc. Hey, you gonna have some breakfast?
Oh, no, I've already eaten. We'll have some coffee, though.
Oh, good.
They had me up real early this morning.
No? Who did?
A couple of men Lena Wave got mad at.
Huh?
She used a bottle on them.
Oh, were they hurt bad?
Oh, she bloodied them up some. It wasn't real serious, though. All they did was try to protect themselves. After all, what man's going to fight a woman?
Yeah, that's true. But one of these days, some drunk's not going to realize she is a woman, and he'll shoot her.
The one that hasn't happened already. Oh, say, I hear Chester caught it all right when he accused Emmett of trying to cheat him.
Well, he found out later that it wasn't true, Doc. The other boys were just playing a joke on him. They switched his cards while he was under the table looking for some chips that he'd dropped.
If you ask me, a man that'll leave his hand while he crawls around on the floor deserves anything that happens to him.
Well, just about everything did.
Mr. Dillon?
Oh, here he is. He'll tell you.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, say, you better come too, Doc.
Oh, what's the trouble, Chester?
Lena Wave, she just shot a man over at the Dodge House.
What?
Oh, say, we better get... Is the man dead, Chester?
He sure is, Doc.
Where's Lena?
She's still there. Claims it was self-defense.
Did you see it?
Yes, sir, I was right there. Lena was getting her room key at the desk, and this buffalo hunter come in and grabbed her. Well, he was pretty drunk.
Drunk? At this hour of the morning he was drunk?
Well, I guess he'd been up all night, Doc. Anyhow, he tried to kiss her.
He must have been drunk.
He got her gun hand behind her back, and then he pushed her up against the desk. Oh, she was swearing at him something terrible.
Well, how did she shoot him, Chester?
Well, sir, she just ooched around and squirmed herself along the desk till she'd rubbed her 6-gun around on the other side. Then she just pulled it out with her free hand and shot him in the belly.
She did? Oh, my, she's quite a woman, ain't she?
She sure is. She's waiting with Emmett right inside here, Mr. Dillon. Everybody else took cover. They're scared to death of her.
What are you here for, Doc? You can't do him no good.
Well, I just come to take a look at him. Let's see. Oh, yes, he looks dead, all right.
He's dead.
Why did you kill him, Lena?
Well, I had to protect myself, Marshal. Nobody else would, including Emmett here.
I figured you'd take care of him yourself, Lena. You always do.
Sure. But if you was a man, you'd do it for me.
Now, Lena, look how big he is.
He ain't very big anymore. All it takes is a gun, Emmett.
Sure, Lena.
There are too many people carrying guns around here already. I'm going to take yours, Lena.
What for? I killed him in self-defense.
He wasn't even armed, except for that Bowie knife.
You're forgetting something, Marshal.
What?
I'm a woman.
So?
So? You mean to tell me a woman ain't got the right to protect her virtue in this town? What do you men come to, anyway?
Well, yes, she's got a point there.
Ain't no judge in the world that wouldn't call it self-defense.
No, you're right, Lena. I keep forgetting.
You know I'm right. Emmett, we ain't had breakfast yet, and I'm hungry. Come on.
Sure, Lena. You know, I've been thinking, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what about, Chester?
Well, old Lena could have let that fella kiss her this morning. Just a little peck, anyway. Then she wouldn't have had to shoot him.
Yeah, she could have. But she didn't.
I declare. She's enough to curdle cream.
Well, I hope everybody leaves her alone from now on.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah.
I'm Nate Bannister.
Now, I'm glad to know you.
You won't be, if what I hear is true.
Oh?
Jim Henry was my friend, Marshal.
Is that so?
Nobody's going to shoot a friend of mine and get by with it. Not even a woman.
He was drunk, Nate, and he was treating her bad.
And it's no call to kill him.
In this country, a woman's free to protect herself any way she can.
Yeah. That's what everybody I've talked to say.
Well?
don't sit with me. You gonna arrest her?
No.
Okay, then.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
Where you going?
I'm Marshal. I'm going to kill me a woman.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this Monday night on CBS Radio's Suspense, hear Jeff Chandler in Death at Skrikerud Pond. It's an exciting trial in which a young man faces death because of his decisions made as a member of a World War II underground. It's a fascinating study in suspense, and it's yours to hear this Monday night over most of these same stations at the Star's address. Monday, Suspense. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Nate Bannister was obviously a buffalo hunter, same as his friend who had been shot that morning. He was a huge man with a heavy black beard and eyebrows so thick it was hard to tell if he was looking at you or not. I watched him as he stood in the doorway, having just said that he was going to kill Lena Wave. And I realized that a man that primitive was capable of doing anything, even shooting a woman. And I wasn't sure how to stop it, unless I shot him first.
The way I was brought up, Marshal, that's what friends is for. If somebody kill you, then they gotta kill them.
You do any killing around here, Nate, and you'll be tried for it.
Maybe. If you catch me.
I'll catch you.
Why you gotta protect women, Marshal? Just 'cause they're so weak and puny?
Is that Nate Bannister?
Huh?
You heard me.
Why, yes, ma'am. I'm Nate Bannister.
Well, they didn't tell me you was so big.
Who didn't tell you? How'd you know my name?
You've been spreading it around that if the marshal don't arrest me, you'll shoot me. That true?
Are you Lena Wave?
I am. And if there's gonna be any shooting, I want in on it.
Now, wait a minute, Lena.
I ain't gonna get bushwhacked by no dirty buffalo hunter, Marshal.
Bushwhack? I wouldn't do that to nobody. Especially a lady.
Lady?
Yes, ma'am.
He called me a lady, Marshal.
Well, you are, ain't you?
Of course I am.
Yeah, what's the matter with calling you one?
Nothing. I kinda like it.
Just 'cause you ain't pale and skinny like an ordinary woman.
No. Of course I ain't.
Why, I never seen a woman like you nowhere. You're kinda admirable.
Listen to him, Marshal. Ain't he a one?
Oh, I mean it. I sure do.
Oh.
I sure do.
No, you don't. I'm too big.
Too big? Why, you want to be like all them little scrawny women? They can't do nothing. They're no good.
They ain't?
Oh, no. A real man needs someone, better than that.
He does?
Of course he does.
Like me?
Yeah. Like you.
What?
What?
You was gonna shoot me a minute ago.
Oh, no. I didn't mean nothing by that. Hey, come on. I'll buy you beer. We'll talk about it.
Well, okay. Go along, Marshal.
Yeah. Don't you worry about nothing, Marshal.
Chester!
Yes, sir.
That jug of corn whiskey's still out back.
Yes, sir. It was last time I looked.
Go and get it.
Those two make quite a couple, Matt. Look at them. They've been sitting there most all day.
Yeah, pretty shaggy pair of lovebirds, if you ask me. How's Emmett taking all this?
Well, he didn't find him till a couple of hours ago.
No, what happened? Oh, where is he?
Nate ran him off. He probably had done more, but Lena wouldn't let him. You know, Matt, I think underneath she's real fond of that little Emmett.
Yeah? She got a strange way of showing it.
Women do sometimes.
Well, it doesn't matter as long as she keeps out of trouble.
She leads quite a life, doesn't she? Shoots a man in the morning and falls for his best friend in the afternoon.
She might have shot both of them if Nate hadn't started sweet-talking her.
Well, he made her feel like a woman, that's what.
Oh, sure.
Nothing wrong with that, is there?
It probably saved his life.
All right, mister. You get away from
Look,
her.
Matt, it's Emmett.
Yeah.
You heard me.
I thought you'd gone home.
I ain't going home. Not without Lena, I ain't.
Yes, you are. Lena and me is going to get married.
I didn't say that.
I ain't had time to tell you.
I'm warning you, mister.
Excuse me, Kitty. I better stop this.
Look, fella, I'm going to kiss her. Watch.
No.
Hold it, Emmett! Oh! All right, Emmett. Give me that derringer.
Sure, Marshal.
Chester,
Yes, sir. Here I am, Mr. Dillon.
get Nate's gun before he comes to.
All right, sir. I'll get it.
All right, then take him over to Doc's, huh? He doesn't look too bad hurt.
No, sir. He ain't. I'll take care of him.
Emmett, you shot him.
I know.
You shot him. Over me.
Well, he was stealing you, Lena.
And you went and shot him.
I was kind of ashamed this morning when that other fella tried to kiss you.
You're a man after all, Emmett.
I couldn't stand losing you, Lena.
Oh, I didn't care nothing about him.
You didn't?
No. I was just tired of not being treated like a woman. He called me a lady and kind of lost my head. That's all.
Well, Emmett kind of lost his head, too, Lena. All right, Emmett. Come on. You're going to jail.
No, Marshal, please.
Come on. Get going, Emmett.
All right. My husband goes to jail. So do I.
Your husband?
Of course. We've been married 10 years, Marshal.
I always knew it wasn't a mistake.
Well, he's still going to jail.
Please, Marshal, don't take him.
Of course I'll take him. He just shot a man, didn't he?
He was only protecting his lawful wedded wife. You gotta let me go with him. Well, I can't leave him now. I've been waiting 10 years for him to treat me like a woman. Oh, please, Marshal.
Look, Lena, there's been nothing but trouble since you hit Dodge.
Please, Marshal.
When Nate gets patched up, he'll be gunning for Emmett here.
Emmett'll kill him next time.
All right, Lena. Look, I'll tell you what I'll do. Get out of Dodge, both of you. Right now.
You mean it?
If you hurry.
Oh, thank you, Marshal. Let's go, Emmett.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Take my arm.
All right.
Now, Lena. Come on.
Sure, Emmett. Sure.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg with Vic Perrin and John Daner. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Mr. and Mrs. North of CBS Radio get into an arty crowd, an artful crowd, too, when mixed paints and mixed emotions make murder. Here a collector's item, Ham and Jerry's latest thriller, leading them a merry chase mid works of art before they nab their killer. It's on most of these same stations Tuesday night. On the same evening, you have a date for thrills with John Lund as yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Don't forget. George Walsh speaking. Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks teaches you how to laugh Sundays on the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Oh, morning, Kitty.
Well, you're out early today.
I'm a working man. I have to keep regular hours.
Then what were you doing at the Long Branch at 2 o'clock this morning?
Well, sometimes it's a regular 24 hours, just like you.
Well, at least I make good money at it.
Kitty, would you really like to see me settle down and run a saloon?
You might get to like it.
All right, I'll do it.
When?
When I'm about 50.
I thought so.
Good morning, Miss Kitty.
Oh, hello, Chester.
Here's a letter for you, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, thanks, Chester.
The envelope says it's from Judge Rambo over in Wichita.
Mm-hmm.
Anything important?
Yeah, it's a court order for eviction. Yeah, seems Brandon Teague didn't file legally on his land over by Wagon Mountain.
Did you say Brandon Teague?
Oh, do you know him, Kitty?
Everybody knew him around Abilene.
Yeah, he had a pretty bad reputation then, I guess.
Doesn't he still?
Well, I haven't seen him for some time, but he's married now, and he's trying to prove up some land.
Well, I don't envy you trying to put him off it. Brandon Teague never shoved very easy that I recall.
Well, we'll ride out there this afternoon, Chester.
Be sure your gun's loaded, Matt.
Yeah, well, maybe I won't need it, Kitty.
Want to bet?
No, I guess not.
You ask me, Teek's gone and built himself a mighty nice place out here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's doing fine. Hello, Teek.
Hello, Marshal. Chester?
All right, Teek.
What brings you out this way?
Well, here, you might as well read it yourself.
What's this? Court order. Immediate eviction. What's this all about, Marshal? I got my deed to this place.
Yeah, but you failed to register it at the land office, Teek.
Nobody told me about that.
I'm sorry.
You'll be a whole lot sorry you try to put me off this land, Marshal.
Brandon, who are you talking to?
You stay inside, Sarah. It ain't nothing.
Well, then it won't hurt if I come out.
This is my wife, Marshal Dillon and Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, mister?
Ma'am?
Is there trouble, Brandon?
They say we got no legal right to this place, Sarah. I didn't register the deed or some fool thing.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
don't you worry. Ain't nobody gonna move us off, law or no law.
It's a court order, Teek.
I ain't wore a gun since I got married, Marshal, but I can sure go put one on.
We're going to have a child, Marshal. Most any day now.
And we ain't moving. We ain't starting over again.
Oh, if we have to, we can do it. I'd rather die and see you go to fighting again, Brandon. Now you think on it.
It's a hard thing for a man to swallow, but I can't go agin her. I ain't putting on my gun.
Now, why don't you go in and tell her that?
When'll I tell her we got to get off the place?
Oh, there's no hurry.
What about that immediate eviction?
Well, I'll be responsible for that.
I guess I ought to be grateful to you.
No, Teek, not to me. Well, goodbye.
Bye, Marshal. Chester.
Bye, Teek. When are you going to put him off, Mr. Dillon?
I'm going over to Wichita, Chester. I'll find out there.
You've heard Bobby Haggard whistling it on radio and television. Right now, a country-style version. Okay, partners?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed by Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Hello, Judge.
Marshal Dillon, what are you doing in Wichita?
Well, I came to see you.
Oh, that's so?
It's about that court order you sent me, Judge.
Which court order, Marshal?
The one to evict Brandon Teak off his land near Wagon Mountain.
Oh, that. Yes, I remember. What's the trouble? Is he putting up a fight?
No, he isn't.
Well, he sure must have changed. I remember Teak around here. He was a wild one.
Well, he's married now, Judge. As a matter of fact, they're expecting a child any day.
A child?
Mm-hmm. So, I told him that they could take their time about moving.
Take their time?
Yeah.
That order was to evict them at once, Marshal.
Yeah, I know that, Judge.
There's no room for sentiment in the law, Marshal Dillon. What's right is right, and what's legal is legal.
Look, Judge, Teak's been on that land for over a year. How come this business about failing to register his deed just came up?
It was only recently brought to my attention.
And who brought it to your attention?
Lee Sprague. Not that it makes any difference.
Lee Sprague, huh? He owns a lot of land around Wagon Mountain, doesn't he?
And he's filed on this. There's nothing irregular about it, Marshal, if that's what you're thinking.
Well, legally, I'm sure everything's correct, Judge.
You can't argue with facts, Marshal. Now stop being a sentimental fool and go do your duty.
Brandon Teak's a changed man, Judge. He's done more than prove up that land. He's proved himself up, too.
Homestead Act, 1862, paragraph 12. After 1 year, if the deed to such land is not duly recorded at the nearest government
never
office...
mind, Judge. I know how it reads.
Well, then start acting like it. I can hold even a United States Marshal in contempt of court, you know.
Yeah, sure you can. You got a lot of power, Judge. But there's only one thing wrong.
And what's that?
You never learned how to use it.
Marshal Dillon.
I want to talk to you, Sprague.
Come in.
Thank you.
How'd you know I was in Dodge today?
I found out. It's about Brandon Teak, Sprague.
Something wrong?
No, not legally. Judge Rambo made that pretty clear.
Want to tell me what's bothering you, Marshal?
Yeah, sure. I think Brandon Teak deserves that land more than you do.
Marshal, I'm in the land and cattle business, and I'm making out mighty well. No man can accuse me of ever doing anything illegal or dishonest. But everybody knows I practice sharp, and I'll go on practicing sharp, too.
Even against a man like Teak, who's hung up his gun and settled down and tried to make a life for him and his family?
What do you mean, his family?
There's a child coming any day now.
Then he's better off in town, Marshal.
What?
My wife stayed in the country. That's why I lost her. Looks to me I'm doing Teak a favor.
You got an awful easy conscience, Sprague.
No use arguing, Marshal. You got your order. Now go put him off.
No, Sprague, I'm not going to do it.
What?
I couldn't hold my head up if I had any part of the kind of law you and Judge Rambo want.
You mean that?
I do.
I ain't gonna let you stand in my way, Marshal. You're in for trouble.
It's Brandon Teak and his missus both talking to that fellow, Mr. Dillon.
You recognize him, Chester?
No, sir, I don't. He's a stranger to me. Looks like they're all head up over something, don't it?
Yeah.
Miss Teak hadn't ought to be standing out in the heat of the day this
We'll
way.
let Marshal Dillon settle this, Haley.
He's got nothing to do with it no more.
Ma'am,
How to do, Marshal?
what's the trouble here, Teak?
You told me there was no hurry about our leaving, Marshal.
Wait a minute. Where'd you get that badge, mister? Who are you?
I'm Jim Haley, Marshal. Deputy Sheriff from Wichita.
Wichita? Well, how'd you get here?
I took the Santa Fe to Dodge, then I rented me a horse.
Answer me, Haley.
Judge Rambo sent me.
I guess he felt the law needed a little enforcing down this way.
He's got a court order, Marshal, just like the one you had.
It's plumb legal. And I want you people to pack up and be out of here by tomorrow.
Just a minute, Haley.
I can take care of him, Marshal.
No, Brandon, there'll be no fighting.
Now, Sarah,
You ain't gonna do nothing except move, Teak, and right now.
No.
Woman, you let go my arm!
Sarah!
Now, wait a minute, Marshal. She shouldn't have grabbed my arm like that. I was only trying to do...
Get his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Is she hurt, Teak?
You all right, Sarah?
I'll be all right.
She only grabbed his arm. He's gone and hurt her, Marshal, flinging her off like that.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Jump on your horse and ride for Dodge, huh? Tell Doc to get out here. Fast.
Ain't Doc never coming out of that house?
It's been a long time, hasn't it?
She shouldn't have grabbed me. I didn't mean to hurt her.
Haley, why don't you keep quiet? Nobody wants to hear from you.
Look, Mr. Dillon, there's Doc.
Huh?
You don't look none too happy.
Well, Doc?
The baby's dead, Matt.
Oh, my.
That's too bad.
Well, I didn't do it. I only pushed her a little.
I told you to shut up, Haley.
There wasn't a chance of saving the baby. It's her I've been working on. And she's going to be all right now, Matt.
Yeah. Well, good for that, anyway.
Hey, Doc, tell you, Marshal?
Yeah, Teak. I'm sorry to hear it.
I'm sorry, too, but you can't blame me for it.
Haley, I just now promised my wife I wouldn't kill you. Don't make me break it.
Come on, Haley. I'm taking you to Dodge with me.
Hey, now, look here. Ain't you forgetting I'm a lawman, too, Marshal?
I'd like to forget it. It doesn't make me very proud of being one.
I come here to do a job, and I'm going to do it.
I promised her I wouldn't kill you now, Haley, but you come back here, and I promise you I will. A man can only take so much.
I'll be back.
No, you won't. I'm throwing you in jail for a while.
Jail?
Teak, as soon as your wife's better, you come see me, huh? I don't know what I can do, but things aren't going on this way.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your kitchen? Getting ready for Sunday supper? Maybe in your living room, relaxing? Or out driving? Say, be sure and watch the road. But remember, there's pleasure ahead when you smoke Chesterfield. When you satisfy yourself with Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. It stands to reason. A cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Hello, Chester.
Hello, Doc.
Where's Matt, Chester?
In the office, talking to Lee Sprague.
Sprague? It's a little late to be talking to him, isn't it?
I'd say so. You sure Brandon Teague's coming to Dodge today, Doc?
That's what he told me. There's a neighbor woman staying with his wife. Not that she really needs anybody now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
It's only been a week, but she's a strong woman. Oh, well, here we are.
Huh? Yeah, oh, my God, he did come.
Hello, Doc. Chester.
Oh, hello, Teague. How's the patient?
She's pretty good, Doc. Being awful brave about it, but I know how she feels.
Only time will cure that.
I guess so.
Mr. Dillon's in the office, Teak. He wanted you to go right on in when you got here.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Teague. Come on in. You know Lee Sprague?
Yeah, I know him.
Hello, Teague.
Sprague and I were over at the land office this morning. I think we got everything straightened out.
What do you mean?
Here. Take a look at this.
What is it?
That's a deed to the land you're on, Teak, and this time it's legally registered.
Yeah, sure. In your name.
That's right.
You help him with this, Marshal?
Well, I wanted to be sure that there weren't any loopholes, Teak.
You know, if it wasn't for my wife, you people would have to shoot me off that place.
Teak, I want to tell you something.
Ain't you said enough, Sprague?
No. Now, listen. I'm a greedy man, Teak, and I'll take anything I can get, legally. But Marshal Dillon here has been talking pretty hard to me lately.
Sure, and I've been listening to him, too.
I guess I'd have gone right on, and I could have, till I heard about your baby.
Why should that matter to you?
I lost my son, Teak. But I lost my wife, too.
Taking my land gonna help you?
You tell him, Marshal.
He's not taking your land, Teak.
That deed's in his name, ain't it? Didn't you go along to be sure he didn't make any mistakes?
There aren't any mistakes this time. Sprague can deed that land to anybody he wants to now, all clear. And it's yours.
I'm not giving it to you. It's yours anyway.
I'll tell Sarah. And I'll tell her she was right all along about not fighting.
Yeah.
Well, what about you, Marshal? Ain't there going to be trouble you jailing a deputy sheriff?
Well, as soon as he gets back to Wichita, I suppose there might be some trouble, yeah. But don't you worry about that, Teak. I've always wanted to see California anyway.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
What's your idea of vacation pleasure? Mountains? Seashore? Lake? Wherever you go, here's an idea for your smoking pleasure. Take along a couple of cartons of Chesterfields. Chesterfields are firm, packed full, give you full-time flavor that's bound to make whatever you're doing more enjoyable. Vacation bound, buy Chesterfields by the carton. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, on the frontier, a horse thief was often caught and hung because someone else's brand was on the animal he'd stolen. But next week, a man is hung because his horse has no brand at all. But that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Vic Perrin, Helen Plebe, Paul Dubov, and Will Wright. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the pure white Miracle Tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Doggone thing. There. That works.
Hello, Chester.
Mr. Dillon?
Are you going hunting?
No.
I saw all kinds of wild turkey about a mile down the Arkansas yesterday.
I ain't going hunting, Mr. Dillon.
What's the gun and all the shells for, then?
Well, shotguns was made for more than shooting birds with.
Yeah, that's true.
Mr. Dillon, you ever hear me talk about Live Oak County?
South Texas? Sure I have. According to you, it's a hideout for bandits.
Yes, sir, it is. And they've got a saying down there that if the law ever did catch any of them, there ain't enough good men around to act as a jury to try the bad ones.
Well, that's very interesting, Chester, but you're a long way from Live Oak County now.
Well, part of it's moved up here.
What?
Asa Ledbetter. He's in Dodge.
Asa Ledbetter? Is he an outlaw?
No, sir. But I seen him at the Long Branch, and there's only one thing he's here for, Mr. Dillon.
Well, what?
To kill me.
All right, Chester. Are you going to tell me why Asa Ledbetter is here to kill you?
It don't matter why, Mr. Dillon.
Okay. I'm going to go in there and talk to him.
I'd as soon you didn't.
I don't like people getting killed in Dodge, Chester. Even you. Now, you wait here, huh? Hello?
Oh, say, you're the marshal.
Your name Asa Ledbetter?
How'd you know that?
Chester told me.
Chester?
Yeah, Chester Proudfoot.
Well, okay, Marshal. He got my name right, but I don't recall his.
What?
I never heard no Chester Proudfoot. Glad to meet you, though. Buy a drink?
Oh, thank you.
Say, there was a fella in here a while ago, I remember, because he was staring at me so hard. He heard me say my name, too. I was talking to a cowboy about finding work around here.
Where you from, Ledbetter?
Texas.
What part?
Amarillo.
Ever been in South Texas?
No, never have. Marshal, what's this all about?
Now, Chester thinks that you came here to kill him.
Now, just look here, Marshal. I don't know this Chester fella. Never even heard of him. I don't go around murdering people.
I hope that's true, Ledbetter.
Of course 'tis. And I don't like nobody dragging down my good name, Marshal.
Nobody is. So long.
You just asked anybody from Amarillo about me, Marshal. They can tell you.
Chester?
I feel like a darn fool standing out here.
Are you sure you haven't got Asa Ledbetter mixed up with somebody else?
Not hardly.
He claims he never heard of you.
He's been looking for me for years.
Why, Chester?
It don't matter why, Mr. Dillon. If I'm dead, all that matters is I'm dead.
Why don't you take a few days off, huh? Go fishing or something.
You don't believe me, do you?
I didn't say that, Chester.
Well, you'll be sorry, Mr. Dillon. You'll be real sorry.
That whistling man, Bobby Haggart, really started something. Tonight, the Calypso Boys join in. Ready, amigos?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Well, Kitty, that was a real good dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you.
Thank me.
Well, I thought you were paying for it.
You're the one who needs a vacation, not Chester.
Oh, but you're a rich woman, Kitty.
Let's talk about Chester. Does he really think Asa Ledbetter's after him?
Well, that's what he says.
It's not like Chester to make up a thing like that.
No.
Matt?
You stay here.
No, I'm going with you.
couple of drunken cowboys.
You going after him?
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
It's Chester, Matt, down there by the alley.
Come on.
What's the matter with his arm? Looks like he's been hurt.
Yeah.
He shot me, Mr. Dillon. He shot me.
One of those cowboys?
No, Asa Ledbetter.
What?
I seen them cussed cowboys coming, so I ducked in the alley here. And Ledbetter was down at the end of it, just waiting for me. I think he just hired them fellas to set up a commotion so he could get a shot at
Here,
me.
let me see that arm.
Bullet went right in. Here, Mr. Dillon. It didn't break nothing, though.
Ah, Chester, you've been hurt worse than this a dozen times. Now, look, if you ducked in the alley, you were probably facing the street, weren't you?
Yes, it was.
All right, then Ledbetter wouldn't have been behind you. The bullet entered from in front.
It was him, I tell you.
Or the wild bullet from those cowboys.
You think I'm lying?
Well, I think you're worrying yourself into seeing things.
I'm going up to Doc's, if I can make
Now,
it.
wait a minute, Chester. Where's Ledbetter staying?
Well, he told me the Dodge House, Matt.
All right, I'll go talk to him.
Sure. You go talk to him. How many times do I have to be shot around here before anybody believes me?
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Ledbetter.
Nothing wrong?
How long you been in your room here?
Oh, I've been taking a nap, Marshal. Up until them drunks out there woke me up.
Chester says you tried to shoot him a few minutes ago.
Now, Marshal, I'm getting sick and tired of this Chester. What's he trying to do, anyway?
He's pretty certain about it.
Bound and determined to get me into trouble? I'd doggone if I know why.
There must be some reason.
Well, sure, and if there is, I don't know it. I'll be glad when I find me a job and get shut of this town. Never did hear nothing good about Dodge anyway.
We try to keep it peaceful.
Oh, sure, but it's like you say. Probably ain't enough good men left to act as jury to try the bad ones.
Oh? Just where do they say that, Ledbetter?
Oh. I don't know. You heard it before, ain't you?
Yeah, I've heard it before. It's a saying down in South Texas in Live Oak County.
Well, that may be, Marshal. And I heard it in Amarillo. Now, ain't that possible?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Marshal, listen here. If I come here to kill a man, what did I be waiting around for? A change of weather? It don't make sense, does it?
No. No, it doesn't make sense. Any part of it. How does it look, Doc?
Well, it's just a scratch, Matt.
A scratch? I suppose if I come in here scalped, you'd say the barber just give me too tight a haircut.
Now, Chester, be brave, boy. Yes, see. There we are. In a week, you'll never know you got hit.
Well, it's a mercy it wasn't my gun arm.
Chester, I told you Asa Ledbetter was in his room the whole time.
You mean he told you?
I asked the desk clerk on the way out.
Then he was lying, too.
Chester, how long since you've had a good night's sleep?
Now, Doc, don't you start that.
Well, you admit you didn't actually see Ledbetter in that alley. But next time you'll see him all right, won't you? Yeah, whether he's there or not.
Have you finished doctoring my wound?
Oh, now, wait a minute. Getting mad won't help you.
Well, maybe it will.
Well, where are you going now?
Who cares where at I'm going?
He'll get over it, Doc.
Yeah, I hope so. The only thing I can figure is that he's got this Ledbetter mixed up with somebody else.
Yeah.
But it'd certainly help if he'd say why he thinks he's after him. Because... Matt?
Yeah, what is it?
Come over here at the window.
Huh?
Quick.
What's going on?
Look, down there in the street.
I'd say it's a lot better.
And Chester's standing there about to shoot him.
I'd better hurry, Doc.
I'm just getting plumb good and tired of you.
Then why don't you do something about it?
Chester.
You stay out of this, Mr. Dillon.
I don't like gunfighting, no matter who starts it.
I didn't start it. He come here to shoot me.
Marshal, he is crazy. He ought to be locked up.
Sure, I'm crazy. I should have called you out before. Now, you going to fight or not?
No, I ain't going to fight.
You scared?
I've got no quarrel with you.
Are you scared?
Leave him alone, Chester.
No.
Then tell me what this is all about.
No.
Now, Chester, why don't you just go off and get drunk or something?
Pete! Chester.
Now will you draw? Now will you?
Oh, Marshal, I ain't going to take much more of him.
I said, are you
All right,
gonna
Chester,
draw?
that's enough. Now, you come with me.
You're a dirty coward.
You come with me, I said.
You're with him, ain't you? You and Doc and everybody.
Maybe you are crazy, Chester.
Sure. Oh, sure.
Oh, where you going?
I'm going to get me a drink. Alone.
Say, where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your car? Getting ready for dinner? Oh, I see. Just relaxing in your favorite easy chair. Well, I'd say you're in a good spot right now to really enjoy a Chesterfield. You see, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. It stands to reason. A cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Doc? Is that you, Doc?
Oh, Matt. Why, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, man.
Yeah. You been on a call?
Well, I haven't been romancing the ladies. Yeah, is Chester asleep?
Yeah, he's asleep. But not in the office.
Why not? Where is he?
I locked him in a cell out back.
You locked him in... What?
He got drunk, Doc. By sundown, he was as drunk as I ever saw him.
Well, maybe he needed it, Matt. Maybe it'll bring him out all this.
Well, something's got to.
Yes, it does. Well, I'm going to go to bed now, Matt. You better go, too.
Yeah, I am, Doc. I think I'll use Chester's bed in the office tonight.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, good night, Doc.
Don't move, Chester. This here's a shotgun. All right, now get off that bed and get over to the window. Go on. better. I'm going to sit down here and light the lamp now. But you just stand steady. The shotgun's right across my knees. Now, Chester, you and me, we're going... Marshal? What you doing here?
Well, I was trying to get some sleep.
Well, you don't sleep here.
It's Chester's bed, all right.
Where is he?
Now, he's around. Somewhere.
Where you going? Stand still. Marshal, stand still. I mean it.
Well, I was just going to close the back door here. You left it open.
I want it open.
All right. I'll open it wide.
Here, Marshal, no call for that. Why, where's Chester at?
I don't know where he is, Ledbetter.
You're lying.
Yeah, I'm lying.
He got drunk this afternoon. You brought him over here. I thought you put him to bed, but since you didn't, there ain't but one place he'd be. Right out there in that cell behind you.
You walk right past him on your way in, Ledbetter.
Get out of that doorway, Marshal.
No.
I'll shoot you if you don't.
You'll shoot Chester if I do.
Now move, I say.
I can't oblige you, Ledbetter. I'm sorry.
I'll kill you, Marshal.
Don't shoot again, Chester.
Mr. Dillon? Is he dead?
Yeah. You hit him in the head with the first shot, Chester.
Pure luck. I heard you kick that door. It woke me up.
So I wonder anything could wake you up tonight.
Well, I don't feel so good, but I ain't drunk no more. Hey, you got me locked in here.
Yeah, I thought of that, but I forgot to take your gun away from you.
That was mighty careless of you, Mr. Dillon.
Well, it doesn't matter now.
You knew I had it. You was going to let him shoot at you so as it'd wake me up and I'd have a chance at him. I guess I was kindly wrong about you being agin me.
You know, it might have helped things if you'd have told me why Ledbetter was after you, Chester.
I just couldn't, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, why?
It had to do with a lady.
Oh.
She's dead now. But I didn't want nobody talking about her. Saying her name. Nobody. Can you understand that?
It'll be daylight soon, Chester. Let's go brew up some coffee, huh?
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Thank you.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad. Vacation coming up soon? Here's how to pack more pleasure. Make sure you have a couple of cartons of Chesterfields in your suitcase or in your car's glove compartment. A touch tells you Chesterfields are firm, packed full. Your taste tells you they satisfy the most. So when you do your vacation shopping, ask your dealer for Chesterfields by the carton.
You know, the early frontier years were lusty and brawling, and men happily fought each other as a matter of course. But next week, it's the man who refuses to fight that causes all the trouble. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast was Lawrence Dobkin as Asa Ledbetter, Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Yes, have an L&M. No other cigarette you can buy, plain or filter, gives you the full, exciting flavor you get through the pure white L&M Miracle Tip. Through the modern Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Is this everything, Chester?
Well, there might be more later when they finish sorting the mail. Hey, where's that telegram?
Oh, what telegram?
I thought I put it right on top. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah. Here it is. Might be important.
Oh, we'll soon see. Well, it's from Bill Hickok.
Up in Abilene?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Mr. Dillon?
Teeters and Gridler headed for Dodge. Keep them there, but don't arrest them until I get there with murder witness. Or I'll write Washington all I know about you. Signed Hickok.
Oh, then Mr. Hickok's coming here, huh?
Now, that's what he says.
Well, how'll you recognize those two men, Mr. Dillon?
I expect I'll recognize him all right.
Oh, you know them.
Yeah, we've met. Teeters and Gridler are gunmen, Chester. The kind who kill as easy as most men shake hands. Just about as often.
Too bad you can't just put them in jail.
Yeah. Well, we'll start meeting the trains.
There's one in at noon, sir.
Good. Then we'll meet it.
What'll we do if they are on this train, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, Chester. I'll find them later and talk to them, but not in a crowd like this.
Yes, sir. You know, every time I see a train, I am just overpowered with the urge to travel.
Oh? Where to?
Anywhere. Anywhere but Kansas.
Well, I don't think you'd like it back east any better.
Why not?
You just have the urge to come out west again. I know your kind.
I suppose you're right, sir. But still, it'd be good to walk down a street that wasn't all heat and dust and that wasn't crowded with a lot of grimy men looking for trouble. And I wouldn't mind seeing some women, married women, with kids and parasols and
Wait a
Bibles
minute,
and-
Chester. There they are.
Where?
They just got off the end car. Those two headed for the depot there.
One of them's tall?
Yeah. That's Teeters in the black hat. The other's Gridler. Now just step around the corner here and see which way they head.
Yes, sir. There they are.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to the Dodge house. Now let's follow them.
Yep, that's where they're going, all right.
Now let's wait here. I'll let them get a room, and then I'll go talk to them.
But if you can't arrest them,
And I'll just try to make them feel welcome to stay in Dodge.
when do you think Mr. Hickok will get here?
Oh, be a couple of days anyway, Chester. Look, right now, I want you to go back to the depot and ask the ticket agent to let me know if Teeters and Gridler start to leave anytime. You can describe them to him.
All right, sir.
And then go to the stage office.
Yes, sir.
And go to all the stables, too. If they rent or buy any horses, I want to know about it right away.
I'll tell everybody.
Also, tell them to keep quiet about it. I'll be back at the office later, huh?
All right, sir.
What can I do for you, Marshal?
Two men came in here just a minute ago. One of them was tall, black hat. Well?
Well, what, Marshal?
You were here. Did you see him?
Those were gunmen. I could tell.
The tall one's Teeters and the other one's Gridler. Those the names they gave you?
Yes, but there'll be trouble if you try to arrest them here, Marshal. Can't you wait until they're outside in the street someplace?
No? What if they're after you?
I've got nothing to do with men like that, Marshal. There's no reason in the world that
Now,
they'd
just take it easy. They never heard of you, and I'm not going to arrest them. But since you're a good, helpful citizen, maybe you can tell me what room they're in.
Certainly, Marshal, certainly. Number 25. Up the stairs and turn to your left.
Thank you very much.
Who is it? Who is it, I said? All right, open it, Gridley.
You can put your gun away, Gridler. I just came for a little talk.
And make your talk, Marshal.
No, I ain't polite, Gridley. Let him in. You watch him better inside, anyway.
Hello, Teeters.
What's on your mind, Marshal?
I'm just trying to think. Last time I saw you men was in, let me see, was it Tascosa?
Never mind all that, Marshal. Why are you here?
No, I heard you were in town. I thought I'd drop by and say hello.
News must travel pretty fast in Dodge. We ain't been here 15 minutes all told.
Well, maybe he was expecting us, Gridley.
I happened to be at the depot. I noticed you get off, so I followed you here.
All right. But we're not wanted, Marshal. Matter of fact, a judge up in Abilene just turned us loose. Wasn't no witness to that killing. Wild Bill tried to frame us, but didn't work.
Well, that just goes to show the law's fair to everybody, doesn't it?
Why'd you come here, Marshal?
Just to let you know that I'm still the law in Dodge and that I don't want any trouble here. And with men of your sort, I always like to mention that.
We're not looking for trouble.
Good, good. And you're welcome to stay here as long as you like.
That's a funny thing to tell us.
It's an open town, Teeters.
Yeah, sure, Marshal. Sure it is, yeah.
And I'll treat you two just like anybody else. If you stay out of trouble, the town's yours.
Anybody who starts trouble won't be us.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'll be going now, gentlemen. Oh, there are some pretty sharp gamblers here. Don't let them take all of your money.
Well, don't you worry about us, Marshal.
So long. There was no way of figuring how long Teeters and Gridler might stay in Dodge. If they took a notion to do some gambling, it might be a week or two, or they might move on in an hour. That night, however, they were still in town, bucking faro at the Oliver Ganza. Everything looked fine until Chester came into the office about 10 o'clock.
They're fixing to leave, Mr. Dillon, first thing in the morning.
Oh, how do you know?
Jim Bunch at the stage office. He just told me they came in and paid their fare to Sharon Springs on the morning stage.
Sharon Springs, huh? And then they're headed for Denver.
Looks like it, sir.
All right, Chester. Go tell Jim that I'm going to be on that stage tomorrow, too. If he likes, I'll ride shotgun for him. One of the boys can have a little time off.
I'll tell him, sir. But are you going all the way to Denver?
I'll follow him all the way to San Francisco if necessary. You can tell Hickok that when he shows up.
Too bad he won't be here before they leave.
And it'll be another day before he can get here. But I won't be too far behind us. Stage leaves at 8, right?
Yes, sir. I'll be there to see you off, Mr. Dillon.
Fine. We'll meet at the Dodge House for breakfast if you like.
All right, sir. The stage looks like it's all ready to go, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I don't see Teeters and Gridler, though. They're not inside, are they?
I don't think so. No, they're not here yet.
Just about 8 o'clock. They should be here.
Well, it doesn't matter, Chester. If they've changed their minds, it's all to the good anyway.
Want me to go ask Jim Bunch if he's heard from them, Mr. Dillon?
No. Let's just wait here.
Oh, say, I forgot to tell you. Jim said the regular shotgun messenger has to go up to Sharon Springs anyway, but to thank you just the same.
No, good. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Look, up at the other end of the plaza there. Coming this way.
Well, I declare. It's Sam.
Yeah. Now what are they up to, I wonder?
Well, they can't be taking the stage if they're horseback.
No. Looks to me like they're fixed for a long ride, too.
Sure does, Mr. Dillon.
You're up early, Marshal.
Yeah. So are you, Teeters.
Cooler in the morning.
For traveling, it is.
So long, Marshal.
What's the matter? Did you lose all your money last night?
Yeah. Next time we'll follow your advice.
So long.
Will we go after him?
Chester, you stay here and explain things to Wild Bill. I'll be on their trail. As soon as they're out of sight, I'll get my horse. You can tell Jim I won't be taking the stage.
All right, sir.
I'll leave as clear a trail for Hickok as I can.
Yes, sir, I'll tell him.
We will return to the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, young women are needed to enroll as student nurses and to take their places as graduate nurses in an ever-expanding field where opportunity unlimited awaits. Older women should seek careers as practical nurses where fine living and fine working conditions are in prospect. Ask at any hospital at the nurses' registry desk or at any qualified school of nursing. And now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I did my best to stay out of Teeters and Gridler's sight. But if they had suspicions of being followed and were watching their back trail, they'd have known I was there, all right. The land was flat, and we frequently crossed great patches of powder-dried dirt that smoked the air with dust under the horses' feet. After an hour, they began to swing slowly north. And by noon, it was clear that for some reason they were riding in a great half-circle. They'd left Dodge, headed west, and sure enough, just after sundown, they rode back into town from the east. I waited until dark, then came in. Put my horse up. The office was empty, so I walked up to Delmonico's, where I found Doc having supper.
Oh, Matt. Oh, sit down.
Oh, thank you, Doc.
Oh, you look hungry enough to even eat this food.
Yeah, it's been a long time since breakfast, Doc.
Yeah, a man ought to eat 3 meals regular, Matt. You'll get run down if you don't.
Yeah, sure, Doc. Only sometimes you have to eat when you can.
Oh, that's so. Did you have a hard day, Matt?
Yeah, I've been riding, Doc. Riding around in circles.
Oh, is that what the government pays you for? Oh, I'd like to have your job, man.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Doc. It isn't always this easy.
Yeah, I know, Matt. Chester told me. What happened? You lose them?
No, I didn't lose them. As a matter of fact, they're coming in here right now.
Huh? What do you mean they're coming in? Those two?
Yeah,
They're pretty hard-looking fellas.
they are.
Evening, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Teeters. Gridler.
Marshal.
This is Dr. Adams, gentlemen.
How are you?
Hi, Doc.
Yeah, how are you?
Well, what's on your mind?
You are, Marshal.
What?
That was you trailing us all day, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Why?
I didn't want you to get lost.
That's a lie.
Then let's say that I didn't want you to get into any trouble.
You going to tell us what it's all about, Marshal?
Well, you're not exactly the most reputable citizens in Kansas, and I just wanted to have an eye on you, that's all.
You sure do.
Because, like I told you, you keep out of trouble, and you're welcome to stay here.
Just remember one thing, Marshal. There's two of us.
And next time you follow us, you might not come back.
Well, taking chances like that's part of my job, Mr. Teeters.
It's a poor job, then.
Yeah, sometimes I think so, too.
Come on, Teeters, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Well, they're not very polite, are they?
No, but they're smart. Smart enough to figure something's wrong, anyway.
Well, you think they might bolt, Matt?
It depends on how smart they really are, Doc. Right now, they're so curious, they might stay around just to see what it's all about.
Oh, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, hello, Chester.
Oh,
Pull up
hi,
a
Doc.
chair. Pull up a chair, Chester.
I won't have time. Hey, we better get right over to the depot.
Oh, why? What's happened?
Well, sir, I saw 'em ride back into town. The first thing they did was go to the depot and ask about a train.
Oh, were you there?
No, sir, the agent came and told me like he'd promised.
Train goes at 7:30, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, and it's just about that now. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Doc, if that waiter ever does come around, tell him to hold a steak for me, will you? I might just be back for it.
Sure, Matt. Yes, sir. And good luck.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Come on, Chester.
Are you going to go on the train with him, Mr. Dillon?
No. Hickok's sure to be here in the morning, Chester. If I can keep him off this train tonight, I doubt they'll try anything else till tomorrow.
Yeah, but you can't arrest him.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then,
I'll just face him off it, Chester. So keep your head up.
Yes, sir.
Now, there they are. Come on.
You come just to say goodbye, Marshal?
Not exactly, Teeters.
Oh?
You can take the train tomorrow if you like, but not this one.
Why tomorrow?
Well, I've got orders to keep you in sight till then.
Orders from who?
It doesn't matter. But you have your choice. You can have the run of Dodge tonight, or you can spend it in jail.
You know, you talk pretty loose for just one man, Marshal. Your friend there doesn't look like a gunman.
Well, now, you can't always tell by looks, mister.
I can't. You said you didn't want trouble, Marshal, but you sure starting it.
There won't be any trouble. You do what I tell you.
And if we don't?
I'll kill the first one of you that moves for that train.
You can die that way, Marshal.
Maybe. But you won't both get on that train.
Gridler.
You know me. You know I'll do it.
We can still make it, Gridler.
No. It's not worth it. We can go tomorrow.
All right. Marshal, tomorrow it'll be different.
Yeah, sure. Tomorrow it'll be different. Chester and I met the noon train next day. But as I'd figured, Hickok didn't get off it. I questioned the man who rode the baggage car, and sure enough, Wild Bill and his witness had hidden out there the whole trip. As soon as the crowd left the depot, we walked down to the car, crawled under it, and pounded on the door on the other side.
Who is it?
It's Dillon, Bill. Open up.
Oh, jump up, man.
Come on, Chester.
Oh, Matt, how are you?
Oh, fine, Bill, fine. Oh, this is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, Mr. Hickok?
Chester. Sam, come over here. This is my witness, Sam Trimble.
Howdy.
Mr. Trimble.
Are you still here, Matt?
Yeah, but we better move fast.
Matt, that judge up at Abilene's crazy, but he's still the judge. And he says Trimble here has to identify Teeters and Gridler before I arrest him this time.
But, Bill, they can't be tried twice for the same crime.
I know that, Matt, but I'm after them for a second murder they did. I'd suggest we just go kill them, but I've been waiting a long time to see these two hung, and by glory, I'm going to do it.
Well, you will if you're lucky. Tell me, Mr. Trimble, do these men know you on sight?
Well, I'll tell you how it was, Marshal. I was in this stable where I worked, over in Abilene, that is, and a fella come in for his horse, and I went to get it for him. I heard some shooting, and then two men ran right past me. I got a good look at them, all right. They just killed that fella, too.
You mean you don't know Teeters and Gridler?
I never heard of them, Matt. There's no pictures of them I know of, but he can identify them when he sees them.
Yeah, sure, but what about them? Will they recognize you, Mr. Trimble?
Gosh, I don't know, Marshal. I hope not. They'd kill me on sight, wouldn't they? I hadn't thought of that.
Well, you just do what we tell you to, and you'll come to no harm, Trimble. Dillon and I are a fair match for those two. If they start any trouble, we'll be on them so fast they'll die on their feet.
Taking a terrible chance. I hadn't thought of that.
Easy, Trimble, easy. An hour from now, we'll have them in jail with their teeth pulled.
I sure hope so, but how are you going to do it?
Just go find them, that's all.
As soon as we get them locked up, I'll buy you the biggest steak you ever ate, Trimble. Come on, let's go.
I took Hickok and Trimble over to the Texas Trail, where we decided we'd wait while Chester located Teeters and Gridler. Then we'd just walk in on them and get it over with fast. I introduced the two men to Kitty, and we ordered a couple of drinks for Trimble, who was getting jumpier by the minute.
What are you two heroes doing? Getting this poor man drunk enough to fight him?
Not exactly, Miss Kitty. He just lacks faith in us, that's all.
I wouldn't have come if I'd thought about it. I sure would.
Look, Trimble, it isn't often a man has both mine and Matt Dillon's guns behind him. You're as safe as you'd be in church.
I don't go to church.
Here, Mr. Trimble. Have another drink, huh?
I will in a minute. I'm going out back first.
Whatever you're up to, it's making him mighty nervous.
Yeah. Well, I'll admit he usually leads a quieter life. He'll brag big, though, once he's back in Abilene.
Yeah. Tell me, Bill, do you plan to stay in Abilene long?
Oh, I don't know, Matt. Charlie Utter keeps talking to me about Deadwood.
Oh, it's as dusty up in Deadwood as it is in Kansas.
Yeah, I know, Miss Kitty, but Charlie thinks some of that dust is made of gold.
Hey, what's that?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
I'll go with you, Matt.
All right, stay in here, everybody.
It was Teeters and Gridler. I was just crossing the street and saw them run out of the alley there.
All right, come on.
There he is.
Yeah, it's Trimble. What happened, Trimble?
They shot me. I was going to run away.
And he got scared and ran right into him.
Yeah, we shouldn't have let him alone at all.
They said they saw me with you, Mr. Hickok. They said that's all they needed to know. And they shot me.
Chester, go get the doc. Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, Trimble. They were the men who killed that fellow in Abilene. You recognize them all right?
No. I never saw these two before. It wasn't them.
What?
I knew I shouldn't have come. I I got killed for nothing.
Trimble. Trimble.
That's no use, Bill.
Yeah. He got killed for nothing, all right. They must have figured he was a witness to some murder they did commit.
Well, anyway, they'll hang for Trimble now.
Let's find him before they get out of town, Matt.
We'll find him even if they do. Hickok and I walked out of the alley and into the plaza. There were a couple of citizens who'd heard the shooting and had seen Teeters and Gridler run out of the alley. Told us that they'd gone into the Dodge house, and we followed. From the look on the clerk's face as we went past him and up the stairs, I knew that they were in their room. When we reached it, Bill stood on one side of the door, and I on the other.
Think they'll fight, man?
Well, let's ask them.
I told you they'd follow us, Teeters. Now we're trapped sure.
Shut up, I said. And it got us to the street on the line.
Open the door. Throw your guns out. There's no use trying to fight.
There's no use in hanging neither, Marshal. You can just take us the best way you can.
No. Our chance hanging. We got off once.
Billy, get away from that door.
I've listened to you enough. I ain't facing Dillon and Hickok both now.
Hold your hands clear of that door.
Peters, you shouldn't have...
Don't you try to convince us.
Wait, Matt. Could be a trick.
No, I don't think so, Bill. Look. On the floor there.
Yeah, he's been hit all right.
Well, they're both dead.
Well, I sure never expected this.
Saved us doing it, maybe.
Riddler lost his nerve, blast him. Shooting was too good for these two. I wanted to see him hung.
Well, things don't always work out, Bill.
No, they sure don't. Not lately, anyway. Matt, I think I'll go up to Deadwood with Charlie Utter right soon after all. Maybe I can find me a little peace and quiet.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre, Lawrence Dobkin, John Daner, Joe Duvall, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Many of the war orphans of Korea have never known peace or plenty. Their lives have gone from bad to worse. Now their future is in our hands. Without help, they cannot live. We can send them food through CARE, the American Package Sending Relief Agency. Send your contribution to CARE's local office or to CARE New York or CARE Los Angeles. This is Roy Rowan.
This is the CBS Radio Network. brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield king size at the new low price. Chesterfield regular. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. It was a hard 2-day ride back from Fort Wallace, or I'd gone on government business. And I was pretty saddle-weary when I reached Dodge late the second night. So I went straight to bed without seeing anybody. I'd been gone a couple of weeks, but I'd wired Chester a few days before when to expect me back. And he wasn't surprised when I walked into the office next morning.
I figured you'd rode in last night sometime, Mr. Dillon, but I didn't want to bother you.
Oh, bother me? Why? Was there trouble last night, Chester?
Well, no, sir, but everybody was sort of expecting you.
Oh.
Where was you yesterday, anyway? I mean, where'd you ride from?
Pawnee Creek. I camped at Rocky Bend up there.
Oh, Rocky Bend's a good camp. I remember it. Oh, I meant to tell you, Mr. Dillon, they hung up a new sign at the Texas Trail across the street there. Come on over here at the window and you can see it.
Well, I'll look later, Chester. I'd like to go through my mail now.
Yes, sir. Well, now who's that?
What?
About 4 men just pulled up in a wagon right out in front there. They're getting down. Hey, they're heading this way. I don't believe I know any of them.
Well, let them in anyway, huh, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. Come in, gentlemen, come in.
Where's Marshal Dillon?
He's just sitting right there at his desk, mister.
Marshal, I'm Red Samples.
Hello?
These other men here work for me, except him. Huggins, come up here. This is Jim Huggins, Marshal.
Huggins?
Hello, Marshal.
There's another man laying in the back of the wagon out there, Marshal. He's been shot.
Did you say shot?
That's what I said.
Oh, then I better run upstairs and get Doc Adams. I'll be back, Mr. Dillon.
Doc Adams ain't going to do him any good.
No?
That man's dead, Marshal. He's been dead since yesterday morning.
Who is he?
Lou Price.
Lou Price?
That's right. Same man you ran out of town about a month ago. You were pretty mad at him, the way I heard it.
Yeah, I was. He tried to put a knife into me.
Nobody saw him try.
How do you know that?
He told me. Lou Price was a sort of partner of mine, Marshal.
Oh?
Buying up cattle, Marshal, all over Kansas. Buying lots of them. Gonna have me a big ranch when I'm through, up on Pawnee Creek.
Well, that's fine.
You were camped on Pawnee Creek night before last, weren't you, Marshal?
Yeah, I was.
At Rocky Bend.
That's right.
Hear that, men? The only reason I asked Marshal was that Jim Huggins happened to see you there.
Oh, is that so? I don't remember seeing him.
Doesn't matter. As long as he saw you. Tell him, Huggins.
It was him, all right.
That's where Lou Price was shot, Marshal, at Rocky Bend. Poor Lou, he never had a chance. He wasn't even armed.
Happened yesterday morning. I seen the whole thing.
Huggins, tell us who killed Lou.
He did.
What?
You did, Marshal. You're the man I saw. You shot him.
right, what's your game, Samples?
I've got no game. My partner was murdered. You had a grudge against him. You just admitted before witnesses you were at Rocky Bend. Jim Huggins has identified you as the man he saw kill Lou. It's good enough evidence for any court of law. You'll hang for it, Marshal.
You got it all figured, haven't you?
We're going down right now and swear it out legal on paper. Then I'm going to send it to the governor. Don't you try to get away, Marshal. We'll run you down, sure.
Yeah, I expect you would, Samples. Your men look like professional gunmen. Except for Huggins there.
I never saw Huggins till he run into us yesterday.
I don't bear you no grudge, Marshal. I'm only trying to do what's right.
Sure. Sure you are.
All right, let's get going, men. The sooner I get this to the governor, the sooner we'll see justice done. Remember what I said, Marshal. Don't you try to run.
What a pair.
What a buy. They're talking about king-size Chesterfield at the new low price. And Chesterfield Regular. They're the quality twins. Either way you like them, you get the same highest quality, the same low nicotine, the same wonderful taste and mildness, a refreshing smoke every time. Yes, the Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made. And it's America's most popular two-way cigarette. So buy a carton today. King-size Chesterfield at the new low price. Or Chesterfield Regular. What a pair they are. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
I'll say one thing for Red Samples. He had about as good a case against me as I'd ever heard of against any man. And there was nothing I could do about it but wait and see what happened next. Meantime, he spread the word around Dodge, and people began looking at me like I was a white buffalo. I guess it wasn't often they had a U.S. Marshal walking around with a murder charge against him. But finally, one night, a couple of weeks later, something did happen. I was sitting with Kitty watching the crowd at the Texas Trail.
I'll fetch you a drink, Matt.
No thanks, Kitty.
You're expecting trouble of some kind, aren't you?
Seems to me I got enough trouble already.
I know. Matt, I hate to say it, but I think half the people in Dodge believe you're guilty.
Sure. And the other half just doesn't care one way or the other.
Well, I don't think you are.
Don't you?
Of course I don't.
Then why don't we talk about something else?
You're edgy.
Sure, I'm edgy. I stay that way to keep from falling asleep all the time.
Now, don't get all riled up. I didn't mean anything.
I'm sorry, Kitty. I guess this business is getting on my nerves after all.
Well, I should think it would. Why don't you go and get good and drunk? Forget the whole thing that way.
Kitty, if I ever got drunk, I could name you 10 men right here in Dodge who'd cut cards for the honor of shooting me down.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, hello, Miss Kitty.
Evening, Chester. Sit down.
Thank you. I've been down to the telegraph office, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, any news?
Yes, sir, but you won't like it. Here it is, sir. A telegraph from Washington, D.C.
How do you know I won't like it?
Well, you see, I was standing there when he was writing it out, and I couldn't help watching him work and all that.
I don't want to read it, Chester. You tell me what it says, huh?
Well, it's from the War Department, and it says they heard from the governor, and, well, you'd better read it, Mr. Dillon.
No, you're doing fine. Go ahead.
Well, you're suspended.
What?
You're suspended from U.S. Marshal, Mr. Dillon. And to make it legal and formal like, they're sending somebody to arrest you and take you up to Hayes City for trial.
I don't believe it.
Neither do I, Miss Kitty, but that's what it says. It's the only way they see how to clear this up proper.
Evening, Dillon. Miss Kitty? Oh, I see Chester beat me back with the news.
What? How'd you know about this, Samples?
I'm just as interested in this business as you are, Chester, so I sort of talked the clerk into giving me a copy of that telegram after you'd left.
Well, you got no doubt
It's
right to go
okay,
snooping
Chester.
around.
It doesn't matter.
Dillon, Dodge is going to breathe a lot easier now that you're suspended. You won't be around as marshal.
I'm still around, Samples.
But you're not marshal anymore. You won't be around for long, anyway.
Tell me something, Samples.
Sure.
With me out of office, are you going to be breathing easier, too?
I'll tell you, Dillon. There are two reasons I'll be glad to see you hang. One is for murdering my partner.
And the other?
Well, I always heard you were too strict here, and I like to do a little gambling now and then.
Oh?
In fact, I'm thinking of running a few tables myself.
I see.
It's more fun without some hard-nosed lawman looking over your shoulder all the time. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, I'll see you at the trial. I hope I'm around when they come to arrest you, Dillon.
You probably will be.
So long.
What's he talking about, Mr. Dillon? You're being too strict. Why, there's plenty of gambling going on in Dodge right now.
Not his kind of gambling, Chester.
What do you mean?
Well, he told me he's buying up cattle and getting himself a big ranch. But he's probably going to finance it from his gambling. And that takes a lot of money. Sure, steady money.
Oh.
And I've always run crooked gamblers out of Dodge.
Matt, what are you going to do?
I don't know, Kitty. I'd sure like to have a talk with that witness of theirs, Jim Huggins.
Well, why don't you?
Well, I can't find him. I got him hid out someplace.
Matt, is there something I can do?
No, nothing, Kitty. Thanks anyway.
Well, there she comes, Mr. Dillon, right on time.
There are not many people at the depot this morning, are there?
No, sir, but anyway, I'm glad I talked you into walking down here with me. There is just nothing pleasures me more than watching a train come in.
At least it doesn't cost anything.
My, I'd like to drive one of them. Wouldn't you, Mr. Dillon?
No, they're too noisy for me, Chester.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
Maybe if I talked to the Santa Fe people, they'd let me try it sometime, you think?
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Over there, just getting off, the man with the long hair.
Well, I'll be... It's Wild Bill Hickok.
It sure is. Hey, Bill! Hey, Bill!
Hello, Matt.
How are you, Bill?
How are you, Chester?
Fine, Mr. Hickok, just fine.
Hey, that's quite a surprise. Why didn't you let me know you were coming?
I didn't know myself till just before I left Abilene.
Huh? Well, how is Abilene these days?
Well, I'm still sheriff there. Guess I will be till somebody gets around to shooting me.
Oh, nobody's going to shoot you, Mr. Hickok.
They keep trying, Chester.
They keep missing, too, don't they, Bill?
Well, so far. Maybe that's just because nobody's tried to shoot me in the back yet.
Yeah, you've always worried about that, haven't you?
I'll tell you something, Matt.
What?
I don't think I'd mind so much if I was to be shot by a man like you.
By me?
You might take it in mind to try it. I never could tell which way he was going to jump next. Like right now.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
You came here to arrest me, didn't you?
That's what I come for.
Yeah, sure. I might have known they wouldn't send a tin-horn.
Guess they figured you might not take easy, Matt. I tried to tell them they could lose a good lawman this way. We're a pretty fair match, you and me.
Yeah? Yeah, we are.
Well?
It's your play, Bill.
No, I guess that can wait a while.
Okay.
I'm still on salary, man.
So?
Let's go have ourselves a drink.
Good.
You too, Chester?
Thank you. I'd be right proud to, Mr. Hickok.
I figure if I get a couple of drinks in you, Matt, I might worm your side of this business out of you.
Why, Bill? Don't you believe their side?
Well, I've seen you pretty mean and ornery, but even if I was to watch you judged and hung for it, I still wouldn't believe Matt Dillon killed an unarmed man.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, that girl headed this way. Ain't that Kitty?
Yes, sir, it sure is.
Matt, I've been looking everywhere for you. Well, it's Bill Hickok.
Hello, Kitty. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. What are you doing in Dodge?
Well, I sort of come on business.
You said you were looking for me, Kitty?
Matt, I know where he is.
Where who is?
The witness they've been hiding, Jim Huggins.
Huh? Well, where is he?
Red Samples was in the Texas Trail drinking last night, and the bartender heard him tell one of his gunmen to take some food out to the loft at the OK stable.
Bill.
Yeah?
While you're buying me a drink, I think I'd kind of like to buy Kitty one. Later on, back at my office, I explained the situation to Bill Hickok, and we talked it over. And then we sat around the rest of the day talking about old times and people and horses and guns. And along about evening, we went up and laid out our plan to Doc Adams. As soon as it got dark, we went over to the OK stable and took Jim Huggins out of the loft and got him across the street and up to Doc's office before he was real sure what was happening.
Put him on the couch there, gentlemen. We want him to be comfortable.
What are you doing with me?
Move, Huggins. Do what Doc says.
That's it. Just over here. Yeah, that's fine, Huggins. Now then, you just relax.
When's Chester going to get here?
He'll be along, Bill.
Bill, huh? Who are you? I never seen you before.
Mister, you're going to see me double before the night's out.
What?
Hey, never mind, Huggins. You'll find out. Now then, now you tell me. Have you ever had any heart trouble?
Heart trouble?
Yes. You ever have dizzy spells, faint, and have to lie down suddenly, or anything like that?
Well, a horse kicked me in the head once. Made me awful dizzy.
I'm asking about your heart, not your brains. I don't want anybody to die here. The business is bad enough as it is.
What are you going to do with me? What's this all about?
Oh, over here, Chester.
I got it. I got plenty.
That's good. Just put them on the table here, Chester. Let's... 3 quarts? Well, this is a man we're working on, not an elephant, Chester.
Well, I wanted to be sure there was enough, Doc.
Open one up in Chester. There's a glass here.
Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
What is that? What are you doing?
It's nothing but good whiskey, Huggins. And for once in your life, you're going to drink all of it you want. Maybe a little more. Here.
Oh, no, I don't want to drink all that whiskey, Marshal. I couldn't hold all that.
Oh, you can drink it slow, Huggins. But you're going to drink it. Now, go on. Go on. Get started.
We will return for the last act of Gunsmoke in just a moment.
They've got the taste and they've got mildness, millions all agree.
They're low in nicotine and they're the highest quality. 30 years research went into this great cigarette.
So here is all you say to get the finest smoking yet.
Chesterfield's for me, Chesterfield's for me. You just say it's Chesterfield's for me.
Remember, friends, Chesterfield is tested and approved by 30 years of scientific tobacco research. For the taste and mildness you want, next time say Chesterfield's for me. Buy a carton of king-size Chesterfield at the new low price, or Chesterfield Regular. What a pair they are. They're best for you.
You sure you got it all, Bill?
Just about, Matt. There she is. Want to read it over?
No, you heard everything I did.
Well, gentlemen, your friend Huggins has got one of the biggest hangovers coming up any man will have to endure.
Is he still out, Doc?
It won't hurt him any, though. I sent Chester out for some coffee.
I could use a little coffee myself, Doc.
There'll be enough. Oh, say, wasn't it something how that Huggins talked once he got started? I told you, you get enough whiskey in the man and he'd start bragging.
Well, you were sure right, Doc.
He's not going to feel so big and smart when he wakes up.
I don't know. The man was awful drunk. He may not even remember what he said.
He'll remember when we tell him we even know where he hid the money Red Samples paid him.
Yeah, that's Samples. Imagine him shooting his own partner.
Well, he's smart, Doc. You shoot your partner, you get his half, don't you?
That's a fine way for a lawman to be talking.
You mean an ex-lawman, don't you? You know, Bill, I'm just starting to get mad about all this. Come on, let's get going.
Oh, Matt, you calm down a spell. We got to get Huggins to sign all I got wrote down here first. Doc, how long it'll be before he'll know what he's doing?
Oh, maybe 5, 6 hours.
Look, Bill, you do what you like, but I'm going after Samples before he finds out his witness is missing.
It don't seem quite legal till we get Huggins' signature.
Maybe not, but my arresting Samples isn't going to be quite legal anyway.
I'll arrest him.
No, you won't, Bill. He's mine.
All right, Matt. But I'm coming along.
Okay. But you stay out of it.
Matt, once you get your tail up and your stinger out, you're the hardest man to stop I ever saw. Matt, I've been thinking. Supposing we hadn't got Huggins to talk, what had you done then?
You mean would I have fought you when you tried to arrest me?
It's been on my mind some.
I wouldn't have fought you.
Because we're a good match for each other?
I'll fight any man alive if I think I'm in the right.
Of course. I don't know you ever been afraid of anything.
I've been afraid lots of times, Bill. And so have you.
Well, maybe.
I guess I've worked on the side of the law too long to go against it just because I'm the one that's caught. Well, here's the Olifraganza. They'll be in here.
Which one's Samples, Matt?
The end of the bar, the one in the middle. The other two are his gunmen. Come on. Samples? Samples, I'm taking you to jail.
You gone crazy, Dillon? You're the one that's going to jail.
It's no use, Samples. Jim Huggins has confessed the whole deal.
What?
You killed Lou Price, and you paid Huggins to testify that I did it. You paid him $500 and promised him another $500 after the trial.
He's lying. Who's going to believe that?
I believe it. And don't look at your hired help. They're not going to get you out of this.
You can't throw anybody in jail, Dillon. You ain't a marshal anymore.
No, that's not stopping me.
It ain't legal.
Wait a minute, gentlemen. It's true Matt Dillon ain't a marshal right now, but I'm making this arrest, and I'm deputizing him to help me.
Who are you?
Sheriff, up at Abilene. Samples, I want them 2 hound dogs of yours to move a little to one side where I can keep an eye on them easier.
Forgetting it's 3 against 2.
That's fair enough odds for us. Start shooting.
No, Bill. There's no need for killing. I want these men alive.
You ain't taking me alive, Dillon. You, nor Hickok, nor anybody else. I ain't gonna hang.
Drop your gun belt, Samples.
Why? We just might be lucky enough to kill you. Take Dillon first, men, and then go for Hickok.
Wait, Samples.
Now!
All right. What about you two?
They never moved a finger, Matt. They're too scared.
All right, you gunmen. Pick up Samples and carry him out of here.
Ain't you going to take their guns first, Matt?
You don't hobble a horse with a busted leg, Bill. Let them keep their guns. Later, Hickok and I decided to run Jim Huggins and Sample's 2 gunmen out of town. And the way they took off, we figured they'd reach California before they stopped to breathe. The next day, Bill went back to Abilene and took Huggins' confession with him. And a week later, I had a wire of apology from the governor. Washington took a little longer. They just sent me my regular paycheck with the time of my suspension carefully deducted, which left me almost enough money to pay for the liquor I'd poured into Jim Huggins.
Here is our star, William Conrad.
I'd just like to repeat what George Fenneman told you earlier. The Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made. I hope you'll try them. Regular or king size, I'm sure you'll find Chesterfield is best for you.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, and James Nusser. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M Filters. At last, a filter tip cigarette with much more flavor, much less nicotine. L&M's Miracle Tip contains alpha cellulose for effective filtration. It's the filter that counts, and L&M has the best. Yes, this is it. As Patricia Morrison puts it, L&M filters are just what the doctor ordered. Buy L&M Filters. The light and mild smoke.
Without your letters, your friend in the service feels out of touch, lonely, and it's tough to be lonesome. The USO knows a letter always makes a fellow feel better. Mail from you brings the warmth of home and friends to him wherever he is. So, write today. Remember, it's tough to be left out at mail call. Next week at the same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, And it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Look at him, Chester. If you put any more chili powder on those eggs, you'll go up in smoke.
Well, I like 'em good and hot, Doc.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Chester.
Hey, pour me some more coffee, will you, Doc?
Eh? Oh, yes, of course, my dear. Here you are.
Thank you.
By the way, did Matt say when he'd be back?
Well, he told me the end of the week.
After all, Doc, it's a 2-day ride to Tascosa, and he didn't leave here till 2 days ago.
I only asked a simple question, Chester. And anyway, how was I supposed to know? Nobody ever tells me anything.
They don't have to, or you snoop around.
Snoop around? What's Matt doing in Tascosa, Kitty?
Talking to the man that sent for him. What?
What man, Kitty?
The Tascosa Citizens Committee. Something to do with hiring a new sheriff for the town. I guess I figured Matt would know where to find one.
Hire a sheriff? What in the world for?
Well, the man they got as sheriff now is no good. The decent citizens can't get rid of him.
Well, if he's no good, why'd they hire him in the first place? Oh, my, I do not understand it. The whole frontier's an armed camp. Shooting and killing everywhere you look.
Nothing left but the quick and the dead. Doc, would you pass the chili powder?
Oh, for goodness sake. Here.
Thank you.
Kitty, I'm going to tell you one thing. I don't know how bad the trouble is down in Tascosa, but Matt better get back here quick.
Why, Doc? What's wrong?
What's wrong? You asked that when the only vestige of the law we've got in this town is a chili-eating cherry rocker like the fool I'm sitting next to. What's wrong, indeed?
Now, you look here. You just let me tell you something.
Now,
Doc
you wait a
Adams.
minute. You two are worse than children. You settle back now, both of you. Have some more coffee.
Well, maybe just a little dab, but that's all. It's a caution what happens to some people when they get out in polite society.
Oh. Drink your coffee, both of you.
Yeah, come in. Your name Dillon?
Yeah, that's right.
A marshal from Dodge, huh?
Yeah.
I'm Clegg Rawlins, Marshal. I'm the man the Citizens Committee wants to get rid of.
What's on your mind, Rollins?
Now, a while back, they brought me here to Tascosa to kind of clean it up some, and I did that for them. Now, all of a sudden, they want me out. I call that downright ungrateful, Marshal.
Now, go on.
I suppose they give you the money at the meeting last night? Money to hire a new sheriff here?
That's right.
Yeah. Kind of forces me into talking business. What I had in mind was, Marshal don't make all the money in the world, does he?
I wondered how long it'd take to get around to it.
Now, wait just a minute. You might be missing a good thing.
The only thing I'm interested in is hiring a peace officer to come down here. You're through in Tascosa, Rollins. Now make up your mind.
A man don't always give up that easy.
You better, Rollins. You got as much time left as it takes for the man I hire to get back here from Dodge.
As short as that, huh?
As short as that.
Dillon, you know there's an awful lot of prairie between here and Dodge. I sure hate to see anything happen to you on your way back.
Get out.
Oh, sure. It always seems kind of too bad when a man dies for something that ain't even his concern.
This is Bill Goodwin. You know, someone once said humor is the true democracy, and that's why we Americans can smile when we tell the stories of the legendary heroes who helped to build our country's great industries and institutions, such as the hero of our armed forces, Kilroy. Since the beginning of World War II, Kilroy has popped up everywhere from Africa to Australia, from Kwajalein to Korea. Every serviceman claims to have met him. Some say he's tall and thin, some say he's short and fat. He's an Air Force pilot, Army infantryman, a Navy Seabee. He was on Guadalcanal and climbed Mount Casino. He walked through Berchtesgaden Garden and stormed Heartbreak Ridge. But more than that, he's the spirit of the courage and the valor of the American men in uniform who accomplish the impossible and reach objectives which are unobtainable. The men who proudly say, Kilroy was here. Yes, it is a democracy which lets us tell the stories of such legendary heroes with a twinkle in our eyes and a chuckle in our throats. So long as we continue to laugh together as a people, ladies and gentlemen, we'll live together as a nation.
Next morning, I was in the saddle before dawn, and by the time the sun was up, I'd covered a good 15 miles. A slight breeze blew apart the dust puffs my horse raised, and I knew it'd be hard for anybody to follow me. And for the same reason, I knew that somebody could track me without being seen. About noon, I stopped in the shade of a grove of cottonwood to rest my horse. I was easing his cinch a little when I saw a rider coming up fast. I pulled my rifle from the saddle boot and I waited. And I put the rifle back.
I've got to talk to you. Please.
Well, all right, ride on in. Yeah, this is a long way out on the prairie for a lone woman.
Can I have some water?
Water? Sure. There you are.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
You haven't said what you're doing out here.
I followed you from Tascosa.
You followed me?
If you'd seen me sooner, you'd have sent me back, and I can't go back.
Just who are you, miss?
Stella Harkney. I'm one of the girls at the Overland Saloon.
You're lucky. I might have shot you riding up on me that way.
It was the only thing I could do, follow you this way. Besides, I didn't think you'd ride out so early.
Just why I did.
I know all about you, Marshal. And I know why they sent for you to come to Tascosa.
That's so? How?
I'm Clegg Rollins' girl.
You're Rollins' girl?
That's right.
Look, you better turn around and head back right now.
I can't. Clegg would kill me if he found out I'd tried to run away.
How do I know you're not still his girl, setting a trap of some kind?
All right. Look. Look at my shoulder. He put those marks there. You think I'd stay with a man like that? All I'm asking is to ride on to Dodge with you, Marshal. I've got a rifle, and 2 rifles are better than 1. Clegg will come after you. You can be sure of that.
Seems to me you're awful anxious to help kill the man you belong to.
Oh, I belong to him right enough. He brought me down here from Hayes City. Gonna marry me, he said, but I found out different. He just wanted me to work in his saloon. He already has a wife down by Willow Springs. Didn't exactly like that, and I told him so. That's when he beat me. Look, let me ride with you, please.
I don't know, Stella.
I'm not going back, Marshal.
Well, all right. I guess it doesn't matter now that you come this far.
Thanks.
You may be telling the truth, but you better ride a little ahead of me anyhow.
What for?
It's just easier to keep an eye on you. Like you said, you got a rifle. Okay, let's get started. You pretty tired, Stella?
I'll make it.
There's a nester's cabin not far from here. If we can find it before dark, maybe he'll put us up for the night, huh?
Sure feel good to walk around.
Yeah. You saddle weary?
Well, dance hall girls don't do too much riding, Marshal.
Just lie still now. Don't make a move.
Where are they? Where did they shoot from?
It's off to the left somewhere, I think. Yeah. They're probably in that clump of box elder over there.
Dirty cowards.
I can't get them from here with a 6-gun, and I can't get to the horses for a rifle. Look, if we play dead, maybe we can draw them out.
Marshal, I'm sorry.
Just lie still and don't talk. Yeah, here they come. 2 of them. Just hold still now.
I've seen those men before. They work for Clegg.
Stella, When I give the word, you yell as loud as you can, huh? Scream. It'll throw him off. You ready? All right, now.
Are they dead?
I don't know, but the fight's sure out of him. And if Clegg's with him, he's still in that grove. Come on, let's get out of here fast.
I can't get up. I'm hit. My leg.
Yeah. Here, I'll put you on my horse. We'll ride double. We better get out of here before whoever's in those trees gets a little braver. Come on now. I'll get you to that cabin.
Here you are, miss. You just lie back now. By morning, you'll be fit as a fiddle.
Thanks, mister, but that coal oil you poured on my leg like to set me on fire.
Well, that's the best way to clean a wound there is, Stella.
Less'n it's whiskey, of course, but that would be pure waste, wouldn't it now?
You two can afford to make light of it. It's me who's got the bullet.
Well, I'm going to have to feed my pigs. Having company like this has thrown me clean off schedule. I'll be back directly.
Marshal?
Yeah.
Having me along's caused you a lot of trouble. Slowed you down. Clegg is probably going to ride into Dodge ahead of you. He'll be waiting there.
Oh, why there?
'Cause he's no good with a rifle. He needs a 6-gun on a town street.
Well, maybe he won't try again, Stella. After all, there are other towns for him to take over.
It's more than that, Marshal. It's a lot more, now that he knows I'm with you. He's a jealous man. He's crazy jealous, and now he'll think there's something between us. Between you and me, I mean.
Well, let's not worry about that now. You just better get some rest.
Foolish to think you might have any feelings about me, isn't it? Not knowing me any longer than you have.
Now, Stella, I told you.
I don't suppose any man could take to a woman he'd known for only one day, could he?
Look, Stella, you got some sleep. We've still got a long ride to Dodge, huh?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Marshal.
Good night.
Good night.
Next morning, Stella's leg wasn't anywhere near well enough for her to ride, so I borrowed a spring wagon from the nester, and we started out for Dodge. It was a rough trip and a slow one. Stella sat there, not saying much, just staring ahead. Once or twice, I saw a dust cloud on the horizon, and I knew if it was Clegg Rollins, he'd be in Dodge long before I would. It was nearly dusk by the time we drove down the plaza and stopped outside Doc's office. And it was a half hour later before Doc had clean bandages on Stella's leg. Then I waited with her while he went out on another call.
Marshal?
Yeah, Stella.
I had a lot of time to think today while we were driving in.
It was a rough trip for you.
Not so bad, but what I wanted to tell you was I'm not going to stay in Dodge.
Oh? Where are you going?
Oh, I don't know. Abilene, maybe, even St. Louis. As soon as I'm well enough, I'm taking the Santa Fe out of here.
There's no reason for you to leave, Stella.
Yeah, yes, there is.
Clegg Rollins?
No.
What is it, then?
Well, it's not important. It's just easier if I go. Easier for me, I mean.
Oh.
You can't forget somebody when you're living in the same town, Marshal. You better go now. Doc will be back directly, and there's no reason for you to wait. Not any longer.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Stella.
Goodbye. Matt.
Marshal.
Hello, Rollins.
Been waiting for you.
Oh, the last time you sent a couple of your men to do the talking.
I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, you're two riders who tried to dry gulch me. I hope you buried them, Rollins, because I didn't have time.
I come here to tell you, you and me can still work things out.
You didn't get me killed, so you still want to buy me off.
Any man can use money.
The government pays me.
Not as much as I could.
Listen, Rollins. So far, I got nothing personal on you. Nothing I can prove, anyway. Now, if you're smart, you'll saddle up and ride out of here and keep away from Tascosa, too.
We'll see. Meantime, Marshal, how was Stella?
No. I'm telling you, Rollins, you get out while you can.
Sure. Sure. Mighty fast, Marshal.
You shouldn't have tried it.
Yeah, I know that now. I just thought maybe.
Mr. Dillon? I seen it. I seen him back out the door. What happened? Who was he?
Oh, it was a man named Rollins.
What'd he do?
He didn't want me to send a new peace officer to Tascosa.
Well, that ain't much of a reason to die, is it?
He figured it was. Look, Chester, you go tell Doc about this, huh? I got some business over at Delmonico's.
What you gonna do?
Well, Doc told me there's a man I want to talk to down there.
Who?
An ex-buffalo hunter I'm going to ask to take the job of peace officer in Tascosa.
Who is it, Mr. Dillon? Slim Trent?
No, it's somebody who just got into town a little while back. He's a kind of a hot-headed fellow, but he can get the job done.
Well, who in the world is it, Mr. Dillon?
You don't know him, Chester. It's a fellow named Hickok, Bill Hickok. If you want, you can come over and meet him after you get Doc.
No, I don't care about meeting no Bill Hickok. I was hoping Slim Trent would get the job. I'll see you later, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sure.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Mr. McDonald, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Lawrence Dobkin, and John Daner. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
We pause now for station identification.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
right now, Matt. That's it. I've got it. Almost. Ah, there it is, yes. Well, a little piece of lead, just as we thought. You see?
Well, it took you long enough, Doc.
Now, don't you blame me. You should have come here before. People never do go to a doctor until the last minute.
I've carried that lead in my leg for over a year, Doc. It never did bother me any. The only reason I came up here today is because you weren't busy and I didn't have anything else to do myself. Aren't you through yet?
No, I'm not through yet. I'm looking for my needle. I've got to take a couple of stitches in it first. Oh, yes. And if you're talking like that just to get my fee down, you're wasting your time. You know, it's when I'm not busy that I'm poor, and I have to charge more. There, now, that ought to hold you fine.
Not much of a wound. The lead worked right up next to the skin. I could have cut it out myself.
Yeah, but you didn't. And it's going to cost you $5.
$5?
Well, you're the only patient I've had today. I got to make out somehow.
Oh, hand me my pants, Doc.
How is he, Doc?
Oh, he'll live, Chester. Worse luck.
Say, there's a fellow in the office downstairs who wants to see you, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, who is it, Chester?
He didn't say.
All right. I'm ready. We'll finish our discussion at supper, if you like, Doc.
Well, there's nothing to discuss, but I'll eat with you anyhow.
Thanks. See you later.
Are you Marshal Dillon?
I am.
My name's Parker. I'm a special deputy representing the New Mexico Stock Raisers
New
Association.
Mexico?
Of course. Haven't you heard of the association?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I was just thinking you're a long way from home, aren't you?
Perhaps. Marshal, I have a warrant here for the arrest of Dane Shaw.
Dane Shaw. I never heard of that name around here.
We'll let the marshal handle this if you don't mind.
Oh, we will, huh? Well, now, you're a pretty high and mighty for just a
Easy,
doggone...
Chester, easy.
Here's the warrant, Marshal.
Who issued this, Mr. Parker?
We had Judge Blent of Santa Fe issue it.
You had him issue it?
Well, no. What I mean is we, read it. Read it.
Yeah. It's got the judge's name on it and its seal. That looks okay to me. What makes you think this Dane Shaw's in Dodge?
I didn't say I thought he was in Dodge.
You're the one looking for help, mister, not me.
It's a warrant, and you're a marshal. And we think Dane Shaw may be in or near Tascosa.
Tascosa?
That's a long ride from here, Mr. Parker. Isn't there someone closer than I am?
No, I was told to deliver the warrant here.
I see. Oh, what's this Shaw wanted for, anyway?
Rustling, murder, banditry.
All of that?
He once rode with Billy the Kid. Does that explain it?
Not quite, Mr. Parker.
We hold those men equally responsible. Every one of them.
We?
The Stock Raisers Association. And others.
Ah, I see. Now, you say Shaw once rode with a kid. You mean he isn't still with him?
Shaw left the gang just 2 years ago.
Who told you he did?
Pat Garrett.
Pat Garrett? Well, if he said so, it's probably true.
We've got to put a stop to that gang, Marshal. New Mexico is like an armed camp till we do.
But Shaw isn't with the kid anymore.
He's of the same breed, and he'll be back, maybe with his own gang.
Yeah, that's possible.
In any case, the man's wanted, and you have the warrant.
Why don't you come down to Tascosa with us, Mr. Parker?
No, that's not my job. I'll wait right here in Dodge.
Yeah, I thought so. Any idea what Dane Shaw looks like?
6 feet, black hair, about 180 pounds.
That's not much help. Anything else?
They say he has a knife scar across his ribs on the left side.
Well, that's something. Where's he from?
Who knows where any of those men come from? They all lie, anyway. Why, they say Billy the Kid claims to have been born in New York.
Well, maybe he was.
Oh, nonsense.
How do you know?
Well, I was born in New York, for one thing.
And you couldn't both have come from the same town.
I'd hate to think so, Marshal.
All right, Mr. Parker, you keep nice and cozy here in Dodge, and we'll ride down to Tascosa for you.
Now, Marshal, I don't think that's quite called for.
Chester, go get our horses.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Tascosa lay on the Canadian River, a couple of hard days' ride south. Until recently, it had been a Comanchero trading point. Now it was mostly a center for cattle thieves looking for a place to spend their money. I hadn't been there for several years, and when we rode in, I was surprised to see how much the town had grown.
Now, at least they got some trees down here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, and a couple of new buildings under them, Chester. It looks like there's another one being started.
It's going to be a big one, too. Doesn't look like a house, though. I wonder what it is.
Now we can ask in the saloon over there.
The Red Deer. That's a pretty fancy name.
Maybe we can find out if there are any respectable citizens in this town.
There don't seem to be anybody here at all, sir, respectable or otherwise.
How about that?
Oh. I sure could use a drink, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I figure we've earned one.
Gentlemen, what'll it be?
Beer.
Oh, Mr. Dillon.
One beer, one whiskey.
Right.
There now. That's the best looking thing I've seen yet in this town. Here's how.
Tascosa's changed some.
You been there before?
Yeah, some time ago. What's the new building they're putting up?
Oh, that's going to be a schoolhouse.
A schoolhouse? In Tascosa?
There's a few men have moved into town with their families. Kids need a school, so it was Nat, of course, got it organized.
Nat?
Nat Temple. He owns the Red Deer here.
Oh, I see. He must be sort of the leading citizen here, then, huh?
In most ways, I suppose he is.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to talk to him. Where is he?
Out back, building a fence. Door's right there.
Oh, thanks. There's your money. See you later.
Sure.
Hello.
Mr. Temple?
Nat Temple.
I'm Matt Dillon, and this is Chester Proudfoot.
I'm glad to know you.
Barkeep told us that we'd find you out here.
That's Mike Postle. He's a good boy.
I gathered from him that you were the right fellow to come to, Mr. Temple.
What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for a man.
You are? Why?
I'm a U.S. Marshal, Dodge City.
We don't get the law down here often, Marshal.
No. Man I'm looking for is Dane Shaw. Do you know him?
Nobody by that name around here?
I expect he's changed his name.
And how are you going to tell him from anybody else?
He's 6 foot tall, black hair, weighs 180 pounds.
Could be most anybody that built.
He's got a scar across his ribs.
It isn't often you see a man without a shirt, Marshal. What you want it for?
He used to ride with Billy the Kid. He quit, but they think he might be planning to return to New Mexico with a different bunch, one of his own, maybe.
Then it'd be better to stop him now, if that's true.
Well, I agree. That's why I'm here.
Well, wish I could help you, Marshal. What are you going to do?
I don't know. Stay around for a day or so, I guess. Maybe I'll hear something.
Fine. You know, it'd be too bad since that fella quit the Kid if he went back to the same old outlaw life.
Sure. But he probably will. Men don't often change.
Some do if they get the chance. Take Mike Postle in there, the barkeep.
Oh? What about him?
Mike used to carry a gun for Harry Gunter. Gunter calls himself a rancher down here, but he spreads a mighty big loop.
You mean he's really a cattle rustler?
Everybody knows it, but nobody's proved it yet, and one reason was because of Mike. He sort of kept everybody off Gunter.
How?
Mike Postle's pretty fast with a gun.
I see. How come he's tending bar for you, Temple?
Well, I'll tell you. He have decided himself to stop working for Gunter, and one night he was telling me about it, and I helped him decide the rest of the way.
Ah. And then you gave him a job, huh?
That's right, Marshal. He'll make out fine if Gunter lets him alone.
Well, that was decent of you, Temple. I hope it works.
But being a lawman, I suppose you don't think it will.
Well, a lawman isn't all bone, Mr. Temple.
Lawman could arrest Mike Postle right now for what he's done.
You can't arrest everybody. But anyway, if I were handling it, I'd go after the head man, Gunter.
They don't seem to think you're way over in New Mexico.
Well, I hear Pat Garrett's after Billy right now, and he'll get him with any luck at all. Pat's a good manhunter.
Maybe. But they also want this fella Dane Shaw.
Yeah, there's a warrant for him signed in Santa Fe.
Yeah.
If Pat does stop Billy, there's no point in letting Shaw come back with a new gang.
If that's what he aims to do.
Well, he might have it in mind.
Well, Marshal, that's your problem. Right now, come on inside and have a drink on the house.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Temple. It'll be a pleasure.
And then I'll tell you where you can get something to eat that won't poison you.
Say now, I think I'm going to like Tascosa after all.
Sure you are.
That was pretty good turkey, Mr. Dillon. You should have tried it.
And they must have a Chinese cook in that place. It's better than the usual feed trough in a town like this. Yeah, let's sit here a while, Chester.
All right. Just think, Mr. Dillon, someday Tascosa may be as big as St. Louis.
I doubt that, Chester.
Well, as big as Dodge, then.
That's a little more likely. Ah, here come some citizens now.
They sure are. Looking for trouble, and it ain't even dark yet.
Yeah, maybe they just want to cut the dust in their throats, Chester.
Mean-looking bunch, if you ask me.
I'll do the talking, man. Okay, Gunner, we're behind you. If he ain't in here, we'll find him.
Did he say Gunter?
Yeah, I did, Chester. Come on, let's watch it.
I didn't expect...
Over here, Chester.
Yes, sir.
You come here for a drink, gentlemen? No, Postle, we didn't come here for no drink.
And state your business, Gunter.
You're the first man ever walked out on me, Postle. I don't like it, and I don't aim to tolerate it.
That all?
There's two reasons you're coming back.
I'm not interested in your reasons, Gunter.
One is I need your gun.
I'm through selling my gun.
And the other is you know too much about my business.
Your business is your affair, Gunter. You know I don't talk.
Maybe. But you're still coming back.
That's so? Which one of you's gonna bring me back?
You're pretty handy with that six-shooter of yours, Postle. Ain't any one of us fool enough to go against you.
That's about what I figured.
But you can't shoot the whole bunch of us.
I'll sure try hard.
And you'll die trying. I'm telling you, Postle, be back in camp a day after tomorrow. We ride in after you.
Wait a minute, Gunner.
What do you want, Timber? You've caused enough trouble already.
I ain't through yet. Gunner, if you come back here, you'll have to face me. as
No,
well as
Temple,
Mike.
no.
Shut up, Mike. Now just remember that, Gunner. I'll be here, too.
And you'll both die. Come on, men.
Who are those two?
I never seen it before.
Just a couple of grub line riders, I guess.
Let's go up to the bar, Chester.
I've seen him, Marshal. That's Harry Gunner.
Well, Gunner's not my business, but I wish you luck with him.
Mike and me'll face him down.
I'll face him, Temple, not you.
No, I helped get you in this. By heaven, I'll see you through it.
It's not your fight, I tell you.
It's my fight. I believe any man who wants to make a change deserves all the backing anyone can give him. I'll see you get it.
You'll just be killed for nothing. Besides, you're a married man.
Being married has nothing to do with it. Maybe we'll both be killed, but that's better than giving in to a man like Gunter. Mike, I never told you going straight was easy.
You should have been a preacher, Temple. I'm going to get my supper now. I'll be back in a minute.
I'd make a fine preacher, I would. But if business don't pick up some here, maybe I'll have to give it a try.
Well, the town's growing, Temple. Business ought to be good.
Well, it's growing, Marshal, a little at a time. When I first came here, there wasn't more than a couple of adobe huts, the whole place.
When was that, Temple? Oh, when you first came here.
1 year and 9 months exactly, Marshal. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got work to do.
Let's get some air, Chester.
All right. He's a mighty nice fellow, that Nat Timble, isn't he? I mean, willing to back up Mike Postle that way. He's a man of his word. And building a new school and all that. Married, too. Funny thing, Mr. Dillon, I can't quite figure out if you like Timble.
I like him fine, Chester. Only his name isn't Timble.
What?
It's Dane Shaw. He's the man we're looking for.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night on most of these same stations, CBS Radio presents Dick Powell in the role of Richard Diamond, private detective. Remember, Richard Diamond, private detective, calls on you via CBS Radio tomorrow night. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
The idea of taking a man like Nat Timble in and sending him back to New Mexico to face a jury of scared and vengeful cattlemen didn't sit too well with me. Anyway, I decided I had to wait it out at least until Harry Gunter made his play. 2 days, Gunter had said. And the night before the final day, Timble asked Chester and me to a little dance they were having to celebrate the start of the new schoolhouse. And there we met Ms. Trimble. A fine-looking woman with a strong face and steady blue eyes.
If you'd like some punch, gentlemen, my husband's serving it right over there.
Yes, I might enjoy sampling a little, ma'am. I'll be right back.
Chester.
Yes, sir? Huh? Oh, my goodness. Oh, excuse me, ma'am. I'd also enjoy fetching you a cup of that punch.
Oh, thank you, Chester, but I'll have some later.
Well, sure, ma'am. Anytime. I'll be right back.
I'd be foolish not to take advantage of your husband's being busy, Miss Timble. Would you do me the honor?
No offense, Marshal, but I'd rather get a breath of air outside.
Why, certainly, ma'am.
Would you accompany me?
Why, of course. Nice evening.
You think it'll hold, Marshal?
Oh, it won't rain. Not for the next couple of days, anyway.
That's not exactly what I meant. I was wondering how nice tomorrow evening will be.
Afraid I don't quite follow, ma'am.
After Harry Gunter and his gang ride in.
Oh. Well, now, I wouldn't worry about that, Miss Timble.
My husband's involved, Marshal. I'm bound to worry.
Of course.
It's not that I don't want him to back Mike Postle and fight alongside him. He's got to do that. But I don't want him killed. He's the finest man that ever lived, Marshal.
Yeah, sure, Miss Timble.
He believes that a man's got a right to change, and he's willing to die for that.
I know.
Tell me, do you think he's right, Marshal Dillon? In spite of what the law might say, do you think he's right?
I think he's right, ma'am.
I had a feeling you would.
But maybe things will work out all right tomorrow. Maybe everything will be fine.
I hope so, Marshal. Anyway, I'll bring our son up to know his father for the rare kind of man he is.
Oh? I didn't know you had a son.
We haven't yet.
What?
I haven't even told Nat. But we're going to have one, Marshal.
Oh, I see.
Shall we go in now? And I'll be your partner for the next dance, if you like.
What? I'd be proud, Miss Timble. Real proud. Next morning early, Chester and I saddled up and rode out past the edge of town to the south. There we pulled off the trail into a clump of scrub cedar and waited. Beyond us lay the Canadian River,
and across it, broad Vegas of spring-fed meadow grass. As we watched, a buffalo, cow, and calf came to the river and drank. And then they suddenly moved off upstream and disappeared in the mesquite. And a moment later, 6 horsemen came out of the distance, riding hard for the river and for Tascosa.
I reckon that's them, Mr. Dillon.
You, don't have to do this, Chester.
I know it. Any objections to me using a rifle?
There are no rules in this game.
I'll feel a mite cozier behind the Winchester.
Eyes open, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Come on. All right, hold it, Gunner.
Oh! Who are you?
I'm a U.S. Marshal. My name's Matt Dillon.
Them's the fellas we thought was bums, Gunner, the other day at the Red Deer.
Yeah. Get off the trail, Marshal. You got no business with us.
Turn around and ride back where you came from, Gunner. Mike Postel's staying in Tascosa.
Postel, eh? So you're in on this, too?
I've dealt myself in, Gunner. Now do as I say. And keep away from Tascosa from now on, or I'll get a posse and come after the bunch of you.
We don't need any lawmen down here, Marshal. Who's that?
It's Timble and Mike, Mr. Dillon.
How did they know we were out here?
Looks like we won't have to go into Tascosa, Marshal. We can settle this right here.
You were missing this morning, Marshal. I kind of figured we'd find you hereabouts.
You and Timble both ought to stay out of this. This is my trouble.
It's a little late for that now, Postel. Well, the odds are down, Gunner.
They sure are. I ain't facing all them. Come on, Gunner. We'll catch Postel later when there ain't such a crowd.
Here we are.
Not me. I'm going.
Shut up. Timble, you're responsible for this.
I'm proud of it, Gunner.
Get him and Postel, men. Get
Stop
them.
it, Gunner!
Should we go after them 3?
No, let them go, Chester. They won't be back. Temple's been hit.
How is he, Marshal?
He got hit bad. Chester, go see if Gunter and those other 2 are really dead.
Yes, sir.
I told him not to come along. He wouldn't listen to me. Here, let me pick him up and get him back to town.
No. No, it's no use. He's done for, Postel.
Are you sure?
He was dead before he hit the ground.
We finished him, sir.
All 3 of them. It'd take more than 3 of them to be worth that Timble.
I'm sorry, Postel.
Done enough for me already. Why'd he have to come here? This was my fight, not his.
No, Postel, not the way he looked at it. You see, Timble himself went straight a couple of years back.
He did?
Yeah. I came down here carrying a warrant for his arrest.
You ain't gonna be able to take him in now, are you, Marshal?
No, I'm not.
You know, I'm kind of mixed up about you. Coming down here to arrest him and then meeting Gunter and them out here today.
I'm not important, Postel. Just you remember what kind of man Timble was.
I ain't likely to forget. I'll swear to that, Marshal.
Good. Look, you and Chester stay here. I'll send a wagon out from town. I'm going in to see Ms. Tyndall.
You'll be going back to Dodge now, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
I want to thank you for trying to stop it.
It's my job.
No, not quite. Well, I guess Mike'll have to run things now.
He's a good man. He'll make out fine.
Sure. Tell me one thing, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am.
I know you came here to arrest my husband.
I figured you did.
If this hadn't happened today, would you really have taken him back?
Miss Temple, I don't know.
But I tell you one thing. If I had, it'd have been my last act as a lawman.
You mean you'd have quit after?
I'd have quit.
If you're around in Tascosa again, Marshal, come and see us. Me and the baby.
I'd be proud to, ma'am. Real proud.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Tom Tully, with Harry Bartell, Paul Dubov, Helen Klebe, and James Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tennessee and Virginia are the home states for CBS Radio's Saturday Night Country Style, just a bit later tonight. That's where the rural rhythm's coming from, but it's going out all over the country on most of these same stations. This is George Walsh speaking, and remember, you'll find Western adventure and music with Gene Autry Sunday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Now, Sugar Crinkles, the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet, is proud to present Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Take it easy, Mom. You know your young folks are going to eat when you give them sugar crinkles for breakfast. Yes, boys and girls love sugar crinkles. And no wonder. It's the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Makes breakfast more fun than a circus. Now, the reason sugar crinkles suit young folks to a T is this. Some sugar-coated cereals they've tried seem too sweet. Others don't seem sweet enough. But when they dip their first spoonful of sugar crinkles, they've discovered a sugar-coated cereal that's just right sweet. And say, those young folks of yours love to dip into the pack and eat sugar crinkles as a snack, too. So better get several packages. And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad.
I got a horse's saddle, Mr. Dillon. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole hog.
Well, all the hog you got this morning's cooking on that stick right there, Chester.
Is it done?
That depends on how hungry you are.
It's done. Sure will be good to get back to Dodge tonight and sleep in a bed again.
Well, civilization's made you soft, Chester.
Maybe so, but I get mighty tired of using my back for a mattress and my belly for a covering.
Obviously, Chester, you were born for greater things than rooting around on the prairie and living in the rain.
It hasn't been raining, Mr. Dillon.
No, it hasn't. But it will, Chester. Sooner or later, it'll rain.
Yes, sir. Wish we'd brought some more bacon. Say, don't old man Granby live around here? Maybe we could borrow a little from him.
Well, according to what I've always heard, old Granby wouldn't loan anybody anything.
You really think he's a rich miser, like they say?
Oh, I don't know, Chester. Sometimes a man's entirely different from his reputation. I only met Granby once or twice. He seemed like a nice enough old fellow, though.
Well, I wouldn't want to live out here all alone with nothing but a few horses for company.
Oh, he's used to it.
Well, even if he does have a lot of money hid away, there's no place to spend it out here.
Granby's pretty old for the pleasures Dodge has to offer, Chester.
Well, I hope I am never that old.
At the rate you're burning yourself out, Chester, you never will be, so don't worry about it.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, I live mighty quiet for a young fella who's free and still full of blood.
Sure.
Hey, look over there.
Huh?
There's that string of dust laying right on the ground there.
Yeah, I've been watching it, Chester. It's not on the ground, though. There's a dry wash runs along there. Somebody's driving stock down it.
Maybe it's old man Granby.
That may be. Let's go say hello, huh?
All right, sir. If it is old man Granby, we might just ask him about a little bacon, huh?
Well, we can ask. There's no harm in that. Oh. Oh. Now, that's horses down there, Chester.
Yes, sir. I can see their heads now. I don't see anybody driving them.
Now, he'll be along in a minute. Now, let's wait here.
There he comes.
Yeah. Hello!
He stopped.
That's not old Granby. Let's ride down and say hello anyway. Now, that's Granby's brand on those horses, though.
He must have hired him a hand.
Yeah, maybe. Hello?
Hello.
Are you working for Granby?
I ain't working for nobody, mister.
Oh? And where is he?
Where's who?
Granby.
I don't know no Granby.
Well, those are his horses you're driving.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
I ain't driving them.
What do you mean?
They got ahead of me in the wash here, that's all.
I see. You a cowboy?
Yeah, sure. I'm a cowboy.
Well, you don't look like one. You don't ride like one, either.
You're asking the questions, mister.
No decent cowboy would run another man's horses down a dry wash just because he didn't want to get up on the bank and ride around them.
I told you, they got in front of me is all.
How come you're not carrying a gun?
Does a man have to carry a gun?
No. I'll bet you're the only man within 1,000 miles of here who isn't carrying one.
Maybe I got a better conscience than the rest of you.
Maybe. Look, mister, you've run those horses about 5 miles off of old Granby's place. You want to give us a hand, we'll run them back.
I'm in a hurry.
It won't take long. The old man might be a couple of days finding them if we don't.
You worry about him. I got to get into Dodge.
We'll ride in with you. Afterwards.
I ain't gonna do it.
Look a lot better if you did.
I'd like to, mister, but I can't wait. I'm leaving now. So long.
You gonna let him go, Mr.
Wait a
Dillon?
minute, Chester. I'll let him hear what lead sounds like.
No, don't shoot! Don't shoot me!
All right, then ride back here.
Don't kill me, mister.
I'm not going to kill you. Unless you try to run away.
Why would I try to run away?
You just did. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Ride down the bank and have those horses off. Start them back up the wash. We'll be out of here by the time they're back.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
You stay right close to me, fella. And don't try anything smart. When we get to Granby's, if he says it's okay, then you can go wherever you like.
I don't know Granby. Never been there.
Well, we'll show you the way. Come on, let's get up on the bank.
Old man Granby can find his horses all right now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. But I want this cowboy here to meet him. We'll see if he's in the house.
I'll wait for you.
Get off that horse, fella. Go on. That's better. Come on. We'll take a look. Well, what are you waiting for?
Nothing.
You go ahead, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Looks like I'll have to herd this man in. You've been kind of balky ever since we ran into you, mister.
I don't like being dragged around. I never did.
I just want you to meet old Granby. He'll be grateful for you, helping run his horses back here.
I know what you think, mister. You think I was stealing them horses. Well, I never heard of the old man. I was never near this place.
Yeah, so you told me. But you're here now.
I ain't afraid of you or nobody.
Then let's go into the house. Come on.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Old man Granby, he's in there.
Oh, what's wrong?
Right in the room there, Mr. Dillon. He's hanging there.
What?
Somebody's gone and hung him right in his own house. I don't want to see him anymore. You go take a look.
Pull your gun and hold it on this man, Chester. If he makes a move, shoot him.
Yes. Now, you just stand there real quiet like.
I ain't gonna do nothing.
You sure ain't.
Just because I happen to be in the country don't mean I killed nobody.
Mr. Dillon will decide about that.
Who is this Mr. Dillon, anyway?
He's a United States Marshal, that's who.
A marshal?
Looks like you run into the wrong people, fella.
I'll hold your gun, Chester. Search it.
All right, here. Get around.
All right. Turn around.
The house is all torn up. He must have been looking for old Granby's money.
I was never in that house.
There's nothing on him. Not a thing.
All right, Chester. Here's your gun. Catch it.
Thank you.
All right, now, what's your name, fella?
Trimble. Joe Trimble.
Where you from?
Up north.
Up north where?
All over.
What are you doing down here, Trimble?
Making a change.
Yeah, sure. And some cowboy you ran into told you about Granby being rich. So you came here and kicked the old man around and hung him. And then tried to find the money.
That's a lie. This is the first time I was ever near the place.
I'm sure you did it, Trimble, but I wish I had more evidence. A court of law just might not convict you the way things stand.
You gonna let me go?
No. I'm arresting you. And you're going to stand trial.
And I'll do my best to see you hung.
I didn't do it, I tell you. And I'll go free, too. You'll see.
There's something mighty wrong about you, Trimble, and I can't figure it at all. But I'll sure find out.
Mother, it does your heart good, I know, when your young folks eat all of their breakfast cereal. That's why I'm so happy to tell you about new Sugar Crinkles. Sugar Crinkles, you know, is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Crisp golden nuggets of sugar-coated rice. They make breakfast more fun than a circus. Why, young folks love Sugar Crinkles so much, they disappear like magic. Now, you've had experience with sugar-coated cereals that seem too sweet to you, and others that just don't seem sweet enough to the youngsters. Well, what a wonderful surprise Sugar Crinkles will be to your whole family. For new Sugar Crinkles really are just right sweet. Remember, Sugar Crinkles make great snacks, too. And there's even more good news about Sugar Crinkles. Right now, there's a full-size package of Charms, that wonderful fruit-flavored candy, in every special package of Sugar Crinkles your dealer has. 10 delicious fruit-flavored Charms, free of extra cost to you. So hurry. Get Sugar Crinkles soon as you can. Now back to Gunsmoke.
We let Joe Trimble dig a grave out behind the house. Then we laid old Granby in it and covered him with dirt. I was pretty sure now that the old man had never had an extra dollar in his life and that he'd been killed for no reason at all. Anyway, Trimble had done a pretty thorough job looking for the money, and he'd found nothing. On the ride into Dodge, I tried to figure out just what he was. But he didn't seem to fit anywhere. He wasn't a cowboy or a hunter or a gambler or even just a drifter. After we got him locked up in jail that night, Doc and I went over to the Texas Trail for a drink with Kitty. And I was telling him about it.
Now then, this fella Trimble, how old is he?
Oh, around 25, I guess, Doc.
Then he couldn't be running away from home.
No, he's a little old for that, Kitty.
Well, anyway, they'll hang him.
Well, I hope the judge agrees with you, Doc.
Why shouldn't they?
All I got so far is circumstantial evidence.
But then you should have shot him out on the prairie.
It's a good thing you're not a lawman.
Well, maybe if I were, there'd be fewer killings around here.
I doubt that, Doc.
You going up to Hayes for the trial, Matt?
Yeah, I'll have to, Kitty.
That'll take a week, I suppose.
Oh, about. Why do you ask?
Nothing, only you've just been away for 10 days.
Well, I have to earn a living, Kitty.
You could make more money gambling right here in Dodge.
Oh, now, Kitty, don't start that.
Good evening, Marshal.
Oh, Major.
It's Kitty, Doc.
Evening, Major.
How do, Major?
I'd like a word with you, Marshal.
Sure, Major. We can go over to the bar there.
All right.
I'll be back, Kitty. Doc.
No hurry, Matt. Doc's got a lot of money.
Oh, now I'll buy you one drink, Kitty. Just one drink, and that's all.
Well, it's a start, Doc.
Let's go, Major.
I had to come to Dodge on other business, Marshal. But I wanted to pass the word to you that we're looking for a man.
Oh? The Army?
Yes, a deserter.
Oh?
Not from Fort Dodge.
Where was he stationed, Major?
He was with the 7th Cavalry at Fort Lincoln.
Oh, up in the Dakotas.
And for some reason, they think he headed south. Now, I don't have much of a description of him, just that he was a private, about 25, curly blonde hair, and he had a scar on his left hand.
Yeah, that fits. What's his name, Major?
He enlisted as Joe Gould, but he's known to have used the name Trimble.
Uh-huh. Well, he's right here in Dodge.
What?
I got him locked up in jail.
Well, that's fine, Marshal, but how did you know?
I think he murdered an old man who lived a day's ride north of here. I'm going to have him tried for it.
Now, that won't be necessary now, Marshal. I'll take over custody of him.
No.
Huh?
Then he'd be tried at Fort Lincoln for desertion. I want him tried for murder. And I got to be there to present the evidence.
You could go up to Fort Lincoln.
No, the Dakotas are out of my territory, Major. Besides, this is a civil crime.
The Army wants that man, Marshal.
I'm sorry, Major. He's going to be tried in Hayes first.
He is still a soldier, even if he did desert.
Well, if the judge lets him off, you can have him. But not otherwise. Major, he tortured and hung an innocent old man, and I'm going to do my best to see him punished for it.
Well, I'll have to take this up with my superiors, Marshal.
You better hurry. I'm going to Hayes with him tomorrow.
I hope you won't regret this, Marshal.
I won't, Major. Not if Trimble is properly punished. I won't. I didn't wait till morning, but started out for Hayes with Joe Trimble that night. The trial lasted a week, and in spite of all the arguments I made, a judge finally decided that there wasn't enough real evidence to convict him. I even tried to make Trimble confess, but he was too smart for that. So there was nothing to do but bring him back, turn him over to the Army. I sent word to Fort Dodge, and the next morning the Major himself appeared to take him into custody.
Well, Marshal, it looks as though you didn't have much of a civil case after all.
He killed old Granby. I know he did, Major. But after all, the law's the law.
Yes, and in the Army, orders are orders. I'm just sorry your judge didn't convict him after all.
Oh, is that so? Chester.
Yes, sir?
Bring Trimble out, huh?
All right, sir.
Major, I'll give the Army credit for one thing.
Uh-huh. What's that?
Trimble and I rode back some 80 miles yesterday, and when we got here, he wanted to sit up and play cards with Chester.
There may be some bad men in the cavalry, Marshal, but they're all tough.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he's yours, Major.
Private Trimble, sir.
You're under military arrest, Private. Not privileged to salute. Besides, you enlisted as Private Gould, not Trimble.
Yes, sir.
Report to the guard outside.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute, Trimble. You, know that you're mighty lucky, don't you? You should have died for what you've done.
I told you I'd go free, Marshal.
It'll catch up with you someday, Trimble. It always does somehow. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Marshal. I'll be getting along.
Oh, Major, you said that you were sorry that the judge didn't convict him. Why have you changed your mind?
Well, I have orders from General Terry to return him to the Dakotas, to Fort Lincoln.
Well, he'll be tried there, but he won't be hung for just desertion.
Well, oddly enough, Marshal, he won't even be tried. For some months, anyway.
He won't?
No. It seems that the 7th Cavalry needs every man available. They're leaving Fort Lincoln on an expedition against the Sioux and the Northern Cheyenne.
Oh, the Sioux, huh?
Yeah.
I wonder if old Sitting Bull is still the chief medicine man with them.
Sitting Bull?
Yeah.
No, I never heard of him. But I expect the 7th will be heading into Montana territory.
Well, if they're after Sitting Bull's tribe, they will. He's always had a large camp over on the Little Bighorn.
That's so?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, who's in command of the 7th Cavalry now?
Oh, an officer I served under a couple of years. I never did care for him. A General Custer.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's adventure on Gunsmoke. You know, what you are tomorrow depends on what you eat today. So, Mother, be sure the big and little Indians at your house always eat a good breakfast. And tell me, what could be better for breakfast than Post Toasties? Post Toasties, you know, are the heap good cornflakes. The best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. But all of the talking in the world couldn't tell you how downright delicious Post Toasties are. You have to taste those crackling, crisp flakes. Yes, you have to taste that sweet kernel corn flavor toasted. Then you'll know how perfectly wonderful breakfast can be. Put Post Toasties on your shopping list right now, Mother. Just watch how your whole tribe goes for them. Remember, Post Toasties are the heap good cornflakes. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards and John Daynard. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Ken Peters speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen next week at this time when Gunsmoke will be brought to you by Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the cigarette you want in the pack you want. Familiar standard pack and new crush-proof box. Live modern. Smoke modern. Change to L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Morning, Miles.
17 minutes, Matthew. 17 minutes exactly since I sent that boy to find you.
Oh, is that so?
A crime has occurred, Matthew. And dawdling over your breakfast coffee is not likely to bring the culprit to justice.
The boy said somebody broke into your store last night, Miles.
Aye.
How'd they get in?
Well, by breaking the glass in the back window. 2 panes at $4.32 a pane.
You know, Miles, I told you a year ago you ought to put gratings over those windows like the rest of the stores in town.
Aye, but gratings cost money, Matthew.
Yeah, and so do burglaries. Well, what do they take?
Well, I've been compiling a list. Now, here's exactly what's missing. 1 blue blanket, retail price $6.40. 1 blue denim jacket, Size 36. Retail price $2.
The prices aren't important, Miles.
Oh, to me they are. I have a certain respect for money.
Yeah, so I've heard. What else is missing?
Well, now, let me see. One hat, gray, Stetson, of course, finest quality.
Yeah, I know. I got one, Miles. Go on with the rest of your list.
All right. One pair of boots, size 6, hand-tooled, inlaid with kid, retail price $12.
Here, let me take a look at it, will you?
Oh, nice.
Thanks. 2 flannel shirts, 5 pounds slab of bacon, 3 pounds of dried beans, pound of salt, box of matches, a skillet. Looks like you've just grub staked somebody, Miles.
I expect you to recover each and every one of those items.
Oh, I'll try to. 1 canteen, 1 hand axe, 2 pounds of cheese, and 1 .44 caliber Colt revolver.
Model 6A, retails at $56.80.
What about cartridges? You don't have them on the list.
No, I'm out of cartridges. I'm expecting a case in today.
Well, the gun won't be much use without them. Wonder if any place else was robbed last night.
Good heavens.
Oh, what's the matter?
Here's something else has been taken, Matthew. There were 3 bottles right there on that shelf, and now there's only 2.
Bottles of what?
Yeah, perfume. Imported all the way from Paris, France. Now, what would a man out that grubstake himself want to see a perfume for?
Maybe it wasn't a man, Miles.
Huh?
And the size of those boots and the jacket, it would take a pretty small man to wear clothes like that.
Oh, you mean a girl? You know, what in the name of heaven would she be up to?
I don't know.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah, what is it, sir?
Wilbur Jones. Somebody come into his store, held him up a while ago. What?
Did he recognize it?
No, sir. He stuck a gun in his back, made him go into the storeroom, and locked the door on him. He said whoever it was had a real soft voice, like a kid.
Huh?
Mr. Jones hadn't been to the bank yet, so at least there wasn't no cash, so...
Oh, what was stolen?
Nothing, except a box of 44 caliber cartridges.
Let me smell that perfume again, will you, Matt?
Yeah, sure, Kitty, sure.
Not any scent I know. But I sure like to. You say Miles has got 2 more bottles of it?
I got this sample from one of them.
Well, there's nothing like this around Dodge. Shouldn't be too hard to track down.
Yeah, provided the person who stole it opens the bottle.
Well, I'll keep sniffing the breeze, Matt.
That's what we've been doing all day, Miss Kitty. Sniffing and smelling around all over town, just like a couple of hound dogs. But we ain't caught a whiff of this stuff.
Well, you wouldn't be likely to, Chester. Matt, maybe this girl, if it is a girl, has already left town.
Well, in a way, I kind of hope so.
She might have wanted the gun just to protect herself.
She wasn't protecting herself when she shoved it in Will Jonas' back this morning, Kitty.
Oh, I know, but it
was
wasn't...
empty then. It's not empty now.
Well, by golly. I was just wondering who I'd let buy me a drink this evening.
Yeah? Well, as far as I'm concerned, Doc, you're still wondering.
What's the matter? Well, good evening, Kitty.
Hello, Doc.
Yes. Hello, Doctor. Oh, say, I understand somebody borrowed a few things off of old man McTagg last night.
Yeah, they did, Doc.
Oh, they did, huh? Crime rampant, and the local law inhabits a saloon.
Here, Doc, smell this, will you?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Say, what do you do, Matt? Just put it on your hair or use it when you shave?
You ever smell that scent anywhere before, Doc?
Slightly familiar.
No? What do you mean, slightly familiar?
Well, I mean, I smelled the same thing earlier today somewhere.
Today?
Where, Doc?
Where what?
Where did you smell it today?
I don't even remember. Say, Matt, what do you say we get up a Coke again?
Doc, will you think? Where did you smell this perfume today?
I don't know. Let me see now. I was all over town at one time or another. It wasn't at the livery stable, naturally, or at the bank. Oh, forget it, man. I don't have the slightest idea. Oh. Wait a minute. Now I remember.
Yeah?
I was talking to Mr. Doby in the lobby of the Dodge House, and this kid came.
The Dodge House, huh?
That's right. He reeked of the stuff. Yes, that's where it was. He rented himself a room there. But why?
I'll tell you later, Doc. Chester, come on.
It's next door on the left there, Mr. Dillon, according to what Mr. Doby said.
Yeah. Be careful of that water picture.
You reckon he'll put up a fight? Or she will, or whichever?
I don't know, Chester. All right, go ahead and knock. Let's get clear before the door opens up.
Who's there?
I fetched you some drinking water.
Leave it out there in the hall.
Okay, but you better get it before the ice melts.
All right, walk off a ways, Chester. Get your hands up. You're under arrest.
What?
Chester, come here, take the gun. All right, get back in the room. No use getting the whole hotel stirred up.
I ain't done nothing. You got no call to arrest me.
Inside, I said.
Golly, if you wasn't right, Mr. Dillon, it is a girl.
You mind your own business. Who are you anyway?
What? He's a U.S. Marshal. That's who he is.
A marshal?
Where did you get that shirt you're wearing, miss? And the boots. What about this gun?
Where do you think I got it?
I don't think I know now. What's your name?
My name's Willie Deaver, and I'm from down around Osage Junction.
Willie? What kind of a name's that for a female?
Why, you shut your tater
Willie. How old are you?
16. To tell me your business.
16, huh? Why did you break into that store last night?
Who says I did?
The clothes you're wearing, that Stetson on the bed over there, the stuff all over this room, every bit of it was stolen.
How'd you figure it was me, Marshal?
That perfume you took. Doc Adams was down in the lobby when you rented your room here. He smelled it on you.
Oh, I guess I knowed that perfume was going to bring bad luck. Them other things I needed. But that there perfume I just wanted. Never had none before. Never even smelt none. Just heard about it.
What are you doing, running away from home?
I ain't running. I already run. You was to drag me with wild horses. I wouldn't go back there.
Why not?
You knowed my steppa. You wouldn't ask why not. Work a body to their death. That's all he knows. He's got a dry farm down here. Ain't never going to be worth nothing no matter what. He'll work day and night just like a man. I ain't never even owned a dress. I don't believe in going in for thrills.
Yeah, I see.
It beats me, too. Last time he'd done it 2 days ago, I just lit out. Look, mister. You see that bruise on the side of my head?
You see what? Oh, for land's sake, mister, that's just...
All right, get your hands up, mister. You make a move, Marshal, and I'll blow this feller's backbone clean through his belly.
I'm not moving. Just take it easy, Chester.
Well, back off now, mister. Away from the door.
Well,
I didn't run away from home just to end up in no jail.
Where are you going to end up, Willie?
Never you mind about me, Marshal. Now you two just stay put.
I'm awful sorry, Mr. Dillon. I didn't have no idea what she was up to.
She doesn't either, Chester. That's her trouble.
Darn fool kid.
Yeah. Darn fool kid. With a loaded gun.
see now, Matthew. This shirt's not being worn. Won't have to discount it, at least.
Now, the same goes for this skillet, Miles. And the blanket, canteen, hand axe.
Ain't none of these beans been used neither, Miss McCagg. No, just hold your horses, you two. I got to weigh this cheese. No, but I'm taking a man can't calculate his profits without knowing his cost. Aha. I knew some of it was gone. I ate about 20 cents worth off that corner there. 22 cents to be exact.
Well, at least she didn't have time to eat any bacon, Miles. Oh, there you are. Yeah, it's about the size of it. That's all we found in her room.
Yeah, those are just the low-price items, Matthew. You still got away with a $12.50 pair of boots?
She hasn't gotten away yet, Miles. We'll find her before the night's over.
We know what she looks like now, at least. And we know her name. Willie Beaver. Aye. Homesteader's child, you say?
Yeah. Dry farm down toward Osage. It's too much work, I guess. And too little of anything else.
Mighty hard living, dry farming. Doesn't pay much of anything to speak of.
No, not much.
Matthew, look, if you catch her and you get back those boots and that gun and the other items, well, what I mean is this. She can keep that perfume if she wants it. Well, forevermore. I couldn't sell it anyway. She's used some of it.
Yeah, sure, Miles. I understand.
You're tired? A girl wandering around alone. Well, confound it. Don't just stand there staring at me.
I'm not staring at you, Miles. I'm just listening to you, that's all.
Oh, I smirking like a cat in a bird cage. I told you that perfume isn't saleable now. You go on out and catch that young ruffian. You bring her to justice. Stealing from honest, God-fearing folk. Violating private...
All right, Miles, all right.
And, if you get that gun and those boots back and does not hurt any, and the denim jacket, too, well, I'll give that child a dress right out of my stock. My land gracious. Well, it's not a matter of sentiment, no. It's just that it isn't fit for a young girl to go into court dressed like a man. It's no decent.
Yeah, sure, Miles. I know what you mean. Just a proper respect for appearances. That's all it is, isn't it?
Oh, confound the both of you. You're trying to accuse a man of charity when he hasn't an ounce of it in his entire nature. That's your stage off, it sounded like.
Yeah, come on, Chester. Let's find out.
So help me, Marshal. I didn't know. I didn't have the least idea.
Well, it wasn't your fault, Jason. Chester, did you send somebody to find Doc?
Yes, we did. The Dawson boy went fetching Mr. Dillon.
That note was a girl. I'd just opened the safe and let her have the money. I wouldn't have shot no girl. Not if I'd known.
He couldn't have been expected to know, Jason.
Oh. That bandana over her face, dressed like she was. Pointing that gun just as rock steady as any man I ever seen.
Yeah.
And you know, I always keep my gun stuck right between the safe and the desk, just in case of something like this. So I made like I was going to open the safe, and you sure, Mark? Are you sure she's dead?
Yeah, I'm afraid she is.
Killing a girl. I never done nothing so bad in my whole life. So help me, Mark. I didn't know.
Look, anybody else would have done the same thing. Now, it couldn't be helped. It's done, and blaming yourself won't undo it. Now, look, why don't you go outside a while and get some fresh air, huh?
I reckon maybe I'd better. I reckon I'd just get outside a while.
Old Jason's broke up pretty bad over there.
Well, I guess most anybody would be.
Dang, poor young'un.
Well, she paid for it, Chester. Well, there's no point leaving her there on the dirty floor. Let's lift her up on the counter.
All right. Let me get her shoulders. You know, she She wasn't lying. She has got a bruise on her head.
I guess her paw did beat her, all right.
Poor little thing.
All right. Let's lift her.
Well, what's that fell out of her jacket? Miss Dillon?
Yeah, I know. It's her perfume. You know, on the frontier, even the roughest of nester families had to scratch awful hard to tear a living out of the dry, parched earth. Yet next week, a lone ranch woman has to kill the one person who might have helped her.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Sammy Hill, and Lawrence Dobkin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. We are proud to announce that Rex Corey won the annual Downbeat Magazine Award for the best original scoring of a regularly scheduled radio series as musical director of CBS Radio's Gunsmoke. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
This is the CBS Radio.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
You don't have to walk me all the way, Doc.
Oh, why, it's a pleasure, Kitty. I don't often get to be seen with a beautiful woman.
Now, Doc.
Yeah, that's true. And what's more, you know it.
Oh, there you go. And I was just beginning to enjoy myself.
There's Matt. Just came out of his office. Let's go say hello to him.
He's sitting down. We better hurry before he falls asleep.
Wish I had a job like his.
Say, where's Chester these days, anyway?
Yeah, he's still visiting a friend out at Fort Dodge. Some old army pal from the war.
Is he ever coming back?
Well, of course he'll be back as soon as he gets tired of the cooking out there. Matt, you've got company.
Hello, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty. Doc, why don't you sit down?
Thank you.
Just for a minute. I gotta get to work pretty soon.
You been shopping?
Yeah, but I didn't buy anything.
What about all those clothes and stuff you told me you ordered?
Well, that's different.
It is.
Well, sure.
No, don't explain it to me now. It's too hot today.
Who's this?
Huh?
Who's this?
I don't know. He's a stranger to me.
Well, he's from Texas, that's for sure. Look at that rig.
I'm looking for U.S. Marshal. You're wearing a star. Maybe you're him.
Sit down, stranger.
You Matt Dillon?
That's right.
Oh. Well, I'm Phil Jacks, Marshal. With a herd of 3,000 San Saba cattle, about 5 days' drive from here. Name of the trail boss is Dolph Quince.
Dolph Quince? Well, he was in here last year. Give him my regards, will you?
Well, he says for you to ride back with me, Marshal.
What?
That's all he said. Me to bring you back.
Well, can't you tell me what it's all about?
It's about Kansas, Marshal.
Kansas?
We don't like it.
Oh, you're running into trouble, huh?
We're about to quit driving cattle and turn into an army, Marshal.
Yeah. You go get yourself a drink, Jacks. Meet me here in about a half hour. I'll go with you.
You just drop your saddle anyways, Marshal. I'll turn your horse in with a remuda.
All right. Thanks, Jacks. I will.
And Dolph Quince will be over there by the fire somewhere.
Okay. I'll find it. Hello, Dolph.
How are you, Marshal?
Good to see you again.
Hey, it's fresh meat in camp. Ask the cook for a plate.
Oh, thanks. I will.
Well, now, I'll go with you. I need some more coffee. You like buffalo veal?
Huh?
One of the boys wrote and shot a calf this morning.
Sure, I like it fine.
Guess it was buffalo that scared our horses last night. Whole mule broke loose. Hey, cook, give this man a plate of meat.
Yeah, sure thing, Dolph.
Yeah, it looks mighty good, doesn't it?
Give me some coffee, will you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Nestor woman came to the bed ground before daylight this morning and asked if we had any little calves that had been dropped during the night.
She probably picks up calves from all the herds that pass this way.
We'd have to get rid of them anyway. So I'll let her have them, even if she was a Kansan.
Oh?
You know, if it had been a Kansas man asked for calves, I don't think I could have talked these boys into allowing it.
Oh, is that so?
It sure is, Marshal.
Tell me, Dolph, have you seen any Kansas jayhawkers on the way up?
How'd you know?
That's a pretty good guess.
2 nights ago, some of them jayhawkers managed to sneak up on Snyder over there when he was out on guard. They stripped him and flogged him, and stampeded the cattle. We had our hands full for the next few hours, or we might have caught up with them.
Any trouble since?
Not yet.
You know, Dolph, the ordinary Kansan hates jayhawkers as much as you do. There's nothing but shifty, murderous criminals. They got started on the Missouri border during the war, and they got the taste of blood in their mouths. And now it's like I got no place to go.
We can show them a place.
Yeah, they're bandits, that's all. You got bandits in Texas, but that doesn't make every Texan one, does it?
It's kind of hard to make the men see it that way, Marshal.
Yeah, I know it is. I just hope they understand it before a regular war breaks out.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Overhead, the moon is beaming.
Hold it, Daphne, hold it.
Oh, hi, Joe. Guess what, honey? I'm trying out for the operetta.
As what?
A singer.
You could have fooled me.
I was just practicing one of the songs.
Well, I don't think you quite fit the role.
Why not?
Well, if this version of the Student Prince is like the version I know, that particular number is sung by a tenor.
Oh,
Not that you don't come close, but I think you better stick to being a housewife.
but I want to be a singer.
Daphne, honey, a singer you'll never be.
I could take lessons.
Yeah, but lessons cost money. Money better invested for us in savings bonds.
You and your old savings bond.
I can't help it, honey. I just can't get over the way those savings bonds pay off. $4 for every 3. That's what I call an investment.
What good do they do me now?
A lot. The money we put in those bonds every payday helps keep America strong and protects you and me. No bonds, maybe no operetta. Ever think of that?
I still want to be a singer.
Well, when those bonds start bringing in the green, if you still want to sing, they'll pay for the lessons and more.
Good. Gee, if those bonds mature as fast as you say, I better start practicing now just so that I'll be ready. Overhead, the moon is beaming.
Daphne, did anyone ever tell you you have a bad voice?
Everyone.
Hello, Dolph. Marshal.
Jax.
Join you if you don't mind.
Sit down, Jax. I've been sitting here drinking coffee complaining to the marshal about our welcome in Kansas.
Yeah. I heard the trail drivers buying off them jayhawkers $2-3 a head. Now, let's see. 3,000 cattle. It cost us...
I'm paying nobody nothing.
Well, they ain't asked us yet. But I'll kill the first one I see anyway, so...
Marshal, one reason I wanted you to come down here was to ride with us a few days. Get to know the boys a little. You're in a bad temper, and when they hit Dodge, they're going to be looking for Kansas scalps.
All right with you.
I figured you would. See, Marshal, the way we look at it, the good citizens of Dodge are out to fleece us anyway. And on top of that, they hire gunfighters to shoot us as soon as we kick up our heels a little. Now, all in all, it makes for a bad feeling.
There's some misunderstanding on both sides, I guess.
Yeah, you and I know that. But
they
don't.
Dolph, I near forgot.
What?
Stranger just rode up to the Remuda over there and asked for a job. I told him to eat first.
Where is he?
Well, I'll go get him.
Say, Dolph, I'd like to stand a guard tonight.
Oh, there's no need for that.
Well, if I'm riding with you, I'll do my share of the work.
All right. You go out with the second watch. Rango will give you a night horse.
Thanks.
Here he is, Dolph. This here's Dolph Quint's trail boss.
Mr. Quince.
Quince will do.
Well, my name's Studer. Carl Studer.
You lost?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, you know we're only 4 days' drive out of Dodge.
I was wondering, could you use a hand?
For 4 days?
That'd help.
You must be awful hungry.
I thought maybe you'd be driving past Dodge.
I'm not. But we'll feed you from here to Dodge if you work. I won't pay you anything, though. I haven't got the money. I don't need a hand anyway.
Fair enough.
Hey, by the way, where are you from?
Colorado.
And you ain't a Kansan?
No.
Good. Maybe the boys won't tear you apart. You'll be on the third watch tonight, Studer.
All right.
He's the sort of man spends his whole miserable life just looking for salt pork and sundown.
Yeah. If that's all he's looking for.
What do you mean?
Just an old habit of mine, Dolph. I wouldn't be alive if I trusted everybody on first sight.
You don't trust this fellow?
Oh, he's probably all right. Still, I'd keep him in camp unless it's daylight. I wouldn't put him on night guard.
All right. Marshal, I always thought I led a hard life. Till now. I think you beat me.
I just get shot at more than you, so...
Maybe that's it. Hey, you better stretch out somewhere. You'll be out singing to those cow brutes in 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you later, Dolph.
Breakfast at 4. You find it don't take long to stay all night at this ranch.
I didn't have much chance that night to get to know the boys on guard. 2 of us rode around the herd in opposite directions, singing or humming a little to let the cattle know where we were. And after 2 hours, we were relieved by the third watch. But at breakfast the next morning, the men treated me a little less like a gunfighter hired to shoot them when they got to Dodge. After the cattle had grazed for a few miles, we got them on the trail, and I started to forget that I was a lawman myself.
Jax and I were riding the swing of the herd when Dolph Quince loped up behind us.
Hey, how's it feel to be a trailhand, Marshal?
There's nothing to it if I could sleep all winter like you do.
Where would you spend your money?
I already offered to trade jobs with him, Dolph.
Hey, look, you two crossed the Cimarron yesterday. What's it like?
Now, the water's gone down. You won't have any trouble.
I was also thinking about the sand.
Well, it was sound where we were, Dolph.
Yeah, then we'll cross right there. You go up ahead and ride point, Jax, and lead us to it.
All right.
Take that new fellow Studer with you.
I don't need him.
I want him up front where I can see him.
Oh, okay.
First crossing I tried last year had a quicksand bottom and bog a saddle blanket.
Oh? Lose many cattle?
30 head. Couldn't even dig their tails out.
You know, Dolph, I sometimes wonder if it's worth it to you, driving cattle up here.
Well, Texas is bankrupt, Marshal. War broke us. All we got is these wild longhorn cattle.
Yeah, I know. Well, maybe there'll be an easier way someday.
We'd starve waiting for the railroad.
I suppose so. Anyway, the San Saba herd of yours is the first to reach Dodge this year. The price is pretty high. You ought to profit, about $20 a head.
I hope so. Money in your pocket, Dodge could offer high-class entertainment.
Almost anything you'd want.
Well, the boys will be there.
Hey, that's up ahead. Come on.
Look, he got a blanket. He's starting to stampede.
Yeah. Is that Jack's horse running loose?
Yeah, and there's Jack's lying on the ground. They shot him, Marshal.
That man with a blanket, that's Studer. I'm going after him, Dolph. You take care of Jax.
You go the cattle, they're off. Get him, Marshal. Get him alive.
I'll get him.
Helen.
Hi there. What are you doing?
I'm memorizing my wife's name.
You, a memory expert? What happened?
I called her Joanne.
Oh.
Yeah, I was nearly a hospital case.
Which brings us to the subject of Medicare.
I knew you'd work it in somehow.
Well, why not? Sooner or later, Medicare comes into the lives of every serviceman and his dependents.
Well, you sure got it into mine a lot. Excuse me, I got to get back to my memory work. Hazel.
You know, I've got a hunch somebody is going to need medical care real soon. To learn how Medicare helps your family, get the pamphlet Dependents Medical Care Program.
Maryland.
As I followed Studer, a few shots whipped past my head, but they didn't come from him. They came from behind a small rise he was headed for. Whoever was shooting was still too far away from me for me to worry about. I wanted to take care of Studer first, and slowly the distance between us closed. I pulled my rifle out of the boot and I snapped one off at him. He threw up his hands and pitched forward out of the saddle. I glanced at him as I rode past and crossed him off as one jayhawker less. When I reached the rise, I jumped off of my horse and I ran up it on foot, and near the top I got down and I crawled. When I poked my head over, there was only one man in sight. The other jayhawkers, if there had been any, had disappeared. This one was afoot and running for his horse. So I took my time and I put a shot into the cantle of his saddle. Horse bolted and the man dropped behind a rock and lay there. He was only half covered, so I stood up. A step at a time, I started toward him down the hill.
That's far enough, mister. Going back. You're in pistol range now.
All right, fella, put down and come forward.
All I want's a horse. Now get out of here. We won't bother you no more.
You sure won't.
Just let me on the horse.
Listen to me. I'm a United States Marshal. You give up, and I promise you there'll be no lynching. You'll get a fair trial.
No.
If you don't give up, you're going to die right where you are.
Let me go. I'm warning you.
I'm coming after you.
No.
You just had to try it, didn't you?
You leave a bloody trail, Marshal.
Yeah.
I brought Snyder with me. After the whipping they gave me the other night, I figured he deserved to be in on this.
Guess I'm too late. Looks like the marshal's done taking care of everybody.
Be glad you don't have to kill a man, son.
I don't think I'd mind, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Tell me, Dolph, how's Jax?
Dead.
No.
Dude has shot him in the back of the head.
He was a good man.
Boys have got the lead cattle turned. They let them mill around for now and then graze them out.
Good. Snyder, I left my horse over the rise there. Would you get him for me?
Yeah, sure.
Looks like you walked right down onto this man.
Well, I tried to take him alive like you asked.
I just wanted to hang him myself. Anyway, I'm glad he's dead.
Yeah, sure.
Marshal, we'll be burying Jax out here. I'm wondering if you might know how to do it. Maybe a prayer or something?
Well, I tried, no?
Just get back in.
Well, we got back to where Jax had fallen. The cook had driven the chuck wagon up and was busy fixing coffee for the men, even though it was far from noon. The cattle were spread out and feeding now, and one by one the men rode up, sober, quiet. With just a glance at Jax, where he lay covered by his saddle blanket. A grave was soon dug, and with the end gate of the chuck wagon for a headstone, Phil Jax was placed in the ground and covered with prairie earth. Their hats in their hands, the Texas men had watched the service in silence. When it was done, they turned and walked away. Oh, Snyder.
Yeah?
I want you to do something for me, huh?
What?
Well, I smuggled a quart of wagon yard whiskey out of Dodge when I came down here. The cook's got it hid in the chuck wagon.
Well, now, Marshal.
It's not much, but it'll cut the alkali in your drinking water. Why don't you get it and pass it out to the men, huh?
Mighty decent of you, Marshal. Always wants a drink of the Marshal's whiskey. Get on over to the chuck wagon.
There's times when a drink's good for a man, Marshal. I guess this is one of them.
I think Jack should approve.
He sure would. By the way, the boys all know how you handle them jayhawkers.
Oh?
It ain't changed their minds about Kansans much, but maybe they think a lot more highly of the law around here. The kind of gunfighter hired by the law, anyway.
That's good.
Of course, it don't mean they won't hoorah Dodge a little when we get there.
I expect that.
Sure. Come on, we got a drink coming out of that bottle, too.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Cigar, Miss Kitty?
You know I don't smoke in public, Chester.
Oh, excuse me. Mr. Dillon?
Thanks, Chester. Yeah, I believe I will.
You know, for a Cowtown restaurant, this place serves the toughest steak I ever ate.
Oh, you should have had the calf fries, Kitty.
Oh, next time, I certainly will.
Say, that reminds me. When are we going fishing, Mr. Dillon? You said last week we might take a day off soon.
All right. How about now, this afternoon?
You mean it?
Well, sure. You want to go, Kitty?
Oh, thanks, Matt, but there's a new girl at the Texas Trail. I told her I'd help her make a dress today. I'm late now.
Huh? Well, I'll have to drop by the office first, Chester.
All right.
If you want any help eating those fish, let me know.
You know how to cook catfish?
You bet I do.
We'll be around then.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, look at those men down there by the jail.
Huh?
Now, what's so curious about a wagon load of buffalo hides, I wonder?
Maybe they got a white one.
If they have, I want it. See you later, Matt. Chester?
So long,
Miss Kitty.
This your wagon, mister?
No, Gatliff's. I skinned for him.
Oh, what are you doing here? What's the crowd for?
Just curious. The other Skinner got hurt, and we brought him into the dock.
Oh? What happens? He hurt bad?
Bad enough. Gatliff didn't see any sense in bringing him into town at all. Me and the cook, we made him, though.
Oh?
Here's Gatliff now.
Chester, go up to Doc's. Maybe I can help, huh?
All right, sir.
How is he?
Doc will take care of everything, Toby.
Never mind that. How is he?
Dead. Now, let's drive these hides on down the shed. I want to get them sold and pick up our supplies. Come on.
Just a minute, Gatliff.
Some other time, Marshal. I'm busy.
So am I. But you come into my office anyway. I want to talk to you.
Call this busy, bothering people?
That's my office right over there.
You and the cook go get them hides unloaded, Toby. I'll be right along.
Yeah.
Now, what do you want, Marshal?
You new around here, Gatliff?
Any log in it?
It depends. What happened to your Skinner?
Billy? He hurt himself, that's all.
He's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, he's dead.
Look, Gatliff, anything you don't want to tell me, I can ask Doc about.
There's nothing to tell, Marshal. He got hurt and he died, that's all.
When did he get hurt?
Last night.
And why didn't you bring him in last night?
Why, them other fellers, the cook and Toby, they figured he was done for anyway and didn't want to bother, I guess.
Is that so? You're the boss, aren't you?
Sure, I am. But you know how men are when they get out in camp, Marshal. You don't want to push them too far. They get touchy, kind of.
What happened to him, Gatliff? How'd he get hurt?
I don't rightly know, Marshal. He was alone in camp, and when we got there, he'd gone and burnt himself.
Burned? Burned with what?
Hot lead, Marshal. Spilt it all over him.
Oh, you mean lead for bullets, huh?
That's it. Cooking up lead in a fry pan. That was one of Billy's chores, to make my bullets. He always was a mite clumsy. He sure messed himself up this time.
There must have been a lot of lead.
50, 60 pound, I reckon.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Gatliff. Doc Adams is looking for you.
What does he want?
Well, see, that man of yours, Doc's all through with him. He says you can bury him now.
Oh, no. I ain't paying for no burial. He's just a skinner I hired. Don't even know his last name.
You're his boss, aren't you? You brought him in.
And that's all I'm going to do for him. I ain't paying you $1. Not $1.
Nobody's asking you to pay me. But you can't just leave the man in Doc's office. Somebody's got to bury him.
He's just a bum who worked for me. He's not my father.
Well, all the stingy
Hold it,
things
Chester. All right, Gatliff. We'll take care of him. You can go now.
He's caused me trouble enough. I don't want to hear any more about him ever.
Well, that's about the most unfeeling man I ever did come across.
What about that Skinner, Chester? Tell me.
Oh, I swear it was terrible, Mr. Dillon. He was burned all over his head and his face and across his chest. Doc said he don't know how that fellow lived as long as he did.
Could he talk?
Oh, Doc told me he couldn't say a word.
Well, how do you suppose it happened?
Why, hot lead. Had a whole pan full of it, from what I hear.
Yeah, 50 or 60 pounds of it.
That much? Well, I can believe it.
I can't. What man's going to pick up 60 pounds of molten lead and spill it in his own face? That's the most stupid story I ever heard.
Well, say now, I hadn't thought of that. Mr. Dillon, you're right.
Of course, there's another way it could have happened.
What's that?
Somebody could have pushed his face down into it.
Oh, my goodness. Who?
I don't know. Gatliff, or maybe Toby. You know where Toby went?
Well, no, I don't. But him and the cook probably went over to the Alfraganza to drink up their wages.
All right. Go do something about burying that man, Chester, will you? I'll be back later.
All right, sir. I'll tend to it.
Where's the cook, Toby?
Oh, hello, Marshal. Cook, he went to get him some boots while he still had the money.
Come on over to a table. I'll buy you a drink.
You will? I mean, sure, Marshal, sure.
Sam, set out a bottle of rye and another glass, will you?
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, here you are.
Thank you.
Well, here's to your friend, Billy.
He's no friend of mine, but he died a bad death. I'll drink to him.
Tell me something, Toby. How did he and Gatliff get on?
You see Gatliff's eyes, Marshal?
Yeah, I did.
He's got powder specks shot into them. They look like turkey eggs.
Yeah?
You don't get on with a man like that.
Yeah. Well, why do you work for him, then?
Marshal, I get 25 cents a hide, and I can skin over 20 buffalo a day. But I've worked for hunters who couldn't kill enough to keep up with me. Gatliff's a good hunter. And that's the only reason at all I work for him.
Now, if he's such a good hunter, how come I've never seen him in Dodge before?
The man's greedy, Marshal. He's downright wicked about money. He figures he can save time and make more money by selling his hides to buyer's agents on the prairie. He gets less out there, but he can kill and sell more that way. That Gatliff never stops killing buffalo.
He came in with a load of hides today.
Just 'cause we made him come in with Billy. And another thing, we've been out 4 months, Marshal. He must owed Billy $800.
Oh?
Yeah, most hunters would have split that with the crew, but not Gatliff. He like to took my head off when I mentioned
Hey,
it.
want another drink?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Tell me about the accident, huh?
Well, Billy was melting lead in a fry pan, and the way I figured he must have tripped somehow, fallen smack into it, and when we rode in, we found him rolling around on the ground. That's all I know.
When who rode in?
Me and the cook. The cook skins on days Billy's making bullets.
Now, where was Gatliff?
Oh, he went in just ahead of us.
How long ahead of you?
Not long, maybe about 20 minutes.
Then he found Billy first, is that it?
Yeah, so he did. Hey, I hadn't thought of that before, Marshal. So that's why you've been asking so many questions.
Well, I wasn't sure, Toby, but I expect you're telling the truth. The cook backed up your story.
Sure, I'm telling the truth. That's what happened, all right. Yeah, Gatliff killed him. He murdered him.
Any idea why he would?
Well, sure I do. There's only one thing Gatliff wants, and that's money. He killed Billy just so you wouldn't have to pay him his wages due.
Yeah, maybe.
Why don't you arrest him, Marshal?
There's no real evidence, Toby, not at all. And it's bad for the law if I arrest a man and later he goes free. Unless he's innocent, of course.
He ain't innocent.
How come this didn't occur to you before, Toby?
Why, I don't know, Marshal. I sure don't.
You going back out on the prairie with him?
I ain't afraid of him. I'll be sleeping with one eye open from now on. It'd be a pleasure to kill him after what he done. Self-defense, of course, Marshal.
Yeah. But if you let on you're suspicious, he'll sure try to kill you.
Not me. He can do his killing on somebody else.
The cook, maybe?
No, I ain't even going to tell the cook.
Yeah. You'll be leaving in the morning, I suppose.
About dawn, I reckon, soon as Gatliff hires a new skinner.
Now, the bottle's yours, Toby.
Oh?
And, good luck.
Well, I sure do. Thank you, Marshal.
Later in the day, Chester and a couple of other men buried Billy out on the hill. As Toby said, he died a bad death, and it was made worse by the men who'd done it to him, going scot-free. But I figured anybody as greedy as Gatliff would someday overplay his hand, and I hoped I'd be there when he did. The next morning, Chester told me he'd heard that they'd left Dodge. And that afternoon, we went off fishing. When we got back, Kitty cooked up our catch for supper, and she did a real good job of it.
That was fine, Miss Kitty, just fine.
Anytime, Chester. You catch 'em and I'll cook 'em.
Say, do you know how to make antelope stew
I've made it.
and sourdough biscuits?
Of course.
Oh, my goodness.
Chester, you sound like you're about to propose.
Oh, my gracious. No, Mr. Dillon, my.
Why, Chester, I always kind of hoped.
Well, oh, I didn't mean... Well, that is... I mean... Well, mercy, well, who'd marry me anyway?
You ever ask anyone to, Chester?
Well, yes, ma'am, once I did.
Well, what'd she say?
She said she would. She said, yeah.
Oh, what happened?
Marshal Dillon here.
Yeah, come on in, mister.
They sent me after you, Marshal. Nestor camp across the river.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Man got knifed over there. Killed.
Oh, was it just a fight or what?
They don't know who knifed him, Marshal.
Come on, Chester. Thanks for the supper, Kitty.
Sure, Matt.
He was knifed in the back, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, but nobody saw it happen.
No, sir. Looks like somebody got clean away with murder.
Well, hello there.
Marshal Dillon?
That's right. What can I do for you, son?
That man that's dead.
Huh? What about him? Well, go ahead. You can tell me.
I saw him get stabbed, Marshal.
You did? Well, where were you?
I was looking for berries over there. I heard them arguing, and I sneaked up just after he'd done it. They were all alone.
Who was the man, son? Did you know him?
No, sir, but he was big and kind of dirty looking. He had a buckskin shirt.
Anything else you remember?
He had funny eyes, Marshal. They had spots in them.
It's Gatliff, Chester.
Yeah, I declare it sounds like him, sure enough.
Son, how come you didn't tell anybody about what you saw?
I was afraid to, till you came, Marshal.
Why, it's all right. But in case I want to find you later sometime, what's your name?
Yorkie Kelly.
All right, I won't forget that, Yorkie. And thanks for telling me about this.
Oh, sure, Marshal, anytime.
Well, I hope there won't be a next time, Yorkie. Goodbye.
So long, Marshal.
Goodbye.
Guess it was Gatliff, all right.
Yeah.
Seems like a dangerous sort of man to be running loose.
No, I got him now, Chester. As soon as I find him.
I hope so, Mr. Dillon. I certainly do hope so.
We will return with the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night, Frank Lovejoy stars in the remarkable talent of Egbert Haw on CBS Radio's Theater of Stars. Also tomorrow night, hear Lionel Barrymore on your Hall of Fame Playhouse. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Since Gatliff would figure nobody had seen him, it wasn't likely that he'd run. And anyway, there wasn't much sense in trying to track him down in the dark. So Chester and I didn't start out until the next morning. Ordinarily, a man would ride into the prairie and disappear. But with Gatliff, it was a little different. At least we knew he'd be somewhere around Buffalo. It was late afternoon before we reached good hunting grounds, and almost dark when we spotted the first hunter's camp.
We just gonna ride right up to him, Mr. Dillon?
Now, this isn't Gatliff. He had mules. This man's got horses.
Yeah, that's right.
Keep your eyes open just the same, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir.
Get down, stranger.
Thank you.
Supper will be ready. Cook, throw some more tongue in that stew pot. Don't like buffalo tongue. You'll go mighty hungry in this camp.
Oh, thanks, mister.
Hey, you're a lawman.
Matt Dillon. I'm a U.S. Marshal.
My name's Tom Mercer.
How are you? This is Chester Proudfoot.
How'd you do?
Mr. Mercer?
Come over by the wagon, sit down. Supper'll take a little longer now. Anyway, my skinners won't be in for a while yet.
Well, how you doing, Mr. Mercer?
Oh, fair, Marshal, fair. Had a stand of about 100 today. Killed every one of them but a couple of old bulls.
Oh?
That's why the boys are out so late.
Have you been here long?
About a month. Move on in a couple of weeks. I don't know, Marshal. I think this whole southern herd's going to be clean wiped out for long. Next year I'm going to Dakota.
Too many hunters, maybe, huh?
That's just it. That's it, exactly.
Have you seen any in the last day or two, Mr. Mercer?
Just who you looking for, Marshal?
Man named Gatliff. Big man. Speckled eyes.
What's he done?
You know him?
No, I don't. Nobody's come near us in over a week.
You're not much help. Except for that stew the cook's making.
Oh, you like that. We're having dried apples, too.
Oh?
I mighty near could eat a buffalo raw, the entire beast.
You must be part Indian.
Well, no, sir.
I've seen one of them eat a whole liver raw. Got propped up against a tree and ate every bit of it and then went sound asleep right there in the sun. He was sure some sight.
Where'd you ever get that close to an Indian?
Oh, Indians ain't always bad. Take last fall, about 20 of them rode right down into our camp. We thought we was done for, sure, but you know what happened? They were looking for meat, that's all.
We let 'em take what they wanted, they rode away. Just as peaceful like as a man could ask.
They're going to get real hungry when the herd's gone.
That's so, Marshal. That is surely so. That's what makes 'em mad.
Don't you think that's reason enough?
Fella told me a couple of weeks ago he run into a bunch west of here. He was looking for scalps, all right, but good buffalo man with his old Sharps 50 can pick off Indians at 1,500 yards. They're no match for him at all.
Not unless they stalk him.
Oh, they've done that, sure. Hey, here come my skinners. Let's go get outside some of that stew.
Good.
All of it. Don't you ever feed this man, Marshal?
Only when he works, Mr. Mercer.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon.
We spent the night in Tom Mercer's camp. And at dawn, just after breakfast, we said goodbye and rode on west. There was a lot of country out there, and all we could do was ride through it till we ran into him. In the next 2 days, we met plenty of hunters, but we didn't find Gatliff. About noon of the third day, we cut the trail of a wagon train and figured that it'd be that of a hide buyer's agent who'd come into the field to do business on the spot. And an hour or two later, we saw him. A long string of ox-drawn wagons piled high with buffalo hides. And there was a man on horseback leading the train. We rode up to him.
Hello there.
Well, that's quite a load you got, mister.
10,000 so far. But what are you doing way out here, Marshal?
I'm looking for a hunter named Gatliff. You know him?
Sure I do. Just picked up a load from his rick early this morning. Is he in trouble?
Yeah, he sure is. Where is he?
Straight south of here a couple of miles. Can't tell you exactly. He moves around a lot.
Well, that's close enough for us. Thanks a lot, mister.
Sure, Marshal. I never did like him anyway.
There's an empty rick over yonder. That must be it.
Yeah, but he's moved his camp.
Not far if it was just this morning.
Chester, what's that out there?
Where?
Hey, that looks like a man. Come on. There.
Well, Mr. Dillon, it's that Skinner of his.
Get some water, Chester.
Yes.
Toby? Toby, can you hear me? He's been shot.
Yes, sir. Here's the water.
Yeah. Toby? It's Marshal Dillon.
Give me a drink.
Here you are.
He shot me, Marshal.
Oh, what happened? Where's the rest of the crew?
They run off. He took his wagon and the horses. He went kind of crazy when he found out. That's why he shot me.
You know where he is now?
No, I don't know, Marshal. He shot me, and then he said he was going hunting. He's going loco. Going loco.
Now, take it easy, Toby. Take it easy. You'll be all right.
I could hear him shooting at Sharps a long time. And then he stopped.
Well, where was he? Which way?
Off. Behind me there. I could hear him.
Chester, you stay with him. I'm going after Gatliff.
All right, sir.
Off in the direction Toby had indicated, there lay a large, isolated hollow surrounded by low ridges. When I reached it, I dismounted, and I crawled up to where I could look down into it. There was no sign of Gatliff, but lying on the prairie floor were the bodies of countless fresh-killed buffalo. It was a strange sight. The old bulls, the cows, the little calves lying there blackening the prairie grass. I got up and stood, looking at it for a long time.
And then suddenly, out in the middle, I thought I saw a slight movement. And a second later, there came the familiar boom of a Sharps 50. And I dropped behind a ridge and waited. And then Chester rode up.
Have you found him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
I thought I'd better come along. You see...
Toby's dead, is that it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Gatliff's down there in the middle of the hollow. But we can't get anywhere near him as long as he's got that Sharps rifle. He's killed a small herd of buffalo in there, and now he's lying out in the center of them.
Well, that's the darndest thing I ever heard of, Mr. Dillon. He must have gone crazy, just like Toby said.
Yeah.
What's he shooting at now? Mr. Dillon, the way he's spacing them shots.
Yeah, that's the signal for help, Chester. Come on.
Say, maybe this is a trap.
Be ready to take cover behind one of these animals. It might be.
Sounds like he's been hurt.
Yeah. Keep your head up.
There he is. Behind that big bull.
Yeah, I see him.
Why, Mr. Dillon, he's all...
There have been horses in here. Indians.
My goodness.
Come on. Well, that was his last effort, Chester. He's dead now.
Mr. Dillon, that's awful.
Yeah. Come on, let's get out of here. I don't know how the Indians caught Gatliff. He'd gone a little mad, and maybe that made it easy for him. But they finally got themselves a buffalo hunter. And into their unbelievably savage torture of him had gone all the hatred and desperation of a race being slowly starved and driven from their homeland. And then they'd put him there surrounded by his own bloody slaughter. And they'd gone off with a gesture of contempt, leaving his rifle and his ammunition by his side. And having seen what they did to him, I'll never know how he managed to fire even one of those shots. For all of his evil, Gatliff had died harder than any man I'd ever seen. Chester and I rode back to Dodge. And it was never mentioned between us again.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, John Daner, Harry Bartell, Richard Beals, and William Euler. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Monday night on CBS Radio, hear the concluded suspense production of Shakespeare's tragic drama Othello, starring Richard Widmark, Elliot Lewis, and Kathy Lewis. Also Monday night, don't miss the Lux Radio Theater's charming excursion into fantasy, The Bishop's Wife, starring Cary Grant and Phyllis Baxter. George Walsh speaking, and remember, there's fast, funny quizzing on The Bob Hawk Show, Monday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
You know, I'd sure like to meet whoever's running the kitchen in this place.
Oh, why, Kitty?
A cook that can make antelope stew taste like prairie dog ought to be something to see.
Well, at least it's hot.
No, it isn't.
Well, mine is.
You forgetting you dumped half that bowl of chili peppers in yours?
Well, I've eaten here before, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
You know what I'd do if I owned this place, Matt?
Tear it down?
No. Look, it's got tables and chairs and knives and forks and spoons. And out back, they got a kitchen all set up with a stove and everything.
So?
Well, it's all here. I'd open a restaurant.
You're spoiled, Kitty. Dodge isn't St. Louis, you know.
St. Louis? I was there 6 months, 4 years ago.
Hello, Matt. Kitty.
How are you, Doc?
Oh, I'm fine.
Well, sit down, Doc. Sit down.
Oh, thank you. Oh, well, what are you eating? Stew?
That's what they call it, Doc.
Ah. Well, I'll try a little anyway. Then I'm going to bed.
At noon?
I was up all night, Kitty, out at the Brandt place.
Mrs. Brandt have her baby?
Uh-huh, a boy. That's 5 I've delivered out there.
You know, it seems to me it's about time they gave you one. Doc.
Oh, no, gave me one. I've got enough trouble all by myself. But seriously, I'll tell you something, Matt. It's got so I'm afraid to be driving onto the prairie at all.
More Indians, Doc?
I ran into Sam Butler outside. He just drove in with his whole family and all his belongings loaded onto his wagon. Says he's quitting.
Well, why?
The Pawnees wiped out another family up near his place on the Smoky Hill River a couple of days ago.
That's the second raid in the last 2 weeks. No wonder he's scared.
Matt, he's telling everyone who will listen that it's a shameful thing for the law to be hiding out in Dodge while whole families are being slaughtered in the country.
He is, huh?
Yes. I thought you'd like to know.
You sit with Kitty, Doc. I'm going to have a talk with Sam Butler.
Sure.
I'll see you later.
Stays out there and exposes his family to them murdering savages is plumb crazy. You can't fight a Pawnee war party all by yourself. And we sure ain't getting no help from the law around here. We can die and rot for all the law cares.
Hello, Sam.
Well, where you been hiding, Marshal?
I hear the Pawnees made another raid up near you.
If you call shooting and scalping a man and his wife and their 2 boys a raid, those men never had a chance to fight, far as I see.
Men?
Well, boys, but they were coming on 14 or 15, old enough to handle a rifle. But they got caught outside and never even made the house. I seen them lying there with my own eyes, Marshal. And if you'd seen them, you'd be doing something about it instead of sitting around here and dying.
I'm not hired to fight Indians, Sam. That's the Army's job.
And you ought to be out helping the Army. Every lawman in the country ought to.
The Army doesn't need help. But there's something strange about those Pawnees.
What's strange about them? They killed white men before.
I'm sorry you're quitting, Sam. We need settlers out here.
Not dead ones, you don't.
No. No, not dead ones.
What a pair.
What a buy. They're talking about king-size Chesterfield at the new low price. And Chesterfield Regular. They're the quality twins. Either way you like them, you get the same highest quality, the same low nicotine, the same wonderful taste and mildness, a refreshing smoke every time. Yes, the Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made, and it's America's most popular two-way cigarette. So buy a carton today. King-size Chesterfield at the new low price. Or Chesterfield Regular. What a pair they are. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
Chester and I left Dodge that afternoon, and toward evening the next day, we ran across a troop of cavalry camped on the Smoky Hill River. It was commanded by an officer who was new to this part of the country, a Captain Starr. He was anxious to make a success of his first expedition, but so far he hadn't even seen an Indian. I decided to stay with him for a while, and I'm glad I did. The next afternoon, while we were on the march, his scouts reported another settler's cabin burned. The family killed. At my request, Captain Starr filed his troop out in patrols while he and Chester and I rode forward to the scene of the slaughter.
My scouts say these people haven't been dead very long, Marshal.
This morning, probably. At dawn, Captain.
Well, then those Indians can't be too far off.
No, but Indians have a way of disappearing.
There it is, Mr. Dillon. Burned right into the ground.
It's just like that last cabin. Their bodies scattered around out front.
Well, let's get up there. Come on.
Oh.
Ho, ho, ho. The whole family. Man and his wife and their boy.
Look over there. Against the water barrel.
Oh, my. It's a little girl. It's a little girl.
They scalped them, every one of them.
Even that little girl. They even scalped her.
At least they didn't torture them.
Did they torture the other families, Captain?
No, they didn't, Marshal. They shot them just like this and scalped them. Where are you going, Marshal? What is it?
Captain Starr, last night you told me this is your first tour of duty in Indian country.
That's right, Marshal.
I'll take a good look around here, Captain.
Well, I have.
All right. All three of these settler families were killed in the open, outside their cabins. Does that mean anything to you?
Those Pawnees are pretty tricky. I guess they really surprised him.
Yeah, they sure did. There are not many arrows around. If these people had had a chance to put up a fight, there'd be a lot of arrows.
They were shot, Marshal, with rifles.
Pawnees don't usually waste ammunition, Captain. There's a reason for it here, though.
Well, what reason?
Look at the ground. There are no tracks. Every sign of tracks have been dragged out with a blanket.
Say, you're right. I hadn't noticed that.
Well, there's another thing you haven't noticed, or maybe you didn't know about.
Oh, what's that?
That boy there. How old would you say he was?
Oh, about the same age as the boys at the last place. Maybe 12, 13.
Well, Captain, that's old enough to be a brave in a couple of years if he was a Pawnee.
What do you mean, if he was a Pawnee?
They usually keep a boy that age. They don't kill him. They take him and try to make a brave out of him.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
I know what he's driving at, Captain. You don't think it was Pawnees that done this. Ain't that right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, that's right.
But the Pawnees are the only tribe around here we know of, Marshal.
Captain, it's them tracks. Pawnees wouldn't hide their tracks.
No, they wouldn't.
What?
A man wearing moccasins doesn't care about his tracks, Captain. He's got nothing to hide.
I'm afraid I don't understand,
It
Marshal.
wasn't Pawnees that did this. It wasn't Indians at all. It was white men.
Marshal Dillon, it's impossible for me to believe white men could have done this.
Is it, Captain?
No white man would shoot that little girl over there and then scalp her.
Did you ever hear what Chivington did to the Cheyennes at Sand Creek? Kill and scalp them all, he said, big and little. Nits make lights.
Congress has repudiated that whole affair, Marshal.
Well, it still happened. And it was still white men that did it.
Oh. I suppose you're right.
Yeah, I'm right.
But why did they do it?
Horses. You see that corral out there? This man must have had 6 or 7 head of horses.
Yes, the other settlers did, too.
They stole the horses and probably whatever they could find in the cabins, and right now they're sitting around camp somewhere drinking coffee and laughing at all of us Indian hunters.
Well, I'll find them.
Now, it's a big country, Captain.
I got a troop of cavalry out there, Marshal, over 100 men.
All right, suppose you do find some riders with a bunch of horses. How are you going to know they're the men you're after?
Well, these horses are branded, aren't they?
With what brands?
I don't know, but they must be registered somewhere.
Maybe. But while you're out finding out all that, some other family's going to be slaughtered. There isn't time, Captain.
I didn't realize how new I am at this game, Marshal. Oh, what would you suggest?
Well, there used to be a corral about 5 miles upriver from here. If it's still standing, we'll bait it with a couple of dozen head of good cavalry horses. And then they'll come to us.
Good idea. And I'll have my troop deployed and ready to move in.
No, that wouldn't work. You can't hide 100 men, Captain. You'll have to keep your cavalry clear away from there.
But how?
Chester and I'll be there. We'll wait for them.
Mr. Dillon.
I'll throw them on the fire, Chester. Let's have some more smoke, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, stand back, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Well, they ought to see that if they're anywhere this side of the Rocky Mountains.
They're sure to be scouting around, Mr. Dillon. They ain't stolen enough horses yet to leave the country.
Besides, they're feeling mighty safe. They'll come.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
I've been thinking.
Now, what's bothering you?
Well, sir, there's only 2 of us. And I'm wondering how many there are of them.
Now, you want to go back and find the cavalry?
I feel a whole lot safer.
They'll go on, then.
Oh, You didn't answer my question, Mr. Dillon. How many do you think we're waiting for?
Yeah, there's no way of telling, Chester.
Well, if there's a whole passel of them, how in the world are we going to take them?
I don't care how we take them.
You're pretty mad, ain't you?
Well, I can't get that little girl out of my mind.
Yes, sir, I know.
Now, look up. Here comes somebody.
He's all alone. Just some cowboy, probably.
Maybe.
Yeah, sure it is. He's seen the smoke from our fire, and now he's wondering what that old corral's doing full of horses.
And he might be scouting it for the others. Those men don't take many chances.
Well, how are we going to find out?
Well, maybe we won't till it's too late. Heat up some coffee for him, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I think I'll have a cup of it, too, huh?
All right, sir.
Morning.
Oh, get on, stranger. We'll have some hot coffee up in a minute.
Well, let's tie my horse here. Whew. Sure used some coffee. Had to make dry camp last night.
Oh? Well, you couldn't have been very far away. Why didn't you ride on down to the river here?
Tell you why, mister, I was lost. I rode till after dark, and I got lost.
Well, your horse could have found it for you.
Maybe my horse ain't smart as yours.
No offense. Sit down. Chester's bringing the coffee now.
I've been sitting all morning.
Here you are, mister.
Oh.
We ain't got no sugar.
You men are traveling pretty light, ain't you?
What do you mean? Here's your coffee.
Oh, thanks, Chester.
I mean all them horses. Mighty big remote and no wagon. Not much grub I can see.
We're driving those horses to Cheyenne. There's only 2 of us. We couldn't handle a wagon and the herd both.
Only 2 of you, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, mister, look, and I'm drifting. Maybe you could use another hand.
There may be. Where you from?
Dakota Territory. Name of Lee Stapp. I sure would like to see Cheyenne. I ain't never been there.
Or why don't you ride up there alone? It'd be chasing a herd of horses all the way.
Well, I'm broke, mister. Wouldn't have much of a party in Cheyenne broke, would I?
No, I don't guess you would.
I'm a good hand. I work cheap. How about it?
You're a good hand, huh?
Of course I am.
Did you take a look at those horses we got?
Yeah, I sure did. I ain't never seen none better.
Well, they're good horses, and we take good care of them.
Well, okay. What's that got to do with hiring me?
Mister, I wouldn't hire you to herd sheep.
What?
You said you made dry camp last night. How come you tie your horse up without watering him while you stand here slopping up coffee?
Well, it's my horse, ain't it?
Sure. How's the coffee?
Coffee?
Is it any good?
Well, yeah, sure it is.
Well, then have some more of it.
Hey, what's that?
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Here, catch his gun. Got it. All right, now go get some rope. We'll tie him up while he's still out.
Yeah, but Mr. Dillon, you sure he ain't just a cowboy like he said?
I was pretty sure, Chester, but this made me real sure. It was sticking out of his pocket.
Oh, my. I'll get the rope, and we ought to hang him with it.
We will return for the last act of Gunsmoke in just a moment.
In regular or king size, you can get 'em either way. The best smoke ever made's the Chesterfield you buy today. Smokers coast to coast are changing, it's a cinch to do. Here's all you have to say to get the one that's best for you. Chesterfield's for me, Chesterfield's for me. You just say it's Chesterfield's for me.
Friends, for your vacation, take along plenty of Chesterfield. Buy 'em by the carton. Chesterfield king size at the new low price. Chesterfield regular. What a pair. They're the quality twins. The same highest quality. The same low nicotine. Either way you like them, they're best for you. Smoke Chesterfield. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette.
See anything yet, Chester?
Yes, sir. There's some dust about a mile away, Mr. Dillon.
Is it moving?
Right this way. I'd guess maybe a half dozen riders.
Your friends don't take many chances, do they, Steve?
They ain't friends of mine.
Well, I'll tell them that when they get here.
You better turn me loose, or else you ain't gonna tell nobody nothing.
You mean they won't like it, you're being all tied up that way?
You ain't got a chance, Marshal.
By golly, he's about right, Mr. Dillon. How are we going to fight 6 men?
You know, I've been thinking, Chester, we could use Stapp here as a hostage.
No, Marshal, don't do that.
I don't aim to, Stapp. They wouldn't care whether you die or not. Men like you don't have that kind of friends.
But we can't stand up to 6 men, Mr. Dillon. We wouldn't have a chance.
No, we wouldn't, Chester. I'm going to do something I never did before in my life.
What?
You'll see. But first, get a bandana and fix Stapp up so he can't talk.
That won't do you no good.
Shut up and get on your feet.
Here's a bandana.
Here, I'll do it. All right, on your feet. Stand you. Now turn around. Get our rifles, Chester.
Yes, sir.
There. That'll keep you quiet, Stapp. All right, now walk.
Here's yours, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, thanks. You get on behind that log over there, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I'll keep Stapp here with me. All right, lie down, Stapp. And if you make any noise, I'll split your skull. Now, go on. Lie down. You okay, Chester?
Yes, sir, fine.
Keep the sun off your rifle. They're getting pretty close. Now, quiet.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
What are we going to do now? Fight it out from here?
Chester, I'd hate for either of us to get killed by men like them. When I start shooting, you start. Take whoever's on your side first and then work in.
Yes, sir. Surprise them, huh?
So they'll never know it. Shut up now. Here they come.
They must be over the river. We'll get down and wait here for them. Maybe Stapp's done killed them already. We didn't hear no shooting, did we? I don't like this, Jake. Stapp should have been back a long time ago. Stapp knows what he's doing. Them sure fine horses, eh?
Now, Chester!
I give up. Don't shoot no more.
All right, throw away your guns. Now turn around and get your hands up in the air. Chester, come over here.
We killed 4 of them, Mr. Dillon. 4 of them.
Prod Stapp up and bring him up to the fire. I'll handle these 2. Well, you 2 stopped just in time. You can turn around now.
Who are you? What'd you ambush us for? Well, you went and killed 4 men.
I'm a U.S. Marshal, mister.
You're lying.
Am I?
What kind of marshal would ambush a bunch of men like that?
My kind.
I untied his bandana, Mr. Dillon. No reason he shouldn't talk now.
That was murder. That's what that was. That was plain murder.
Sure was. Even if he is a marshal, he'll hang for this. He never give us a chance.
You're right, mister. I didn't give you a chance. There were too many of you. Besides, I never knew any man that deserved a chance less than you.
What are you talking about? We ain't done nothing.
You haven't, huh? Well, I found this on your friend's step, mister. Here. Take a good look at it.
Well, what's this? This ain't nothing, just a little yellow ribbon.
I burned the rest of it.
You blasted fool, Stapp.
I didn't get nothing else. It was just kind of a souvenir.
I told you to get rid of everything.
Stapp, I'm sorry you came in alone. I wish you'd been with the others. But I'll see you hanged. All 3 of you. And it's that little girl's yellow hair ribbon that's gonna hang you.
L&M goes king size. Yes, L&M goes king size. Now, L&M is king size as well as regular. Both have the same low price. Both have the miracle tip for the effective filtration you need. Yes, it's the filter that counts. And L&M has the best. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine, a light and mild smoke. Yes, this is it. L&M filters, just what the doctor ordered. Buy a carton, king size or regular, both at the same low price. L&M filters, America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Joseph Kearns, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Although the physical danger of war is over for your friend in the service, his morale is threatened now more than ever. He worries about being the forgotten man. And when there's no mail from home, that's when loneliness really settles in. And it's tough to be lonesome. The USO knows there's nothing like a letter to make a fellow feel better. Why don't you let your friend in the service know you're thinking of him? If you're a cousin, neighbor, schoolmate, or a member of his church, club, or union, write to him today. Remember, it's tough to be left out at mail call. And remember, too, next week at this same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, would you mind stopping at the Alfraganza here for a minute?
Pretty early in the day, isn't it, Chester?
Oh, I don't want a drink.
No?
No, the barkeep's holding some money for me. I won a little last night, and I didn't want to put it back into the game.
Ah, but you want to get it now so you can put it back tonight. Is that it?
Yes, sir, I'm afraid it is.
Okay.
Mike?
Come for your money, Chester?
Yep.
Hello there, Marshal Dillon.
How are you, Mike?
Well, here you are, Chester.
3, 4, 5, 6. Thanks, Mike. Here. Buy yourself a drink.
Yeah, I sure will. See you tonight, Chester.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I heard the bartender call you Marshal Dillon.
Well, that's right.
I got something to tell you, Marshal.
Go ahead.
It's important.
Well, okay.
You're going to die, Marshal.
Who are you, mister?
Wilbur Hawkins. I'm a whiskey drummer. First time I've been to Dodge, though. I've worked around St. Louis till they sent me out here. Liked it better in St. Louis. There are lots of important people there.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
You're going to die, Marshal. I heard them saying so.
You heard who saying so?
Well, I don't know their names. It was dark, and they weren't there long. I didn't dare say anything, or they'd have known I was listening. And then, of course, I'd never heard of you till just now, that is.
You're not making much sense, mister.
Oh, it makes sense, all right. You see, I rode the Santa Fe out here from St. Louis, and one night I was all wrapped up trying to sleep, and these two men came by and stood there in the aisle. One gave the other $300. He said it was to kill Marshal Dillon, but he didn't say where. So, of course, I didn't know till just now.
Is that all you know about it, Mr. Hawkins?
Yeah, that's all, Marshal. I've done my duty now. I'll be going. Goodbye.
Well, what do you make of that, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester.
He acts so crazy like I don't know whether to believe him or not.
No. But I suppose we'll find out soon enough.
The prisoner's sound asleep already, and it's only just got dark out, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he's got nothing else to do till Tom Smith gets here.
Is that who you're holding him for?
Well, I thought I told you, Chester.
Yeah, but Tom Smith's sheriff of Tascosa, ain't he?
Sure. Why?
I thought this fellow was wanted in Abilene.
No, they never heard of him in Abilene. That's why I wired Tom. Well, I'm going out back for a minute, Chester. I think I left my new bridle on the hitching rail out there.
Yes, sir. Well, I better get this place swept up a little, Mr. Dillon.
That's a good idea. Stay there, Chester. Stay there.
Mr. Dillon, you've been shot.
Well, I was trying to play possum, Chester. I wanted to get him to come up where I could see him.
Oh.
But he's gone now. You scared him away. He ran down the alley there.
Oh, he'll be lost in the crowd, but now... Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it doesn't matter, Chester.
What?
He probably thinks I'm dead. So I'll just go on playing possum.
How do you mean?
Come on, let's go up to Doc's office. I'll tell you there.
Where'd
you say that whiskey drummer's name is, Matt?
Wilbur Hawkins, Doc, but you never heard of him. This is his first time in Dodge.
Well, you think you'd have sense enough to have followed those two men to find out who they were.
Yeah, he was probably scared to death, Doc.
Yeah, and anyway, he kind of acts like he got hit by lightning somewhere. Even when he's standing still, he gives you the feeling that he's sort of walking sideways like a crab, if you know what I mean.
No, I don't, but I'd sure think twice before asking you to explain, Chester. Well, what is it you have in mind to do now, Matt?
Nothing, Doc.
Nothing?
No, Chester's going to do the work for a while. I'm just going to sit up here in your office and wait.
Wait? Wait for what?
Well, when Chester spreads the word around that I'm dead, whoever wants me that way is going to make his play. He'll come right out into the open and do whatever he's got planned. And then I'm going to give him a little surprise.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, that's a wonderful idea. Now, why didn't I think of that?
You better get going, Chester. I'm kind of anxious to meet this man. Him and his gunman.
Yes, sir. But only one thing. Ain't the boys likely to run a little wild when they hear you're not around to keep the lid on things?
Yeah, they might. But we'll have to take the chance.
Okay, sir. I'll get started.
Well, I kind of think Chester's right, Matt. There's a lot of men in Dodge who are just waiting for an excuse like this.
If it gets too bad, I'll just have to come to life again. Tell me something, Doc. What are you going to do to entertain me while I'm waiting up here, huh?
Say, I never thought about that. Oh, I suppose I got to feed you, too.
You'd be a mighty poor host if you didn't.
Well, how long do you figure on staying here, anyway?
I don't know, Doc, but I don't think it'll be very long. Huh. You want to play a little cribbage, or would you rather fix supper first?
You're the first dead man I ever saw with an appetite. Well, I'll go get the cribbage board, but I'm making no promises about supper.
Doc, what time's it getting to be?
Let me see. It's nearly midnight, man.
Yeah.
How long are you going to wait up?
Well, till something happens, I guess. Chester will let me know.
Town seems quiet enough so far. Maybe nothing's going to happen.
They didn't try to kill me just for the fun of it, Doc.
No, I guess not, man.
All right, answer it, Doc. After I get to the back room.
Maybe it's a patient.
I'll be holding a gun on him anyway.
I'm coming. Kitty, what are you doing here this time of night?
I might tell you if you ask me in, Doc.
Well, of course. Come in. Come in.
Where's the corpse, Doc?
What's that?
The body. I expected to find him all laid out.
Oh, you mean Matt?
You, don't seem too upset about the corpse, Kitty.
Oh, all that talk didn't fool me. Just didn't make sense, Chester running around telling everybody you've been killed.
No, why not?
I know Chester too well. If you were dead, he wouldn't be acting like that.
No, I guess he wouldn't. Where is he, anyway?
I haven't seen him for a couple of hours, but most everybody else believes it, Matt.
Now they do, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
I don't know what you're up to, but I figure someone's been trying to kill you. Is that right?
Yeah? Ambush, Kitty.
That's not the way he's telling it, Matt.
Not the way who's telling it.
I never saw him before, but there's a man standing at the bar of the Texas Trail bragging about outdrawing you.
You mean he's admitting he killed me?
I kind of thought you'd like to know.
That's him, Matt. This is what you've been waiting for.
Is there anybody with him, Kitty?
No. He's alone as far as I know. Anyway, you better come to life again, Matt. There's going to be trouble if you don't.
There hasn't been any trouble yet, has there?
No, but they're working themselves up to it.
Yeah. Well, maybe I better not wait any longer. But I'd like to take that gunman's employer along with me, though.
You can find out who it is, Matt. Beat it out of him.
You better come with me, Kitty, so you can point this man out.
Yeah.
And you take cover in case he wants to fight.
Any man who's coward enough to shoot you in the dark isn't going to face you now, Matt.
Yeah, maybe not, Doc, but You never know.
There he is, Matt. Tall fella in the black hat. He's kind of drunk.
Okay, Kitty.
I was just waiting.
You wait outside while I see how he's going to behave.
Okay, Matt. Good luck.
Thanks. I'm Marshal Dillon, mister.
Oh.
Who are you?
I'm Tom Rogers. I thought you was dead, Marshal.
I changed my mind.
What do you want?
You've been bragging about shooting me.
Just talk, Marshal. I didn't mean nothing by it. I was just talking.
Mm-hmm. Kind of dangerous talk, don't you think?
Everybody said you was dead.
Well, I was waiting for you to come out of your hole, Rogers. You know, I don't like getting ambushed.
Marshal, I never even seen you before. I didn't ambush you.
All right, turn and face the bar while I take your gun. Go on.
I ain't gonna try nothing. You got the wrong man, Marshal.
Okay, you can turn around.
You can't arrest a man just for talking.
The jail's right across the street, Rogers. You lead the way.
Well, it was just talk, I tell you. You can't prove nothing.
Get going.
Well, I swear I didn't try to kill you, Marshal.
Straight ahead, Rogers. When we get there, you're going to do some more talking. I want to know who hired you.
Nobody hired me. I ain't even got a job.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, I want to tell... Mr. Dillon, what are you doing out here? Who's this fella?
His name's Rogers, Chester. He's been bragging about shooting me.
I was just having a little fun. I ain't no gunman.
It doesn't take much of a gunman to try to ambush a man.
But I didn't do it, Marshal. I heard him talking about it, and I don't know why I started saying I'd done
Mr.
it.
Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, I was on my way up to docks. I was coming to tell you something.
Well?
I've been over at the Alafraganza. I declare, I just don't understand it.
Well, say it, Chester.
Yes, sir. Well, there's a fellow over there, and he's been bragging about shooting you, too.
What?
Yes, sir, that's right. He's saying he outdrawed you and killed you. Of course, he's a little drunk.
Yeah, of course he is. So it was Rogers here till I scared him sober.
Sure, I've been drinking, Marshal. I wouldn't have talked like that if I'd been plumb sober.
Here's your gun, Rogers.
You turning me loose?
It's like you say, Rogers. You're just a big talker.
What about the fellow over at the Alafraganza?
I don't even want to see him, Chester. He'll shut up fast enough when he hears I'm still around. And you go on back to the bar, Rogers, unless the men laugh you out of town.
Yes, sir. I'm sure sorry I done it, Marshal.
All right, get going.
Sure, I'm going.
I don't know what's the matter with me, Chester, not figuring this. I might have known there'd be at least a couple of drunks wanting the reputation for having killed me.
Yes, sir. Doggone it. Now we're right back where we started from.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe that whiskey drummer was lying, too.
No, you're forgetting I got shot at, Chester. And there's a man somewhere in Dodge still waiting to kill me.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this Monday night on most of these same CBS radio stations, hear Ida Lupino and Edmund O'Brien in the stirring screenplay adaptation of The Star on the Lux Radio Theater. It's a hard-hitting drama about a has-been who attempts a comeback in a juvenile role. This will be Lux Radio Theater, drama at its best, Monday night at the Star's address. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
It wears a man down, living from day to day, waiting for a bullet in the back, and not knowing who to expect it from or when. Makes you feel kind of helpless. And before long, in spite of everything you try to do to stop it, you get kind of spooky. And you start shying at the most ordinary noise, especially if it comes from behind you. No way to stay alive, because this is the one time you need to be as calm and clear as you've ever been in your life. Well, I had a week of it, and nothing happened. Until Chester came into the office one day with a telegram from Sheriff Tom Smith of Tascosa.
I thought I'd better get right over here at this, Mr. Dillon. Might be important.
Now, you told me it was from Tom Smith, Chester.
Yes, sir. It is.
Well, if you know that, how come you don't know what the message is?
Oh, well, I didn't read it too close, Mr. Dillon. Here.
Thanks.
He's coming for his prisoner. He'll be here on the stage. Day after tomorrow, the way I figure it.
Now, anything else?
What?
Well, is that all it says here?
Yes, sir, that's all.
Well, there's just one thing you missed, Chester.
What's that?
The date it was sent. It got delayed somewhere along the line. Tom's due in today.
He is?
Yeah, what time is it?
About noon, I guess.
Well, that stage ought to be here right now. Come on, let's go see.
All right, sir. Well, there it is, Mr. Dillon. Must pulled in just a minute ago. I don't see no passengers, though.
Well, that may be because they haven't got out yet, Chester.
Here they come. Ain't that Tom Smith?
Yeah, that's him.
Who's that other fella? He looks kind of familiar.
Now, that's Wilbur Hawkins, Chester, that little whiskey drummer.
Oh, yes. Well, now, I've been wondering where he's been.
Matt Dillon.
Hello, Tom.
Hey, how are you, Matt? Hello, Chester.
Hello, Mr. Smith.
Well, I'm sure glad that trip's over. Next time I'll come horseback.
The stage is easier when you're taking a prisoner back, though.
Yeah, I guess you're right at that, Matt. And I hope you still got him. I'd hate to make this trip for nothing.
Oh, he's there. Anytime you want him.
Hey, where's Wilbur Hawkins going? Ain't he even going to say hello?
You know that little fella?
Oh, yeah, we know him.
He told me he's staying at the Dodge House. Crazy talkingest man I ever run into. I told him, Hawkins, if you tried thinking a little first, you might make a whole lot more sense a whole lot faster.
Well, he means well, Tom.
Maybe. But he tells some mighty strange stories.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, of course, it could be true, but he told me he heard a couple of men in a bar talking about me. He didn't know who they meant till I introduced myself on the stage and he recognized my name. Well, what are you looking like that for, man?
No. Go ahead, Tom. What did Hawkins hear?
Well, he said this one fellow was going to give the other fellow $300 to shoot me. Ain't that the darndest thing?
Yeah, that sure is.
I don't know, Matt. There's a lot of men who'd like to kill me, but I don't believe they'd be standing around talking about it that way. I kind of think he made it all up.
No, he didn't make it up, Tom. Not quite.
Huh? You know something about this? You mean someone is out to shoot me?
Yeah.
Who?
I'll tell you about it on the way over to the Dodge House. You wait here, Chester, just in case he gets past us.
All right, sir.
He ain't gonna get past us. But I can't figure, Matt. Why Hawkins would want to kill you and me.
Now, that doesn't make much sense, Tom. Now, here it is.
Who is it?
It's Tom Smith and Matt Dillon, Hawkins.
What are you doing here?
We want to talk to you. Open up, Hawkins. Tom, get out of the way.
Yeah. How did you know he was going to shoot, Matt?
Well, I just sensed it, I guess. Look, I can kick that door open with one foot. Then you cover me. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I kill you!
You kill him, Matt? Well, I tried not to. Hawkins?
You hit me. Now, I'm going to die.
I had to shoot Hawkins. But why did you want to kill us? Smith and me.
A lot of people want to. I hear them saying.
Nobody said nothing. You made all that up, Hawkins.
You took a shot at me last week, didn't you, Hawkins? Didn't you?
No, Dan. I can't kill anybody now.
Why? Why did you want to, Hawkins? Tell me.
I killed other men. Important men. I told them about it first. And then I killed them.
But why, Hawkins?
I don't know. I had to. I had to do it. Die.
He's dead, Tom.
Matt, what the devil was he talking about?
I don't know. But it doesn't matter much.
I don't understand it. I never saw him before yesterday.
Now, Hawkins was a murderer, Tom. The kind that doesn't need any particular reason. Nobody will ever know why he did what he did. Yeah, he was crazy, if you like.
Sure was crazy. You think he's done a lot of killing, Matt?
Yeah, probably. That's the most dangerous kind of man there is, Tom. A murderer with no reason at all. Innocent-looking little whiskey drummer.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonnell, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Edgar Barrier, John Daner, and Vic Perrin. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. You've heard fictional crime cases many times, but there's nothing like the real thing. We're talking about Night Watch. This Monday night, following the Bob Trout news, you'll be on the scene when a burglar is caught in the act. You'll hear him break a glass window in trying to get away. You'll hear the officers handcuff him and take him off to jail. You'll hear this authentic case unfold from beginning to end on Night Watch Monday night. George Walsh speaking. John Lund, as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings you Colorful Mystery Tuesdays on the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon,
Oh, hello, Chester.
I sure am glad you're back.
I've only been gone a couple of hours.
Well, that's all it takes, a couple of hours. Only Becker's been shot.
Huh? Oni Becker?
You know him, that little sodbuster lives out near Clear Spring.
Oh, yeah.
He's up at Doc's. You want to see him?
Yeah. Well, tell me about it, Chester.
Well, sir, all I know is he was gambling this morning over at the Texas Trail. He left there a little after noon, and then some fellas found him laying in an alley with a bullet in him.
Well, can he talk?
No, sir. He's been unconscious the whole time. But Doc's working on him in here.
Oh, hello, Matt.
How is he, Doc?
He's dead, Matt. About 10 minutes ago.
Oh. Oni Becker. Now, who'd have shot a harmless little man like that?
Harmless is right. He didn't even have a pocket knife on him. And besides, he was shot in the back.
Maybe it was an accident of some kind.
Accident? Chester, I once tried to save a man who'd pulled a scythe across the back of his neck by accident. Yes, and I remember a boy who fell between the slats of a fence and got hung. But I never heard of a man shooting himself in the back by accident.
Well, I meant maybe somebody else done it.
Of course somebody else did it.
I know that. I meant by mistake.
Oh, Chester. Yeah, Chester, are you sure you've been keeping your hat on when you're walking around in the sun?
Oh, you're just mad because Oni Becker died on you,
There was
Doc.
nothing I could do to save him. He bled to death. Inside.
Oh, you did what you could, Doc.
Yes, well, I think I did.
Did, Ani say anything? Anything at all?
No, Matt, he never even opened his eyes.
Well, he was shot in the back, so it wasn't anybody he was fighting with.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. Oni was fighting, or at least having an argument over a card this morning with that gambler, what's his name, Al Clovis, over at the Texas Trail.
He was. Well, why didn't you say so before, Chester?
Well,
I never heard of this Al Clovis.
Oh, he's only been here about a week, Doc. Chester, you wait here. I'm going over the Texas Trail.
Oh, is that you? Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
Looking for somebody, Matt?
Oh, hiya, Kitty. Is Al Clovis here?
I was wondering when you'd get around to him.
What do you mean?
I heard about Oni Becker, and Al Clovis threatened him this noon just before Oni went out and got shot.
No.
Almost seemed like Al was trying to start a fight with him, Matt.
Where was Clovis when it happened, Kitty?
He wasn't in here.
Oh. Kitty, you know Al Clovis better than I do. Would you say he's the kind of a man who would murder Oli Becker because of an argument over cards, shoot him in the back?
I don't know him that well, Matt.
Yeah, well, maybe he had another reason to kill him. If he did it.
Shooting little Oni Becker's like shooting a pet deer. Makes about as much sense.
Yeah. But usually when a man gets murdered, there's a reason of some kind for it.
You mean it'd take more than plain anger to follow a man down an alley and shoot him in the back?
Well, ordinarily it would.
Al Clovis must have wanted Oni dead for some special reason, Matt. Maybe Oni had something on him.
Yeah, maybe.
He was in here a while ago, but he left.
Well, I'll find him.
He might be at the depot, Matt.
What? At the depot?
He said something about going to St. Louis. Now everything's been taken care of here. I didn't know what he meant at the time, but he said it loud, and I know the train leaves at 4:30.
4:30? That's about that now, isn't it?
Well, maybe he said it just to throw you off his trail.
Yeah, well, I'll find out. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Better hurry, Matt.
This is George Fenneman. In choosing your cigarette, be sure to remember this. You will like Chesterfield best because only Chesterfield has the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine, best for you. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. Get a carton of Chesterfield today. Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size, both at the same price in most places.
In regular or king size, you can get 'em either way. The best smoke ever made's the Chesterfield you buy today. Smokers coast to coast are changing, it's a cinch to do. Here's all you have to say to get the one that's best for you. Chesterfield's for me, Chesterfield's for me. You just say it's Chesterfield's for me.
One more car to go, Mr. Dillon. Pal Clovis ain't in there. He ain't on this train.
Well, he might have fooled us after all, Chester.
Yes, sir. He could be riding west while we're heading east. We'll never find him if he is.
Well, let's take a look into this car before we walk in, huh?
Yes, sir. Well, I sure don't see him. Not in there, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, unless that's him down there lying back with his hat pulled over his face.
It could be.
Well, it better be. Now, come on.
Okay, sir.
Hey, wake up, mister. Come on, wake up.
Quit bothering me. What do you want? Marshal Dillon. Huh. What are you doing here?
Keep your hands on your knees, Clovis. Tight.
Well, what's this all about, Marshal?
You carrying a gun?
Why should I carry a gun?
Stand up, Clovis. Come on, stand up.
Okay. What for?
All right, search him, Chester.
Yes, sir.
No, keep to one side of him, out of my way.
Don't you try nothing, Clovis.
Why should I? I told you I wasn't armed.
No, ain't nothing on him.
All right. Okay, you can sit down, Clovis.
I don't understand this, Marshal. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the man who murdered Oney Becker this afternoon.
You mean you followed me and got on this train because you thought I killed Oney?
It's about 100 miles to Great Bend, Clovis. We'll get off there and take tomorrow's train back to Dodge.
Oh, you're making a big mistake, Marshal. While you were riding up and down on this railroad, whoever did kill Oney Becker's leaving the country for good. You'll never catch him now.
What you're trying to say is that you don't admit killing him yourself, isn't it?
I'm not a murderer, Marshal.
No, we'll see.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. You heard Oney and I had a little argument this morning.
Didn't you?
Sure. That doesn't prove anything. I argue with lots of men.
You threatened to kill him.
That was just to scare him. He was being kind of stubborn about it all. You know what those farmers are like. But I suppose it takes a stubborn man to grow potatoes.
Well, if you're so innocent, why did you announce everything had been taken care of and that you were going to St. Louis?
Did I say that, Marshal?
You know, Clovis, I can always kick you in the head and take you back to Dodge in a sack. Now, why did you run?
I'm not running. There's no reason why I should. That's the truth, Marshal.
Where were you when Oney Becker was killed?
I was wondering when you'd ask me that.
I suppose you got an alibi.
You know Mr. Botkin, don't you, Marshal?
I ought to. Botkin's run the Dodge Bank ever since it was an old whiskey barrel.
Well, I was with him in his office at the bank, Marshal. I suppose you'll take his word for it.
Yeah, sure I will.
Well, we were discussing the money I placed in the bank when I arrived in Dodge a week ago. $5,000, Marshal. Mr. Botkin is going to transfer it to St. Louis for me.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go up and tell the engineer to stop the train at Jane's Crossing.
Stop the train?
There's a ranch about a mile from there where we can borrow some horses.
Well, I thought you said we were spending the night at Great Bend, Marshal.
I changed my mind, Clovis. Your story doesn't make much sense, and I want to get back to Dodge and find out why.
It must be about midnight. Sure is, and I'm tired. Haven't been on a horse in years.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so, Clovis? We'd have borrowed a wagon for you.
Never mind, Chester. Now, you take him on down to the jail and lock him up, huh? I'm going to stop here at Mr. Botkin's house. His light's still on.
Want me to go in with you, Marshal?
I'll let you know what he has to say, Clovis. I'll be along a little while, Chester.
All right, sir.
Matt Dillon, Mr. Botkin.
Oh. Well, Marshal, come in. Come in.
I wouldn't have bothered you this late, Mr. Botkin, but I saw your light was on, and I figured you were still up.
Up? Of course I'm up. How could I sleep tonight?
Why? What's wrong?
Where have you been, Marshal? The whole town of Dodge has been looking for you. Fine time for you to be up riding off somewhere, I must say.
Well, tell me what happened.
What happened? Don't you know even yet? What are you doing here at my house?
Well, if you'll calm down, I'll tell you.
You'll tell me? I'd better tell you, Marshal. Well, you're out gallivanting around on the prairie somewheres. My bank was held up.
What?
About 5 o'clock, just as we were closing. 3 men that got away with over $25,000. Every cent of cash I had in that vault, Marshal.
Well, didn't anybody try to follow him?
No, they tied me and them cashiers up so tight they were miles out of town before we could get loose. There's a few men saw him leave, but they were afraid to do anything about it. And, of course, the United States Marshal, he wasn't even in town.
Did you get a look at him?
No, they were masked. Nobody I found can even identify their horses. They're just gone, Marshal, with $25,000.
Look, Mr. Botkin, I came here to ask you a question. It might have something to do with your bank being robbed.
Oh? Well, what is it?
Was Al Clovis with you in your office about noon today?
Clovis? Yes, he was for a couple of hours. Why?
He had some money on deposit?
Yeah, that $5,000 cash. Of course, that's gone, too. That's part of the money they took. I'm afraid Clovis is broke now, along with me and a lot of other people.
Oh, maybe he isn't as broke as you think.
Oh, he's broke. Unless you can get that money back, Marshal.
Look, I got an idea. I might find it for you, Mr. Botkin. And it won't take very long, either.
Well, I got Clovis all locked up, Mr. Dillon. He won't be taking no more trains for a while.
Good.
What'd you find out from Mr. Botkin?
And I'll tell you and Clovis at the same time, Chester.
Well, he's right in the first cell.
Well, Marshal, come to turn me loose.
Mr. Botkin says your alibi's good, Clovis.
If you'd have believed me in the first place, you'd have saved us all a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Well, let me out. I don't want to spend the night here.
You better get used to it, Clovis. You're going to be spending a lot of nights in here.
What?
At least a month or two of them.
No. They can't keep me here, Marshal. It's illegal.
Is it?
Of course it is.
Well, maybe you know more about the law than I do, Clovis, but I run this jail, and you're going to stay here a long time. And what's more, I'm going to tell the whole town where you are. Come on, Chester.
Marshal, I demand to be released at once. Now come back here. It'll cost you your job if you keep me here.
Shut the door, Chester.
Marshal, you can't do this. Marshal!
You really gonna keep him locked up, Mr. Dillon?
I am.
But he ain't done nothing. I mean, if Mr. Botkin said he was with him...
Oh, Clovis didn't kill only Becker, if that's what you mean.
Well, then why don't you turn him loose?
Chester, the bank was robbed of $25,000 today.
It was?
Yeah, just after we got on the train. Looks to me like only Becker was murdered just to get me to follow Al Clovis out of town.
Well...
We'll find out in a few minutes. I don't think Clovis can stand the idea of sitting in jail while his partners ride off with all that money.
You mean he was supposed to get out of here and meet them as soon as his alibi was made good, huh?
That's the only way it makes sense to me.
Marshal? Marshal Dillon?
Well, it didn't take as long as I thought. Come on.
Marshal, I got to talk to you.
All right, go ahead.
You really gonna keep me in jail here? You mean that?
That's all you wanted? Don't bother me again.
No, don't go, Marshal.
What do you want, then? It's late, Clovis. I want to get to bed.
Marshal, I'll make you a deal.
About what?
If I help you get back whatever was stolen from the bank today, can I keep my $5,000 out of it?
How did you know the bank was robbed, Clovis?
You're smart, Marshal. I can tell you got this all figured, holding me in jail and all. But I'm smart, too.
Are you?
Smart enough to know you need me as much as I need you. You'll never find those men without me, Marshal. But I can take you to where they are, and I'll identify them for you.
Why?
All I want out of it is my $5,000. Now, that's mine. You can do what you like with the rest.
The court will have to decide about your $5,000, not me.
Will you think there's a chance I might get it?
Well, I don't know. But you're a gambler, aren't you?
It'll help my showing you where they are, won't it?
Yeah, it'll help.
Okay. I'm supposed to meet them tonight or early tomorrow, Marshal. They won't wait longer than that.
All right, who are they, Clovis?
They're not friends of mine, Marshal. I never saw them before 2 weeks ago in St. Louis. And they're all hiding behind summer names.
How far's away the meeting place?
It's an old cabin, about 20 miles from here.
They there now?
Nobody stopped them here, did they?
No, thanks to you.
But I'm helping you now, Marshal.
If I find your partners, you are. Chester, go get our horses.
We going out there tonight, Mr. Dillon?
Would you rather try it in broad daylight, Chester?
No, sir.
One-way cigarettes, one size, that is, are almost obsolete because they just don't give smokers what they want. Either way, you'll like Chesterfield best. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette because only Chesterfield gives you the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine, best for you. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. You smoke with the greatest possible pleasure when your cigarette is Chesterfield. Yes, these 6 words, highest in quality, low in nicotine, mean Chesterfield is best for you. Get a carton of Chesterfield. Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size. Both at the same price in most places.
You sure you can find this cabin, Clovis?
I made the ride out here one night just to be sure.
I swear I can't hardly see nothing. I wish that moon wasn't all scudded up with clouds.
Chester, you still don't understand that if you can see them, they can see you.
Chester, I know. You're right, Mr. Dillon. It sure looks like rain, though.
We're almost there.
Good.
Marshal.
Yeah.
How are you going to take them? 3 men.
What's the matter, Clovis? You getting scared?
You know what they'll do to me if you don't take them, Marshal.
Like I said, you're a gambler, aren't you?
Look, why don't you give me a gun? I'll help you.
We'll manage.
You can trust me, Marshal. I'm on your side now.
Clovis, I wouldn't trust a man like you if you were in church, praying.
Wait. Somewhere over there. Ooh. Yeah. There it is. That little clump of elder. The cabin's in there, eh? You see the light?
Yeah. Are you sure that's it?
Of course I am.
Okay, let's get out. Chester, I'm going to go up on foot and have a look. You stay here with Clovis.
Okay, sir.
What if they hear him and come out and shoot him?
Mr. Dillon ain't exactly green at this game, Clovis.
They wouldn't kill me. They'd burn me or something first.
Can't blame them much.
I wish I'd stayed in jail. Wished I'd let him keep the money. Something's sure to go wrong here. Unless maybe I outsmart him.
You ain't gonna outsmart nobody, Clovis, so forget about it.
Okay.
I declare I never seen a darker night than this is.
No. Neither did I. Here, get off. Get off.
What's the matter?
It's my horse. He's standing on my foot.
We'll push him off.
I can't. Now, help me, Chester.
No, for pity's sake.
Come on. Ow.
Move him. That's all you gotta do.
Back.
Here, what are you doing? Clovis?
I got your gun, Chester. Now shut up. Don't move.
You give me
Shut up,
that
I said.
gun.
That's better. Hey, what's that?
Thunder, Clovis. You'll be hearing a different kind when Mr. Dillon gets back here.
He's not coming back here. We're going to him. And if he shoots anybody, it'll be you, because you're going to be right in front of me. Like this. All right. Start walking, Chester. Go on. That's far enough. Stop here. We'll pick up the marshal now and go on to the cabin. Now call him and tell him how you're fixed. Go on, call him.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon? He ain't nowhere around
Yes,
here.
he is. Tell him. Go on.
Clovis got my gun, Mr. Dillon.
Tell him if he doesn't walk over here with his hands up, I'll shoot you.
He's gonna take us both to the cabin, Mr. Dillon. He says he'll shoot me.
You heard him, Marshal. Now, I'll kill him sure if you try anything.
He ain't close enough. I tell you, he's probably clear up there at the cabin.
Okay, start walking, Chester. Just straight ahead. Once I get you inside the cabin, he'll have to give up. Unless he wants you dead.
You hurt, Chester?
No, sir. His gun just went off when you hit him.
All right, get the gun quick. Come on.
I got it, Mr. Dillon.
All right, let's get up to that cabin. They know we're out here now.
Oh, they're getting away, Mr. Dillon. They're gone.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I just don't know what to say.
Then don't say anything. Let's try to find our horses. We'll get Clovis later.
We'll never find them horses in the dark this way.
Rain. Well, that's it. There won't be a track left now. Well, there go 3 killers and $25,000.
I just feel awful about this.
How'd he get your gun away from you anyway?
Well, see, he said his horse was standing on his foot, so
So you walked up and let him pull your gun right out of the holster, huh?
Yes, sir, that's about the way it happened. Dillon, you should have let him take me into that cabin. They'd have killed me, but you could have caught them. They wouldn't have got away like they did.
I know. I was close enough to hear what Clovis said.
Well, then why'd you save me? Everything would have been okay.
Oh, yeah. Everything would have been okay. Almost everything, Chester. Well, let's just don't stand here in the rain talking about it. Come on.
My, what a terrible mess.
It was my choice, Chester. Not yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon? Would you like a whorehound drop?
L&M filters are sweeping the country, and the reason's simple. No filter compares with L&M's exclusive Miracle Tip for quality or for effectiveness. And notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Yes, only L&M gives you effective filtration, and no other cigarette has it. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette. Buy L&M's, now king size or regular, both at the same low price.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Remember, next week at this same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
That's a nice day.
Doc! Oh, Doc!
Huh? Oh, hello, McClooney.
Can you spare a minute, Doc?
Well,
Oh, Nellie, now. Now, you stand right there.
McClooney, if you've got another one of those ore samples you want me to test for you, I'll tell you right now I haven't...
It wouldn't take you no time at all, Doc. And I got some real high-grade pennants this time.
Oh, but then take it up the street to the assay office.
Oh, no, I don't trust them. Not on wet assays.
Oh, no, and besides, they'll charge you. Is that it?
Well, you...
McClooney, I'm running a doctor's office, not a metallurgical laboratory.
Oh, shucks, you got the scales there and acid and everything.
But I haven't got the time, and the answer is no.
It's against the law for a doctor to refuse medical help when it's asked of him.
Oh, hello there,
Matt,
Marshal.
it's got nothing to do with medical help. McClooney here wants me to test another one of those sacks of pyrites he drags in out of the hills.
It ain't pyrites. It's gold.
I've run a half a dozen of them for you in the last 3 years, and every one of them was pyrites.
Well, you might have used some bad acid or something.
Oh, bad acid.
Why don't you take the stuff over to the assay office?
Because they'll charge him for it, that's why. And he figures I'll do it for nothing.
Well, I'd pay him for it, Marshal, if I had any money.
When did you ever have any money, you mangy old fool?
Mamie.
Marshal,
Miss
Doc,
Buggs?
well, so you finally come sneaking in out of the Rockies, did you? Why don't you go to Denver instead of coming clear back here all the time?
No, Mamie, I like it here.
Marshal, you know what this scrawny old goat done to me? Old McClooney here.
It just slipped my mind to time. So help me, it did.
Last time he was in town, better than 6 months ago, I washed up all his dirty duds for him. Done him up nice and clean, and then, by golly, he took off for Colorado in the middle of the night and didn't pay me a cent.
Well, I just forgot's all. But I got me a job now, loading hides over to railroad. I'll pay you at the end of the week. Honest, I will.
And I suppose you've got every stitch you own dirty again now, and you probably think I'm going to wash 'em for you.
Well, it's mighty kind of you to offer, Mamie.
Oh, for the love of... All right. Where are they?
I got a bundle right there on my horse.
You got any shirts that need washing this week, Marshal?
As a matter of fact, I do, Miss Duggs. If you stop over to the jail, Chester will give them to you.
Here you are. And I sure am obliged to you, Mamie.
Now say you are. For 2 washings now, and you ain't getting this one back till you pay me for both of them.
Oh, I'll pay you. Now, don't you worry now.
In money. Money, too. Now, that fool's gold you keep lugging back from Colorado territory.
Why, it's real gold, Mamie. I keep telling you that.
Oh, sure you do. Well, I'll pick up your things, Marshal. Get 'em back to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Miss Duggs.
Oh, Doc, let me leave one of these sample sacks with you, just in case you find some time.
I won't find time.
Well, I'm much obliged to you, Doc.
Wait a minute. Come back here.
So long, Marshal.
Wait
So
a
long,
minute.
McClooney.
Come on, boy.
Confounded lunatic.
I don't know, Doc. He's pretty good at getting people to do things for him.
Oh, he's loony, Matt. This here's nothing but fool's gold. And he's got that shack of his down the river bottom stacked full of it.
Well, as long as you're sure of that, why don't you bother testing it?
And who said I was going to test it?
I did.
Oh, Matt, you're out of your mind. I wouldn't waste 5 minutes on this.
Yeah? You want to bet?
Matt, wake up. Matt?
What? What is it? What's the matter?
Yep.
Is that you, Doc?
Of course it's me. Open up, Matt.
Oh, all right. All right. Don't knock that door down. Yo, what is it? What's the
Matt,
matter?
I just went over to old Pop McClooney's shack to take him the results on that assay I run for him.
Oh, what's all the excitement about? You find gold?
No, of course not. It was just pyrite, same as the others. But somebody must have figured he had gold.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, you better get dressed, Matt. McClooney's dead. He's been murdered.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe,
Yeah, Daphne.
look at this story about savings bonds in the paper.
Yeah? What about it?
Do you think that's the best way to tell people about savings bonds?
Why not? Look, see, it says here that savings bonds are a guaranteed investment. Right now, they pay off at the rate of $4 at maturity for every $3 invested. You're not convinced?
Mm-mm.
Why not?
No salesmanship.
No salesmanship? What more do you need to know? Why, right now, more than 8 million Americans are buying saving bonds regularly through the payroll savings plan.
So?
So what?
That's what I say. So what?
Now, look, Daphne, if millions of Americans are convinced that saving bonds are their best investment, not only financially, but for the future of their country, what the heck is bothering you?
Well, I think they could sell a lot more with salesmanship. You know, slogans and jingles. Listen, if you're spending more and saving less, try a savings bond.
Oh, boy.
Or maybe savings bond pay good, like an investment should.
Daphne.
You get a lot to like in a savings bond. Interest, earnings guaranteed.
Wow.
Well, did I sell you?
Yeah, but I forgot what it was you were selling.
Savings bond.
I'll take 100.
Oh, Joe.
Miss Kitty?
Huh? Oh, hello, Chester.
Miss Kitty, you ain't saw Mr. Dillon, have you?
Oh, no. I guess he's pretty busy trying to find who killed old Pop McClooney.
Well, yes, he's doing that all right. We both been. But he is supposed to meet me here around about now.
Oh, then he'll be showing up. Sit down and wait for him.
I'll just do that. Sweet spirit, my feet is plain killing me.
Chester, Matt have any idea who killed McClooney?
Not yet, he ain't. He took Indian Joe out there this afternoon to look at some horse tracks we found around the shack.
Horse tracks?
Well, somebody rode all around the place, sizing it up, I guess. If the horse is still in town, Indian Joe can probably find it just from studying the tracks.
Oh.
Say, if you don't mind, Miss Kitty,
Yeah?
I think I'll just ease these boots off a minute.
Sure. Go right ahead.
Oh, my, that feels good.
You know, it's a shame, Chester. Old Pop was nice, even if he was a little crazy. Always thinking he'd found gold.
Well, he must have convinced somebody he had. They took up a couple of floorboards and dug around underneath his shack.
How was he killed, Chester?
Somebody hit him over the head with a chunk of stove wood.
Oh.
Died right away, according to Doc.
That's too bad. Poor old fella.
All he had in that shack was a wood stove and a bunk and a table and his clothes stacked on a shelf in the corner. And, of course, some sacks of fool's gold piled up all over the place.
Fool's gold. Maybe that's the only kind there is.
Well, it kindly worked out that way for him, I guess. At least he died thinking he was rich, and that's more than most people can ever do. Look, there's Mr. Dillon now.
Oh, he looks tired.
Well, my stars, he ain't been to bed since Doc woke him up last night to tell him about it.
Hello, Kitty. Chester.
Sit down, Matt.
Yeah, thanks. I think I will.
Want a glass of beer?
No, I don't think so.
Any luck, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, a little, maybe. It's hard to tell you.
Matt, why would anyone do it? The whole town knew Pop was kind of queer. They knew he didn't have any gold hidden out.
Yeah, but somebody from out of town might not have known it, Kitty.
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean, a stranger who didn't know Pop, who might have believed his stories.
Yeah, it'd have to be a stranger. Everybody who lives in Dodge knows about him. Like last night. All the boys were pretending to believe him, but they didn't, of course. They were just egging him on to keep him talking.
Oh, was Pop in here last night?
Oh, sure. He always came in here as soon as he hit town. Waiting for somebody to set up the drinks and talked about his big gold strike.
Yeah. Kitty, was there anybody paying special attention to him last night?
Oh, not that I remember. I didn't particularly notice.
Was there a gambler in here last night? A new man in town who calls himself Jack King.
Jack King?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. He was here. And he was talking to Pop. I'd forgotten about it.
Why him special, Mr. Dillon?
Well, Indian Joe located that horse a while ago. It had one shoe that had worn thin and was partly broken. Belongs to the livery stable. They hired it out a couple of days ago to this Jack King. He brought it back this afternoon.
You think he killed Pop?
Well, he was out there last night. There's no doubt about that. The tracks prove it.
Well, what does he say about it?
Well, I'll know better when I find him. I've been looking everywhere.
Well, it's no wonder the government don't pay peace officers much when they spend all their time loafing around saloons.
Now, here, Mr. Dillon just this minute got here, Doc.
Chester, what in the world are you doing with your boots off? You living here now?
No, I'm not living here now. I reckon a man's feet can hurt here as well as they can any other place, can't they?
Doc wouldn't know, Chester. The only way he gets tired is from sitting.
Oh, is that so? Well, how are you, kid?
I'm fine, Doc.
Say, Matt, here's a letter that came for Pop McClooney. Now,
No?
Mr. Hightower of the depot, he didn't know what to do with it.
Here, let me have it. I'll take care of it.
I suppose you've got the killer under lock and key.
Well, I will have as soon as I locate him, Doc.
Oh, you mean you know who he is?
Well, I'm betting on a fella named Jack King.
That gambler?
Uh-huh.
Then you better get moving, Matt.
Oh, why?
Because I just saw him over at the depot, buying the ticket on the Santa Fe to St. Louis.
He must have got scared and decided to make a run for it, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it kind of looks that way.
I sure don't see no sign of him there on the platform.
Well, he might be on the train. Mr. Hightower said that he was still here a few minutes ago. He couldn't... Wait a minute.
What is it, Mr. Dillon? What's the matter?
Over there. To the baggage truck there.
Back's turned. I guess he hasn't saw us.
Oh, he's seen us, all right. You leaving town, mister?
Oh. How are you, Marshal?
Your bag already on the train?
Oh, no, it's right over there. What difference it make where it is?
I'm afraid you're going to have to postpone your trip.
I didn't do it, Marshal.
Oh, you didn't do what?
I know why you come looking for me, but you're wrong, Marshal, because I didn't do it.
You'll have a chance to prove it.
Now, I went out there last night. Yes, I did, but he was already dead.
Is that so?
Well, you can search my bag. I didn't rob him.
I believe that. McCloney didn't have anything to steal.
He kept talking about his gold all the time.
That gold of his was a pipe dream, and everybody in town knew it. But you'd only been here a couple of days, so you wouldn't have known it. Got his bag, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I know what you're up to, you lawmen out here. You're all alike.
We are, huh?
Anything that happens, try to hang it on to some stranger in town. You don't care who killed him. All you want to do is string up somebody.
I've already told you if you're innocent, you'll get a chance to prove it.
What will I do with these, Mr. Dillon?
Now we'll take him over to the jail. All right, King, you're under arrest.
No, you're not taking me in.
Oh, yes, I am.
I'm not going to hang for somebody else's killing.
Look out!
You crazy fool! All right, Chester, pick up his gun.
Mr. Dillon, did you shoot him in the arm of purpose?
Matter of fact, Chester, I was aiming for his other arm. Come on, mister, start walking.
Wouldn't eat a bite of breakfast, Mr. Dillon.
Well, that's his privilege.
Just sits there in his cell staring at the floor. Acts like we're fixing to hang him or something.
Yeah. Now he's got his mind made up about that, all right.
I told him he was all wrong. We don't go around hanging people here without a trial.
Not usually, no.
Guess by now he's mighty sorry he went and killed old man McClooney.
Chester people aren't usually sorry for what they've done. They're just sorry that they got caught, that's all.
Well, he'll be sorry enough after he's convicted.
And I doubt he'll be convicted.
What do you mean?
We just haven't got much of a case against him when you come right down to it.
By jing, I sure would hate to see him go free. Crazy or not, old Pop McClooney was a real nice old fellow.
Yes, he was. Oh, did I show you this letter to McClooney?
Letter? No.
Came the day after he was killed. Doc picked it up at the depot last night.
My dear Mr. McClooney, this is to... But Mr. Dillon...
Yeah, there have been a dozen more like it over the last 2 years. I telegraphed Denver last night, and I got an answer this morning.
Well, my gracious sakes, I just can't believe this.
Yeah, come in.
On in, Marshal. Mr. Chester.
Oh, come on in, Miss Duggs.
Oh, thank you kindly. I brung your washing back.
Oh, thanks. You can just leave it there on the table. if you will.
Yes, sir. That feller confessed yet, the one that killed old man McClooney?
No, not yet.
Well, hanging's too good for him. I was always joshing Pop, but I had a fondness for him.
Yeah, I guess everybody in town liked him.
Person just never knows. Why, who'd ever thought that afternoon I run into all of you there in the street would be the last time I'd ever see him alive?
That was the day before he was killed. You, took some clothes of his to wash, as I recall, didn't you?
He'd always come back out of Colorado with every stitch he owned needing washing.
That's funny. You wouldn't expect him to live like that, a man as rich as he was.
Rich? Him?
A letter came for him yesterday from an assay office in Denver. It's a report on a sample of concentrates that Pop sent him. It shows 60% free gold.
60.
And that's only the last of a dozen samples Pop sent in the last few years, all of them just as rich. He was smart, Miss Duggs. That act with the fool's gold was just a blind so that nobody tried to rob him. Well, I guess he outsmarted himself in the end. And so did you, Miss Duggs.
Me?
What did you do with it? You might as well tell me. We're going to search your cabin and we'll find it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'd have probably guessed sooner if I'd known he was rich, but I was looking for a stranger in town. You just said you hadn't seen him since that afternoon on the street. But I saw his clean laundry stacked on a shelf in the corner of his shack.
Well, I guess it's the sight of all that gold that done it. I walked in on him that night and caught him counting it. I've worked hard, Marshal, my whole life, and it just didn't seem fair. Dirty old codger like him having all that gold hid out.
So you killed him and took it, huh?
Forgetting to take that laundry back with me. That's where I made my mistake.
You really believe that was your only mistake?
Well, of course. If you hadn't have seen that laundry, you never would have guessed.
That wasn't exactly what I meant.
What else did I do wrong, Marshal?
You killed a man. But I guess that doesn't mean much to you.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, I've been thinking.
Yeah?
We ought to renovate this place.
What?
Renovate it?
Oh, blast it, Chester.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I was trying to write and listen to you at the same time. That's all. It can't be done.
Well,
Marshal.
Yeah, what's the matter, Lee?
I'm drunk.
The way he was walking, I thought he'd been shot.
No, I'm not shot.
I never saw you drunk before, Lee. Well, would you like a little coffee or something?
Ah. There's my gun. Now lock me up.
What?
Lock me up, I said.
What, you mean you want to sleep in jail here?
I do. You keep my gun.
Are there any blankets out there, Chester?
Well, there's one, Mr. Dillon.
No, that's enough. Okay, Lee. Just follow Chester, then.
I will. Marshal, I come here to prevent a killing.
Oh?
I'm drunk enough to want to kill him, and I'm sober enough to know I'm too drunk to kill him. You understand?
To kill who, Lee?
Jim Salter. That's who. My foreman.
Is he in town, too?
He is. At the Texas Trail. And let him stay there. Keep him out of here. I'm going to bed.
Right in there, Mr. Dargan. I never saw Mr. Dargan like that before, Mr. Dillon.
No. I wonder what he was fighting with Salter about.
Maybe Salter started it. Maybe he's drunk, too.
Well, if he is, knowing him, he'll be after someone else to fight with now. I think I'll go take a look, Chester.
All right, sir.
Oh, Chester, if Lee wakes up, just give him another drink, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, how come you're alone, Kitty?
Being alone isn't so bad, Matt, sometimes.
Oh? Buy you a drink?
No, thanks.
I don't see Jim Salter anywhere.
I wouldn't complain about that.
Well, then he was here, huh?
Sitting right where you are. And he'll be back any minute.
How drunk is he, Kitty?
He isn't very drunk. It might be an improvement.
It'd break his heart to hear you talk like that.
If he has one. Here he comes now. Let's ask him.
You look sober enough.
You move in fast, Marshal.
Sit down, Salter. Sit down.
Seeing as how it's my table, I will.
I ran into Lee Dorgan. He was pretty mad about something.
That so?
Yeah. But it's all right as long as you're not looking for trouble.
Me, Marshal? I never look for trouble.
Neither does Lee.
Now, you know those Southerners, Marshal. They're always getting insulted about something.
You've been foreman on Lee's ranch for over a year now, Salter. This the first time he's wanted to kill you?
Is that what he said?
That's what I heard him say.
Oh, yeah. Well, Marshal, Lee's had a little bad luck with his cattle, that's all. When he's had a drink or two, he needs someone to blame it on. You know how it is with these greenhorns.
No. How is it?
If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have as many cows as he's got. Now he's lost a few strays, he's all upset.
Well, as long as it doesn't end in gunplay.
Oh, me and Lee get along fine when he's sober.
Yeah.
You have to leave, Matt?
I'm afraid so, Kitty.
Then I'm going to bed.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't do that.
Who says I can't, mister? Good night, Matt.
Good night, Kitty.
Well, I'll be.
Mighty nice of you, Chester, to bring me all that coffee.
Oh, don't mention it, Mr. Dargan. I had a hangover once myself.
Well, here's your gun, Lee.
Thank you, Marshal.
You, still feel like killing Jim Salter?
I'll kill any man that cheats me. That's how I was brought up, and that's how I am.
So?
I guess it's just instinct that tells me I'm being robbed by him, Marshal. I got no proof at all. None whatsoever.
What is it, Lee? Don't your cattle tally up right?
Look. I came out here from Alabama 18 months ago. I bought a ranch. I'm trying to raise beef. I've learned a little, but I can see it takes years to be a cattleman. Meantime, I'm green and I'm an easy mark, but I'm not so dumb I can't count. Marshal, I branded over 300 calves last spring and fall, and more than half of them are missing right now.
Stolen?
I don't know, Marshal. I've asked every rancher and every buyer around here to be on the lookout for my brand that hasn't turned up once.
Well, why do you think Salter has anything to do with it?
Instinct, I told you. I just don't trust him. Nothing more, but it's enough.
Well, then why don't you fire him?
Pride, I suppose. I want to beat him at his own game, whatever it is.
Well, good luck at it, Lee.
Well, I need more than luck, Marshal. I need a little help. I just don't know enough about this business.
You're asking me to help you?
I am.
But how?
Come out to the ranch. Take a look around. Maybe you see something I can't see.
Well, I don't know.
We're branding again tomorrow, Marshal. Come out then. You got to help me. I'll be ruined if this goes on anymore.
All right, Lee, I'll come. But, will you promise me one thing?
What's that?
If Salter does prove to be guilty, you won't try to kill him?
No, I can't promise that. I respect the law, Marshal, but I got my own code, too. Thanks, just...
Now, wait a minute, Lee. You're stubborn, but I don't think you deserve being ruined. All right, I'll come.
Thank you, Marshal. Thank you. You know, the reason I got drunk last night was because I just felt so almighty helpless. Mad and helpless.
Yeah. I know the feeling.
See you tomorrow.
Morning, Marshal Dillon.
Good morning, Mr. Peters.
And what can I do for you this morning?
Well, I'm interested in some brands that you got registered here.
Oh, you don't mean to tell me that you're going into the cattle business, Marshal?
No, not likely. I just want to see what new brands have been registered in the past, 12 or 13 months.
Well, certainly, Marshal. 1865, 67, 68, 68. Yeah. Here it is. There you are. That's the official brand book for the last 2 years.
Oh, thank you.
You can start anywhere you like in it.
Well, maybe you remember, Mr. Peters.
Mm-hmm.
Has Jim Salter got a brand registered?
Salter?
Yeah, Jim Salter.
The fellow who works for Lee Dargan?
That's right.
Yeah. Last summer. July, I believe. Look there.
July?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, July. Yeah. Here it is. Salter, James Salter, July 14th. Bar S.
That's it. Bar S, yes, indeed. How's he doing?
Fine, Mr. Peters, fine. Thanks for the help.
Oh, anytime, Marshal, anytime at all. That's what I'm paid for.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Marshal.
When we weren't working, most of the cattle buyers in town spent their time drinking toddy and telling lies at the Dodge House. And there I learned that a number of Bar S calves had been sold in the fall and some more of them in the spring. They remembered because it wasn't often a man sold only calves, and also because the brands were newly burned on. But they said the brands were clean, and there was no question of any previous marking having been altered. I figured Salter was a whole lot smarter than the ordinary rustler. And the next day I found out just how smart.
They sure got their branding fire set far enough apart, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, they have.
Here's Jim Salter now at this first fire.
Oh, we'll stop and say hello, Chester.
All right, let him go, boys.
That's interesting.
What is?
I'll tell you later. You don't have to stop work just because we're here, Salter.
That's all right, Marshal.
Yeah, but you didn't brand that one. You just have to cut him out and rope him again.
Iron's cold anyway.
Oh, you got another iron there in the fire.
We'll get him branded, Marshal. What are you doing out there anyway?
Oh, we needed a change of scenery, so we thought we'd pay Lee a visit. Where is he?
Working the fire down yonder.
You sure do keep your fires separated.
Anything else you fellas object to?
Well, no, I wasn't objecting. I was just making an entirely impersonal observation, that's all.
Well, go do your observing on Lee. You came to see him.
Salter, I'd starve plumb to death before I'd ever work around you.
You sure would, Chester.
On, Jim. Wasting time.
See you later, Marshal.
Yeah.
Okay, Adams, bring another one out.
Okay.
He's smart, that Salter.
To me, he's just mean and downright graceless.
At least that, too, Chester.
Oh? You got something figured out, Mr. Dillon?
I got it all figured out.
What?
Salter's stealing cattle, all right. I know just how he's doing it. But the problem now is how to handle Lee Dorgan and that code of his. I wouldn't want to see Lee hung for murder.
No, sir. I surely wouldn't either.
Hello. Hi, Marshal. Hold it, man. How are you, Marshal? Chester?
Fine, Lee.
We're about through for the day. Why don't you ride on down to house?
Okay.
I'll be along directly.
We stopped by Salter's fire back there.
Oh, how are they doing?
Fine.
Tell me something, Lee. Does Salter always work alone with those same two cowboys?
Yeah, come to think of it, he does. Why?
I was just curious. We'll see you at the house, Lee.
Sure, Marshal. Tell the cook I'll string him up and supper isn't ready when we get there.
All right, I'll do that.
Well, not a bad house Mr. Dargan's got here, Mr. Dillon.
That's fine. Let's sit on the porch here, Chester. They'll be along soon.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
I've give up trying to figure it out about Salter. You'll just have to explain it.
Well, I told you he sold fresh branded calves under the Bar S mark that he's got registered.
Yes, sir.
Well, those were Lee's calves. Did you ever hear of using a cold brand, Chester?
A cold brand?
Yeah. You can either put it on through a wet blanket or you can just keep the iron hot enough to burn hair and press it down lightly so it won't scorch the hide.
Well,
Looks like a fine brand for a few months. That is until the calf sheds.
I'll be doggone.
And then the calf's as unmarked as the day it got dropped. You can brand it at leisure with any mark that appeals to you, like a Bar S, for example.
So that's what Salter's been doing.
And he was about to put a cold iron on that calf a while ago when we rode up.
Sure.
He works at a distance from Dorgan because the other cowboys had noticed right away what he's up to. Poor Lee. He's sure right about being green at this business.
Well, he's going to learn now, Mr. Dillon.
No, Chester, I can't tell him.
Well, why not?
Lee meant it when he said he'd kill Salter if he had any proof. And if he did that, he'd be worse off than he is now.
Well, then why don't you just arrest that man?
Yeah, the judge would let him off, I'm afraid. Cold brand can be laid to carelessness. Of course, we could wait a couple of months and catch him doing his Bar S branding. That's risky, too, though.
Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. But I'll have to figure something out by morning.
We will return to the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, there's a lifeline that stretches from here to Korea. A lifeline that you help sustain for our fighting men when you give blood to the Red Cross Blood Donor Program. Call the Red Cross for an appointment to give blood the first thing Monday morning. And now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I don't understand it, Marshal. It just doesn't make any sense to me, but I asked for help, so all right, I'll do as you say.
Then call Salter over here and tell him.
Okay, Marshal.
Salter? Salter!
Yeah?
Come over here.
What do you want, Lee? We're already late this morning.
I'm going to make a change in our branding setup, Salter.
What?
I've decided it'll be faster from now on. We all work from one fire instead of two.
What for?
You and Adams and Smith will work alongside the rest of us, that's all.
Whose idea is this, anyway?
Those are my orders.
Oh? You still talk like a Confederate colonel, don't you?
That'll do, Salter.
Sure. This is for you, Marshal. I never did like you anyway.
It must have been pretty hard on Salter that day, having to put a permanent brand on Lee Dorgan's calves with a good hot iron. But he had no choice, and he did it. About noon, Chester and I said goodbye and rode back to Dodge.
I figured that'd be the end of Lee's trouble. But 2 nights later, while Doc and I were taking our ease at the Alafraganza, I found out I was wrong.
Yeah, it's like that ignorant cowboy got a letter from his sweet girlfriend in St. Louis, Matt.
Well, all right, Doc, what did the letter say?
Oh, well, she mentioned that she'd found a nice room with running water.
Yeah.
Running water. And so this uncivilized son of the prairie wrote her back to get rid of that Indian at once or our engagement is off. He thought that, you understand that now, don't you, Matt?
For that, the next drink's on you, Doc.
Sure, Matt, sure.
And when you get it, ask the bartender for a couple of good cigars.
As soon as I finish, say, that was a see, I thought you left Lee Dargan out at his ranch.
What?
Just came in the door. Must be looking for you. He's coming this way, man.
Yeah.
What's that under his arm? Oh, looks like a blanket.
Hello, Lee. Sit down.
Marshal, Doc.
Oh, how are you, Lee?
What are you doing in town? You all through, Brandon?
Yeah, we're through.
Oh, how'd it go?
Yeah. Take a look at this blanket, Marshal.
Huh? It's all marked up, isn't it?
It sure is. And it's burned with my brand all over.
Where'd you find this, Lee?
One of my men was riding by the place where Salter and his had his branding fire, Marshal. His horse kicked it up. They'd half buried it there.
He showed it to you, is that it?
That's it. And he explained all about cold branding to me at the same time.
I see. Where's Salter now, Lee?
And he got wind I was on to him and left, Marshal. I think he's in Dodge with those 2 who worked with him, Adams and Smith.
And, you're looking for him?
And I'm looking for him. But I'm telling you so's you can look, too. That blanket's enough evidence even for the law, I figure.
Along with the witnesses that'd convict him. But, I'll find him, Lee.
Better hurry, Marshal. I might find him first.
Lee, you'll stand trial if you kill him.
I'm not worried about that. So long, Marshal.
Why didn't you take his gun, Matt? So's he couldn't get in any trouble.
You just find another one, Doc. Lee's a mighty determined man.
Yes, I can see that.
I'll take that drink another time, Doc. I got work to do.
Sure, Matt.
Oh, do me a favor. Will you drop this blanket off at the office for me?
Oh, you bet you're laughing. Well, good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
There's something wrong, sir. I just saw Salter and 2 men walk up behind Lee Dargan over there and grab his gun.
What? Well, where are they?
They were headed toward Kelly's stable. I thought I'd better find you first.
Come on.
What are they doing in Dodge, anyway?
Lee's on to him, Chester. He knows the whole story now. And they know he knows it.
Well, then somebody's going to get killed, sure.
It looks that way. All right. Stay behind me, Chester.
That's the only door to the stable. They'll have to come out there, sir.
Yeah, I know. But we're going in after them. Easy now. The entrance to Kelly's stable was open, but there was no light showing. Chester and I stepped quickly around the frame of the door, and we stopped just inside, waiting for our eyes to get used to the darkness. We could hear voices in the back where the men were saddling up. And then, suddenly, we both saw it at the same time.
The first stall, Mr. Dillon. Look.
Yeah.
It's Mr. Dargan. They hung him.
Yeah, they just did it. He can't be dead yet. Here, take my knife and cut him down. You can climb up on the feed box. I'll cover you from here. Now, hurry.
Yes, sir, I'll hurry.
Maybe Dargan got loose somehow. Get up front there and take a look, both of you. I'll finish saddling up.
Okay, Salter. Come on, Smith.
Stay in here, Chester. Don't move.
Mr. Darkin's breathing.
When they come up, we'll jump them. I'll take Adams. Now, quiet now.
I'll see him. Rope must have broke. Let's hit him on the head and have done with it. Yeah, might as well. You do it, Smith. I'll wait here. Yeah, okay. I'll see you.
You all right, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now keep low.
What's going on up there? Adams? Smith?
Mr. Darkin's coming to now. He's breathing easier.
Keep him quiet. Hold him down if he tries to get up. Salter will be along in a minute.
Yes, sir.
What are you two doing? Answer me, blast you! Who's in there?
Throw down your gun, Salter.
Who's that?
It's Matt Dillon. Now do as I say.
Sure, Marshal. Here it is.
All right, Chester. Get the guns off of Adams and Smith. We don't have to worry about Salter.
All right, sir.
Lee? Lee, how are you?
Oh, it's good to breathe again, Marshal. I was about gone.
Well, you're all right. We got him. And Salter's dead. You won't have any trouble now.
No. But it's not easy the way you people educate a man out here.
Well, if it was easy, Lee, anyone could manage.
Well, thanks, Marshal.
Yeah, sure.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre as Lee, Harry Bartell as Salter, and John Daner as Peters. Parley Bear as Chester, Georgia Ellis as Kitty, and Howard McNair as Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. A flirtation that leads to a killing interests Mr. and Mrs. North this coming Tuesday night on CBS Radio. Don't miss Kiss of Death when Pam and Jerry North go into action against a murderer. Also, Tuesday night on most of these same CBS radio stations, John Lund, as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings us his latest adventure in probing fraudulent insurance claims. Mr. and Mrs. North and yours truly, Johnny Dollar. They're both thrilling Tuesday nighters at the Star's address. This is Roy Rowan speaking, and this is the CBS Radio Network.
around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, look who's in town tonight, Matt.
Huh?
Over at the bar there.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Doc, Marshal, step up. I'll buy you a drink.
No, thanks, Seibert.
Something wrong with my money?
Seibert, the only thing wrong with your money is it belongs to you.
Oh, now, Doc, that's no way to be when I'm celebrating my new contract.
Oh, what contract?
The cavalry. I deliver the first consignment of horses next week.
And what's the cavalry going to do with those stringy, wild renegades of yours?
Renegades?
Now, you don't figure on breaking those horses, do you? You're not good enough to do it yourself, and no rider in this territory will work for you.
I'll find somebody.
I'll do it fast, Seibert, and then get out of town.
All right, Marshal. Sure.
Yeah. You know, Matt, it makes me ashamed of myself the way I feel about that man. But I just can't help it.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Doc.
Matt?
Yeah, Kitty.
Come on over here to the window.
No?
Yeah, I want you to see something.
What is it?
Look out there. See those two boys?
Yeah, what about them?
Did you ever see them before?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I've been watching them. They act real lost.
Maybe we better go see.
Yeah.
Come on. Hello, boys.
Hello, mister.
What are you doing on Front Street this time of night?
Is this Front Street?
Yeah, it is. Where are your folks?
What do you want to know that for, mister?
This is Matt Dillon. He's the U.S. Marshal here.
We ain't done nothing.
Where are you boys from?
Texas.
Texas? Now, you're a long way from home.
Yes, sir.
What about your folks?
We ain't got any.
Ma and Pa got burned up when our ranch caught fire.
Oh. Well, how'd you get here to Dodge?
Followed the trail herd most of the way.
Where are your horses?
Oh, we had to sell them upriver. But the money's long gone.
Our uncle is supposed to meet us here.
You boys hungry?
Yes, ma'am.
But we don't want to beg no food.
Well, you're not. You're my guest.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Say, Matt.
Yeah.
Why not have Chester take him down to the livery stable later? Moss Grimmick can use the help, and they can earn their meals and get a place to stay.
That's a good idea. You boys know anything about horses?
Yes, sir, a lot.
Well, come on inside. We'll see about that coat.
You go on, boys. I'll be with you in a minute, huh? You still here, Seibert?
I'm leaving, Marshal. Last thing I want is trouble.
Well, this is it, boys. Moss Grimmick says you can sleep up there in the loft. He'll tell you what to do in the morning.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Dillon says come see him tomorrow, and he'll try to get in touch with your uncle.
Well, thanks, Mr. Proudfoot.
You might as well call me Chester. Everybody else does.
we're sure lucky for this, ain't we, boss?
Yeah. People here in Dodge City are mighty nice. Especially that Miss Kitty. She's pretty, ain't she?
Yeah, I guess so.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
I'm Orrin Seibert.
I'm Bus Cheney. This here's my brother, Howie.
Howdy.
I hear you boys know about horses. You ever break any?
Sure, lots of them.
Well, now, if you can ride, you don't need to hang around here cleaning out stalls. I got a real job for you out at my ranch. Make yourself some money.
We could sure use some, all right.
And you're hired. Now get your horses, meet me out back.
We ain't got any horses.
No? Well, say, I'll tell you what I'll do. I got 10 head need breaking for next week. You boys break them 10 for me. After that, you can take your pick.
You mean it?
Both of us?
That's what I said, didn't I? Come on out and get in the wagon.
Get your stuff, Howie. Let's go.
Morning, Moss.
Oh, morning, Marshal. Nice day.
Yeah, it'll get hot. Well, how are your new helpers working out?
What helpers?
The Cheney brothers, those two boys that Chester brought down here last night.
I ain't seen hide nor hair of them.
Well, what happened to them?
I guess they just pulled out and left in the middle of the night.
That doesn't seem right. They talk like good, straight boys, Moss. Anything turn up missing?
No.
I got that telegraph sent off, Mr. Jones.
Oh, thanks, Chester. But the way things look, we won't need it. The boys pulled out during the night.
They did? Well, that's funny. When I left them here, they was so dog tired they was near asleep on their feet. They seemed mighty grateful for everything, too.
You can never tell about footloose youngsters like that, Chester.
Well, they're gone. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's get back to the office, Chester. We'll see you, Moss.
Good. Long, Marshal.
Bye, Moss. Miss Kitty's sure going to be disappointed. She took a real liking to them boys. Me too.
Yeah, me too.
Ride him, boss! Stick with him, boss! Attaboy! He's running!
Grab him, Howie. Hang on to him.
I got him.
Tie him up. Well, I get my wind. I'll take him around again.
Oh, that was awful good riding, boss.
Oh.
Does your leg hurt you much?
Pretty much. But I guess I'm getting used to it after 5 days of this. Anyway, that's number 7.
Only 3 more to go.
We'll make it. But that big stallion's going to be tough.
Hey, you.
Oh, yes. Yes, Miss Sabbath?
Go on up to the house. I want you to take the wagon into town.
Me too?
No. You stay.
I don't you do any riding while I'm going, Howie.
Oh, boss, I can
Now, you leave them broncs alone, you hear? You just do chores till I get back. Oh.
I'll get busy now.
I won't be gone long. You just put some feed down.
All right, boss.
What are you fixing to do there, boy?
Put down some feed, Mr. Seibert.
Now, I didn't hire you to do chores. I hired you to break horses.
Boss told me not to ride while he was gone.
He won't be back till supper time. You going to waste the whole afternoon?
Well, no, sir, but...
Then what are you waiting for?
Well, I wouldn't mind riding, but Boss told me...
He don't trust you. I've watched you ride. You're near as good as he is. You can handle any of them.
I don't know, Mr. Seibert.
You lost your nerve?
No, sir. I'm not afraid.
Well, you're sure acting like you're afraid. One thing I can't stand is a coward.
I ain't no coward.
Then let's get a saddle on one of them horses.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe,
Uh-huh.
do you think we can afford a vacation this year?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. The car could stand some work. Then there's that chair we've been meaning to buy, and I guess we could always cash in a...
Kitty, if things stay this quiet, maybe you'd like to have supper with me tonight, huh?
Well, thank you, Matt. I was afraid I'd have to sit and watch Sam Noonan polish the bar all night. Hey, Matt, look.
What?
Isn't that Bus Cheney?
Sure is. Hey, Bus.
Oh, hi. Hello, Marshal Dillon, Miss Kitty.
Well, we didn't think we'd ever see you again.
Where have you been?
We've been working.
You're all crippled up.
We're breaking horses for Mr. Seibert.
Seibert?
You know him, Marshal?
Yeah. Say, did he come to the livery stable that night and hire you boys?
Yes, sir.
I should have figured that. Now, what kind of a bad deal did he give you?
Oh, he gave us a real good deal, Marshal Dillon. We break 10 head for him, and he's going to give me and my brother each a horse. We can take our pick.
How near finished are you?
Only got 3 more to go.
And how long has your leg been like that?
5 days.
You have Doc take a look at that, young man.
Well, I got to send a telegram for Mr. Seibert and pick up some things at the store. Then maybe I will.
Boss, I'm not going to stop you from going back to your job, but Orrin Seibert's no good. He'll try to weasel out of your deal some way.
Mr. Dillon, we better get... Oh, my.
Hello, Chester.
What is it, Chester?
We got to find Doc right away. A fellow just rode in and told me.
Told you what?
Well, he was passing Seibert's place, and there's somebody hurt real bad out there.
Who?
Oh, Bus. It's your brother.
Easy now. Real easy.
How bad is he, Doc?
Now, get out of the way, Seibert.
Get up.
Now, Bus, you pack those robes in around him. Good and tight, will you?
Sure, Doc.
That crazy kid. He said he was anxious to ride, but I never figured he'd take on that big stallion. Crazy fool
You've
kid.
done enough talking, Seibert. Now shut up.
Matt, we're ready.
Yeah.
Your spine, Matt. You understand?
Yeah, Doc, I'll drive slow.
Bus.
I'm here, Howie.
It's getting cold since the sun went down.
Yeah, it is.
I ain't no coward. Am I, Bus?
Coward? Of course you ain't. Who says so?
Mr. Seibert said. Bus. I ain't no coward.
Doc, come back here.
Keep driving, Matt. Here, let me. Oh, dear. Matt, no need to hold him in now. Give them their head. Matt, I'll get the lamp.
There we are. Lay him here on the couch, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
Boss. Come away, boss. It won't do any good.
No. Matt, there's some coffee in the kitchen.
Ah, good. I can use some.
Reach that cup there, man.
Yeah.
The coffee's been sitting all day. It's pretty strong.
Thanks. Well, he stared at his brother's body all the way back to town, and he's in there staring at it now.
I know.
You know something else?
Yes. He hasn't cried.
Not one tear.
I wish he'd cry and let some of that grief out.
That's not natural, Doc. Come on, let's get it.
Bus?
He's gone, Doc. Come on.
That boy's in no condition to be by himself.
Well, he couldn't have gotten very far, Doc.
I don't see him.
No, it isn't.
What was that?
Sounded like it came from back of the livery stable. That's him, Doc. It's gotta be.
Heading back to Cybert, you mean?
Marshal, is that you?
Moss?
Marshal, somebody just broke into the stable. Made off with a horse.
Yeah, we heard it.
That gun I kept behind the office door, it's gone, too.
Come on, Doc.
You know who it was?
Yeah, Moss, I know. I'll get him.
There's no light showing in the house.
That could be a good sign, Doc. Come on.
See him?
No.
What? It's the stallion.
Yeah. Something in that corral's got him spooked. Hold it, Doc. Yeah, there he is, just inside the fence there.
It's Cybert. He looks dead, but I'll see what I can do.
All right. Kid's probably holed up in the barn. I'm going to see if I can find him. But you watch that stallion now.
I will.
Boss, it's Matt Dillon.
Stay out of this barn, Marshal.
You young fool.
He killed my brother.
You should have left him to me.
You never could have proved it on him. Now, don't come no closer.
You did what you had to. I'm going to do what I have to. I'm going to take you, boss.
No.
Now put the gun down.
Stay back.
Put it down. Don't make me kill you. I said put it down.
What'll happen to me now?
I don't know, boss.
It don't matter none anyway.
Matt.
Yeah, in here, Doc.
Cybert. It's dead, Matt.
Oh, that's too bad.
No, it's a good thing.
I was thinking of the boy.
So was I. He can ride, but he can't shoot.
What?
There's no bullet hole in Cybert. I figured the shots did nothing more than scare him. But they scared him so bad he turned his back on that stallion. That's what killed him.
Did you hear that, Bus?
Yes, sir, I heard. Marshal. Joe.
Now, don't be ashamed. Just let it out, son. Come on, Doc. Come on.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were composed by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another story of the western frontier of America in the 1870s on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
This is Frank Knight speaking for the world's most honored watch, Longines. When the West was being won, Longines was there. Old records show sales of Longines watches in the silver mining towns of Colorado and Nevada, the gold mining areas of California. A fine gold watch, preferably a Longines, was one of the first luxuries purchased by a lucky prospector. For then, as now, the name Longines identified the world's most honored watch. Longines watches won their first World's Fair Grand Prize in 1878, won grand prizes in Paris, Brussels, Philadelphia, and at many other places. Right now, Longines watches are winning comparable successes in the accuracy competitions in European national observatories. Today, you needn't make a gold strike to own a Longines. Many beautiful models for ladies and gentlemen are priced as low as $75. Visit your authorized Longines Whitnor jeweler. He will be honored to serve you.
There's a man running toward the house.
Get back inside. Close the door.
What is it?
I don't know. Be quiet.
Don't shut me out, please. Please don't shut me out.
Open the door. Let him in, Ted. Open the door.
Here, let me hide. Will you let me hide? Oh, don't let him get me.
You hurt, mister. You hurt.
No use trying to hide, Rourke.
Now, don't shoot me, please. Don't.
You shot a dying man.
Yeah, he wasn't dying long.
You shot him in the back.
He was still dead.
You're a right smart boy, ain't you? Where's your daddy?
Ted,
Let the boy talk. Where's your daddy, I said?
He's dead.
Hmm. You two living here all alone?
We ain't scared.
Of course you ain't. Yeah, too bad it had to happen right in your kitchen, ma'am. Rourke has had that coming a long time.
what are you going to do, mister?
Well, just nothing, ma'am. Nothing at all, if you'll let me.
What do you mean?
You just remember this was my affair, mine and Rourke's. And now walk right on out of here. Forget about it. As long as you two forget about it.
Marshal's gonna come after you. Sure not.
Ted.
Yeah, like I said, he's a real smart boy, ain't he, ma'am? I guess you're right, though. I guess he does talk a mite too much.
No, he don't talk.
Don't. I'm mighty glad to hear that. Because it'd be a shame for a bright boy like that to get his throat cut because he didn't know when to keep his mouth shut, now, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
He won't talk. I promise.
That's good. Real good. And both of you just stand quiet till I get away from here. Won't be no trouble.
What about him?
No, plumb forgot my manners. Well, I guess I better get him out of here.
Matt! Oh, Matt! Anybody here? Oh, for heaven's sake. Chester!
I'm out back here, Doc.
What in the world are you doing?
Well, hello, Doc.
What are you digging there? A set of graves?
Graves? My goodness, Doc, don't talk like that. This here's a garden.
A what?
A garden.
Well, it looks more like a buffalo wallow. Does Matt know that you're doing this right outside of his back door?
Well, no, we don't. I'm kindly surprising him. Besides, I ain't hurting nothing, Doc. Just spading up the dirt, son.
Well, I can see that.
Look, let me show you how my garden's going to be. Now, see, right here is where the beans is going. And here is the carrot. And yonder's the peas.
I don't see anything.
Well, they ain't planted yet, but I got everything ready. All I need now is the seed.
Now, where did this garden idea come from?
You.
Yeah. What do you... Me?
Well, sure. Don't you remember that time you was talking to Mr. Dillon about how people eat out here on the frontier and how they might get scullery?
Yeah, scullery?
Yeah, from not eating enough greens and sour.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's scurvy, Chester, not scullery. No.
Well, whatever it is, I got to thinking on it and decided to do something about it. So I don't get that disease, I mean.
Oh, well, that's fine, yes. But as I remember it, that talk we had was months ago.
That's right, it was. And I've been worrying about it ever since.
Oh, you're a man of action.
The trouble is, I'm broke. Plumb. I can't buy no seed.
Well, let me... Oh, no, now don't look at me.
Well, now, Doc, you'd like a plate of greens every now and then, wouldn't you?
Well, sure I will, but not enough to pay for the seeds.
You might get scullery, Doc.
Scurvy, Chester, and I won't get it.
Wouldn't take very much to buy them seeds from Mr. Jonas. Just a few pennies is all, Doc, and then none of us wouldn't never have to worry again.
Well, now, Chester, suppose you did get those seeds. Now, you think everything that you plant is going to bloom like a sunflower?
Well, my gracious, Doc, this ain't no problem. You just kindly push them little old seed into the ground, and before you know it, you got vegetables.
Oh, yeah, oh, my. You're quite a farmer.
All right, now, Doc, ain't no need to smart off.
All right, Chester. All right, here's some money. There, now. Go and get your seed.
Well, thank you, Doc. And from now on, you're half owner of this garden. You can have part of whatever I grow free.
Oh, well, that's good of you, Chester.
Hey, it's pretty warm, ain't it?
It usually is in the sun.
Must be near noon.
Yeah, let me see. It's just about 12:45.
12:45. My gracious, I'm going to be late.
Late? Where are you going?
Or to meet Mr. Dillon at Delmonico.
Lunch, all right. What about our garden?
I'll get to it, Doc. But after all, if Dodge ain't had no green vegetables for all this time, it ain't gonna hurt us none to wait a little longer. I don't mind a man making money, Mr. Dillon, but by jing, I don't think he should be making it all off of me.
Oh, what do you mean, Chester?
Why, that Zach Holden charging 15 cents for a meal like that. I swear that steak still had a piece of the hide on it.
Prices are going up, Chester. You just gotta face it.
But it's getting so a man don't hardly have nothing left after feeding himself a little, and that's a fact. Look yonder, Mr. Dillon. There's a lady going into the office.
Uh-huh.
Reckon what she wants.
And if she's like most women, we won't be long in finding out. You wanted to see me, ma'am?
You're the marshal?
Yes, and that's right, Matt Dillon. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, ma'am?
How do you do? I'm Cora Meadows, Marshal. My boy and I live out west of town a piece.
No? Well, won't you sit down, Miss Meadows?
Thank you.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
As long as you and Miss Meadows is going to be talking for a spell, I believe I'll just go on back and see Zach Holden about charging that outlandish price for a meal that's still sticking in my craw.
All right, Chester, you do that.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Now, Miss Meadows.
Marshal, I don't rightly know what to do.
Well, suppose you just tell me what's the matter.
Well, that's just it, Marshal. I'm feared of what'll happen if I tell you, and I'm feared of what'll happen if I don't.
You need help?
Yes, Marshal. I need help, all right.
Uh-huh. Just speak right out.
Well, it's my boy. My boy, Tad. He's missing.
Oh?
I think he's taken out after that man, and he'll kill the boy if he sees him, and he'll kill me if he knows I've been here.
Wait a minute. What man are you talking about?
The one that shot that fellow out to my place yesterday. He shot him down just like he was an animal.
Now, you're telling me there was a killing there yesterday and that your son may have gone after the murderer?
Yes, Marshal, I am.
Well, I think you better go back to the beginning and tell me the whole story.
Tell you where the man was drugged from, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, out the kitchen door, Chester. The track should be along here somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Over here, Chester. See there? Looks like heel marks.
Yeah. Leading over to them bushes.
Yeah, they sure do. Come on. I don't think he'd have taken much time with him. Oh. Yeah. There he is.
Seems to me you could have took the trouble to bury him.
Well, when a man shoots you in the back, he's not going to worry about your funeral, Chester.
I've seen him before, Mr. Dillon. He was at the Long Branch lot playing cards.
Yeah, it's a gambler by the name of Rourke. Well, I guess the burying's up to us.
Yes, sir.
You, Matt. I'm glad you're here.
Well, I came as soon as I got your message, Doc. Is there something wrong?
Yes, Matt, there is. Come to the other room.
Oh?
It's this youngster, Matt. I found him by the road.
Oh, what's the matter with him?
He's been beaten. Cruelly, brutally beaten. Look.
Yeah.
I didn't even know if I could bring him out of it for a while there.
Did he say who he is?
No, and that's a funny thing, Matt.
He hasn't talked at all. He's been conscious most of the day, but he won't say a word.
Yeah, I guess you can blame him. Whoever did this was trying to scare him to death, even if it didn't quite kill him. Is it